Chapter 1524. A moment later, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, his brows tightly knitted together. What's wrong? The Golden Wolf King and the Crocodile Emperor looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at the two beasts helplessly and sighed. I have bad news. What news? Don't tell us that the Spirit Queen is inside? The two beasts asked nervously. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two beasts looked at each other, speechless. There was an old saying that when one was unlucky, even water would get stuck in the gaps between one's teeth. The Golden Wolf King said telepathically, You have so many subordinates. You don't care about one or two. Just leave her be. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and said coldly, You better not let me hear such words again. I'm sorry. The Golden Wolf King's pupils shrank and quickly apologized. Wolf Cub, what you said is wrong. Now that we are a family, we should help each other and take care of each other. According to what you said, when you are in danger in the future, we can also leave you in the lurch? The Crocodile Emperor reproached. Yes. You are blaming me. It's my fault. This prince is deeply aware that this kind of selfish behavior is very bad. The Golden Wolf King nodded and promised. The Crocodile Emperor rolled its eyes and said, It is good that you know your mistakes and can change. Learn from me in the future. I guarantee that you will not take the wrong path. Yes. The Golden Wolf King smiled flatteringly. But in its heart, it was very angry. Even a little crocodile could ride on its head now. Was there any justice in this world? If the Qi and Blood Pearl and the Divine Bow were still here, who would dare to lecture it like this except for Qin Feiyang? The Crocodile Emperor turned its head and scanned the forest, looking like it was ready to die for a cause. Boss, I will accompany you to save her. I am not afraid even if I die. Bootlicker. How thick-skinned. The Golden Wolf King secretly despised it. Wait. Suddenly, the Golden Wolf King was taken aback. He muttered, This king seems to have forgotten something. What is it? Qin Feiyang and Emperor Crocodile looked at it suspiciously. The Golden Wolf King said, I still have a human pet. Human pet? Qin Feiyang and the Crocodile Emperor were stunned. Back in the water source lands, before you came, this king took in 2 human pets. One of them has already died by self-detonation. As for the other human pet, I ordered him to capture someone, but he never returned. Later on, when you all appeared, this king completely forgot about this person. The Golden Wolf King said. Who is it? What does he look like? How's your cultivation? Qin Feiyang asked. Everyone else calls him Old Gua. His cultivation is quite strong. He is at the peak of the 9-star combat Emperor realm. After the Golden Wolf King finished speaking, his battle chi surged. The shadow of a white-haired old man condensed in the void. When he saw the flame totem on the white-haired old man's chest, Qin Feiyang knew that he was the divine envoy of the main tower. Not bad. He actually took in a peak 9-star combat emperor as his human pet. The Crocodile Emperor said. With its strength in the past, this is not a big deal. What surprised me is that as the divine envoy of the main tower, this person is so cowardly to submit to a beast. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He felt sorry for Gongsun Bei. Big brother Qin, what you said is prejudiced against us beasts. Are you saying that only humans are allowed to have spiritual pets, and we are not allowed to have human pets? The Golden Wolf King was dissatisfied. I think so too. The Crocodile Emperor also agreed with the Golden Wolf King's point of view. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. The Golden Wolf King thought for a moment. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, We can't find him now. Why don't I just destroy his bloodline power? Don't. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, This person is a peak 9-star combat emperor. It's a pity to kill him. He might be useful in the future. Okay, I'll listen to you. The Golden Wolf King nodded his head. The crocodile emperor quickly said, "Wait, I'm confused. You don't know where he is now? How do you destroy his bloodline power? That's why you're so ignorant. Have you heard of the blood soul technique?" The Golden Wolf King said proudly. "What? You know the blood soul technique?" The crocodile emperor was surprised. "Yes." The Golden Wolf King nodded his head. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Impressive. No wonder you can find a human pet. Why don't you teach me the blood soul technique so that I can subdue a few human pets?" The crocodile emperor went up and said with a cheeky smile. "A bootlicker like you wants a human pet? Dream on." The Golden Wolf King gave the crocodile emperor a look of contempt. "Damn. You're not giving me face?" The crocodile emperor was furious. "You're not Boss Chin. Why should I give you face? Let's fight one-on-one if you're not convinced. Even without the divine bow and the chi and blood pearl, I can still beat you to the ground in no time." The Golden Wolf King said with disdain. "TSK, TSK." The crocodile emperor grinned and stared at the Golden Wolf King. Its eyes flashed fiercely. "I really want to see who will be the one lying on the ground in the end." Okay. What's the point of arguing over such a small matter? Hurry up and get ready to go." Qin Feiyang said impatiently. The Golden Wolf King stared at the crocodile emperor. Its body expanded and instantly returned to its original form. The crocodile emperor also jumped down from Qin Feiyang's shoulder and revealed its original form. Its body was as big as a mountain with dense scales. It was releasing a terrifying aura. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. "Didn't you say that you want to go in and save them?" "Of course, we have to be prepared for battle," the two beasts said. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Even if they wanted to save them, they couldn't just barge in. There was a demigod beast inside. Were they looking for death? "Come to my shoulder. I'll activate the invisibility spell and sneak in," Qin Feiyang said helplessly. The crocodile emperor was stunned. When it came back to its senses, it smiled at Qin Feiyang and quickly shrunk its body and jumped onto Qin Feiyang's right shoulder. The Golden Wolf King jumped onto Qin Feiyang's left shoulder. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the invisibility spell and hid all his aura. He quietly sneaked into the forest. The crocodile emperor said, "Look carefully. How many phantom snakes are there? Can you still call them phantom snakes if you can see them? Do you think their talent is something to be trifled with?" The Golden Wolf King rolled its eyes. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang stared at them. He sensed the position of the Phantom Queen and moved forward silently. He was extra cautious. He had to be careful. After all, a single semi-divinity realm beast was more than enough to wipe them out if they were to let their guard down. Of course. It was different from before. Now that he was facing a false god, Qin Feiyang wasn't completely powerless. The source of his confidence was the chi and blood pearl. With this divine item, he would even dare to fight a real god of war, let alone a demigod. If he couldn't win, he could just hide in the castle. Who could do anything to him? Half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang passed through the forest and entered the mountains. The situation in the mountains was completely different from the forest. In the mountains, not only were there grass and trees, but there were also blooming wildflowers. On each flower, there were a few bees or butterflies. Moreover, there were also some beasts like elks and white foxes. It was no longer quiet here. Traces of beasts could be seen everywhere. But it was very peaceful. There was no killing. It was like an otherworldly paradise. Walking in the mountains made one's heart calm and peaceful. Is this really the territory of a beast? Why do I feel like it's the residence of an immortal? The crocodile emperor looked at all this with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Feiyang had the same feeling. The places where beasts lived were usually full of blood and cruelty. But here, it was completely against common sense. The Crocodile Emperor looked at the Golden Wolf King and said, "Wolf pup, haven't you been here before? Why don't you explain to us?" The Golden Wolf King looked a little embarrassed. "What's with that expression? Don't tell me you were intercepted by the spirit snake before you entered the mountains?" The Crocodile Emperor secretly said. The Golden Wolf King said angrily, "Don't say it out loud. Don't you understand?" "Ah." The Crocodile Emperor was stunned and laughed, "I got it right. So you're just a so-so. If you have the ability, don't follow the boss. Try it yourself. If you can walk out of the forest and enter the mountains, I will chop off my head and let you sit on it." The Golden Wolf King said angrily. "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." The Crocodile Emperor laughed. "Ridiculous. We can come in now because of Boss Chin's concealment technique. It allows us to be invisible. If not for the concealment technique, we would have been surrounded by the spirit snake." The Golden Wolf King snorted coldly. "Shut up. The concealment technique has a time limit. We have to speed up." Qin Feiyang said. "What? Time limit?" The Golden Wolf King was shocked and asked softly, "How long?" "1 hour." Qin Feiyang said. 1 hour. It took us almost an hour to cross the forest. Doesn't that mean the concealment technique only has half the time left? The Golden Wolf King was shocked. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Golden Wolf King's face changed and said sadly, "It's over, it's over. We will definitely alarm the Crocodile Emperor here." The Crocodile Emperor glanced at the Golden Wolf King and then looked at Qin Feiyang. It said carefully, "If we go back now, we should still be able to make it." Who was the one who said that he was not afraid even if he died? Why did he lose his temper so quickly? The Golden Wolf King sneered. The Crocodile Emperor's mouth twitched and said angrily, "Don't expose a despicable person. Understand? It's my pleasure." The Golden Wolf King snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and felt a headache coming on. They quarreled along the way. Couldn't they give him some peace and quiet? Might as well. He sent the two beasts to the castle and then went into the depths of the mountain alone. Through the induction of the slave seal, he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the Spirit Queen. However, the deeper he went, the more incredulous he found it. There were all kinds of beasts in the outside world here. However, they got along very well. They were in groups without disputes and were like a family. Half of the time left was gone. Qin Feiyang climbed up a mountain ridge and stood at a commanding point, looking down ahead. Immediately. Chapter 1525. Under the mountain, there was actually a lake. It was about 100 feet long. The lake water was clear, and under the sun, there were layers of dazzling waves. On all sides of the lake, there was a small forest with lush branches and leaves. But in the small forest, he couldn't sense any aura of beasts. On such a hot day, not only are there so many plants, but there is also a lake. It's really strange. Qin Feiyang murmured. He jumped down the mountain silently, landed in the small forest, and walked towards the lake. In the forest, there was really no beast. It was silent. Passing through the forest, he stood by the lake and scanned it. The water was sparkling, but there was no movement. Splash. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After looking for a while, he finally found a 3 or 4 wide stream on the other side of the lake. The stream meandered and extended into the depths of the small forest. He followed the stream and walked all the way down. Soon, he walked out of the small forest and stood on a hillside, looking ahead. The scene in front of him immediately stunned him. Just 100 meters ahead, there was an entrance to a valley, and the stream flowed out of the valley. On both sides of the valley, as well as in front of the entrance, there were all kinds of flowers, forming a colorful and dazzling sea of flowers. Some were budding, delicate and beautiful. Some were completely blooming, competing with each other for beauty. Groups of colorful butterflies, like little elves, danced in the sea of flowers. The stream water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Qin Feiyang was immersed in this beautiful scenery and couldn't extricate himself. How was this the territory of beasts? It was simply a fairyland. Huh? Suddenly, he was stunned. According to the feedback of the slave seal, the spirit queen was in the valley ahead. This should have been a happy event. But Qin Feiyang didn't have the slightest joy. Instead, he was surprised. Because in the valley, he didn't sense the aura of any person or beast. One had to know. The emperor here was a fake god. Logically speaking, he should be able to sense its power from a long distance. What's going on? Qin Feiyang muttered. Then, he took a step forward and carefully walked towards the valley. His movements were very light, leaving no footprints on the ground. He didn't step on the flowers either, for fear of disturbing the butterflies between the flowers. A dozen breaths later, he entered the valley, stood in front of the entrance, and looked inside. His expression became sluggish once more. The valley was very big, about half a mile wide. Inside, there were also blooming flowers. They were colorful and pleasing to the eye. But most of them were medicinal herbs. Each and every one of the medicinal herbs gushed with multicolored light, looking incomparably gorgeous. Furthermore, basically, every single herb had a tiger-shaped spirit pattern that emitted a hazy luster. What did the tiger-shaped spirit tattoo mean? This meant that the medicinal herbs here were basically all 10,000 years old. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one. Tree of Creation, Divine Infant Tree, Dragon Saliva Fruit, Purple Spirit Flower, White Jade Fruit, Profound Yang Grass, Profoundine Grass. This place actually had all kinds of medicinal herbs. This was a huge treasure trove. Facing such a huge temptation, Qin Feiyang calmed down with great difficulty. Then, he followed the small stream and looked down. In the end, he found out. The stream extended all the way to the center of the valley, connecting to a pond. The diameter of the pond was about 20 meters. The water inside was extremely pure. In the water, lotus leaves bloomed like a jade plate with water droplets swirling around it. Between the lotus leaves, lotus flowers bloomed one after another. There was white. There was pink. There was also red. It was incomparably gorgeous. Suddenly, he revealed a shocked expression. Not far from the pond, there was a courtyard. It was richly ornamented and had an ancient feel to it, giving it an elegant charm. However, right after, his pupils constricted. In a pavilion in the courtyard, there was a young man sitting. Why is there a man? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. That person looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall and looked a little skinny. On his body, he wore a pure white robe that was not tainted by a speck of dust. His long hair was also as white as snow. Although he looked young, he exuded a sense of vicissitudes of life. He sat alone in the pavilion, sipping his tea. His handsome face had a lazy expression. Suddenly, the man in white raised his head and looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's expression changed immediately and he quickly hid behind a protruding rock next to him. However, immediately after, he was stunned. Now that he was invisible and the other party couldn't see him, what was there to be afraid of? He was scaring himself. However, for the sake of safety, he didn't go out directly. He stuck his head out and looked at the man in white again. He found that the man in white wasn't looking at the entrance here, but the pond. Why are you looking at the pond? Admiring the lotus flowers? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Suddenly, there were circles of ripples on the calm water surface in the middle of the pond. Immediately after, a head popped up from the water. An angel-like face also appeared in Qin Feiyang's sight. It was a woman. Her facial features were extremely exquisite and her skin was as soft as cream. Drops of water fell from her hair. Her lively eyes were crystal clear like gems. She's here? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. The woman who appeared from the water was the spirit queen of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. But who was that man? He had never seen him before. And where was the spirit snake emperor? Why didn't he see it? Splash, at this time. The spirit queen had already walked out of the water. There was a stone ladder beside the pond. She walked lightly and stepped ashore step by step. Her wet long hair was messily draped over her shoulders, constantly dripping with water. However, she was wearing a slightly thin white dress. But because she was wearing a white dress, she was even more seductive. The long dress was soaked and stuck to her body. Not only was it faintly visible, but it also vividly showed off her tall and exquisite figure. As she walked step by step, her graceful figure exuded a fatal temptation. The young man in white sitting in the courtyard had his eyes on the spirit queen all the time, naked and undisguised. But in his eyes, there was no possessiveness. There was no lust or desire. It was as if he was admiring an exquisite work of art. When the spirit queen came ashore and walked to the front of the courtyard, the young man in white got up and went up personally. Like a gentleman, he grabbed one of the spirit queen's jade-like hands and led her to the pavilion. The spirit queen also had a smile on her face. But if one observed carefully, they would find that there was a trace of helplessness and a touch of fear in her smile. The two of them entered the pavilion one after the other and sat opposite each other. The young man in white looked at the spirit queen and praised, "My spirit queen, you are really beautiful. A casual smile can make me drunk." "Thank you." The spirit queen smiled faintly. Her battle chi surged, ready to dry the water on her clothes and long hair. But the young man in white quickly got up and stopped her, saying, "Don't let the water dry up. I like your current appearance." "Okay." The spirit queen nodded. The young man in white sat down again, picked up the teapot, grabbed an empty cup, filled it with tea, and handed it to the spirit queen, saying with a smile, "Here, this is your favorite flower tea. I made it especially for you. Have a taste." "Thank you." The spirit queen took the teacup, looking extremely obedient. "No. There's a problem, at the entrance." When Qin Feiyang saw this scene, he couldn't stop shaking his head. Although he didn't spend much time with the spirit queen, he still understood this woman's character. She would never be such a docile and obedient person. Could it be that she was forced? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Liking to look at a wet woman, isn't that perverted? Phew. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, walked out from behind the rock, and walked towards the courtyard. However, when he took a step forward and entered the valley, the void in front of him suddenly distorted, and a light screen suddenly appeared. On top of that, this light screen contained a tremendous amount of divine might. Immediately, he was sent flying by the light screen. Under the impact of the divine power, the concealment art also lost its effect. His entire person was directly exposed. At the same time, the young man in white raised his eyebrows, looked up at the entrance, and happened to see Qin Feiyang, who was out of the state of stealth. There's actually someone who can hide without anyone noticing? The young man in white was surprised. Who is so capable? Hearing this, the spirit queen hurriedly turned her head to check. When she saw Qin Feiyang's familiar face, a touch of joy suddenly appeared in her eyes. But suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and the joy in her eyes quickly disappeared. Then, she glanced at the young man in white from the corner of her eyes. Seeing that the young man in white didn't notice, she was relieved. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang. He looked at the light screen in the void, and his face was full of shock. There was actually a divine power barrier hidden in this valley. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. He hurriedly looked up at the courtyard and was shocked to find that the young man in white sitting in the pavilion had disappeared. Where did he go? Qin Feiyang was surprised and puzzled. The Spirit Queen looked at Qin Feiyang. Her expression was neither happy nor sad, as if she was looking at a stranger, but there was a faint trace of anxiety in her eyes. Are you looking for me? All of a sudden, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The owner of this voice was the young man in white. But when did he come behind him? He didn't notice at all. How strong was this person's cultivation? He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly entered the castle. But just before entering the castle, he suddenly felt a pain on his back, and then he saw a wisp of battle chi rushing out from his chest. In just an instant, a thumb-sized bloody hole appeared on his chest and back. Purple gold dragon blood spurted out like a fountain. This blood actually carries the dragon's power. The voice of the young man in white sounded behind Qin Feiyang again with a trace of surprise. How fast! He didn't even have time to activate the armor and the battle formula. How could Qin Feiyang dare to hesitate? With a look of horror, he quickly went to the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, the Ghost Queen secretly let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. A smile also appeared on her face. And this smile was no longer as stiff as before when she faced the young man in white. It was very natural and sincere. Chapter 1526. Inside the castle. Qin Feiyang clutched his chest as he looked at the screen in front of him. In the screen, the young man in white was squatting on the ground, looking at the purple gold dragon blood on the ground with a look of surprise. As for Qin Feiyang's disappearance, he didn't seem to care at all. Boss, are you all right? Crocodile Emperor, Fatso, and the rest looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, took out a heart protection pill and swallowed it. He waved his hand and smiled, "Don't worry, I'm fine." But in his heart, he was extremely shocked. Whether it was the speed or strength of the young man in white, they were much stronger than he had imagined. He looked at the young man in white again with flickering eyes. Such a powerful person, if he came from the outside, it was impossible for him not to have heard of him. It could be seen that this person was a native of Miracle. However, weren't there only beasts in Miracle? How could there still be humans? What role did this person play in God's miracle? What puzzled Qin Feiyang the most was, where was the Emperor of Spirit Serpent now? Why didn't he see it? Wait a minute. Could it be, this person was the master of the Emperor? Impossible, impossible. The Emperor of Spirit Serpent was a pseudo-god. How could it have a master? There was simply no one who could subdue it. Outside. Silence. Inside the castle, it was also dead silent. This is purple gold dragon blood. Suddenly, the young man in white's eyes lit up. His previous laziness was instantly swept away and replaced by excitement. Whoosh! He glanced around the void. His eyes were like lightning, giving people a feeling of sharpness. Finally, he began to look for Qin Feiyang's trace. A moment later, his eyebrows twitched slightly. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. The young man in white lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, pursing a playful smile. Boom! The next moment, an invisible force swept out from the top of his head with a mighty aura, rolling in all directions. This is divine thought. Qin Feiyang and the others trembled both physically and mentally. Who would have thought that this person was actually a deity? His divine sense shrouded the entire area. Very soon, the white-robed young man's divine will found the ancient castle. He chuckled and said, "It is indeed a divine space artifact." He found out so quickly. "Boss, what should we do?" Crocodile Emperor asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Even if he is a deity, he can't do anything to the castle. Everyone, go do what you need to do. Don't waste time here," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. He had heard of it. Fatso and the others glanced at each other before returning to their respective positions to refine pills and cultivate. For a moment, the castle calmed down again. Only the Crocodile Emperor and the Golden Wolf King stood behind Qin Feiyang and never left. The white-clothed youth smiled and said, "Spatial divine objects cannot be moved inside the divine ruins. Come out quickly, let's talk." Crocodile Emperor quickly said, "Boss, you can't go out." "That's right. This person is a god of war. Once you are imprisoned by his divine aura, you will die even if you have the ancient castle." The Golden Wolf King added. Qin Feiyang did not say anything as his eyes flickered. "If you want to waste time with me, I'm afraid you have picked the wrong person." "Do you know why?" "Because I have lived here for tens of thousands of years." The white-clothed youth joked. "What? Tens of thousands of years old?" The Crocodile Emperor and the Golden Wolf King were stunned. Qin Feiyang was the same. A person who had lived for tens of thousands of years was simply a living fossil. "Boss, it seems that you can only go out and meet him now. Otherwise, we will not be able to outlast him." The Crocodile Emperor smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang could not help but smile bitterly as well. In a flash, he appeared opposite the white-clothed youth. "Not bad, you know what to do." The white-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded with a smile. "What do you want to talk about?" That was the only thing Qin Feiyang was concerned about. "Still so direct?" "Hee hee. Not bad at all. I like dealing with straightforward young people like you." The white-clothed youth was full of praise. However, his old-fashioned attitude annoyed Qin Feiyang. He was just born a few tens of thousands of years earlier than him. What was there to be arrogant about? Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "Tell me, what do you want to talk about?" What an impatient child. The white-clothed youth shook his head and smiled. "I need your purple gold dragon blood for research." "Research?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes, research." The white-clothed youth nodded. "Research what?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "That's none of your business," the white-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. "No problem, I can give it to you. However, I have a condition. Don't rush to negotiate with me. Listen to me first. Research is not something that can be done in a short time. Therefore, I need you to stay here until my research is over. Of course. In order to prevent you from playing tricks, I need to control you." The white-clothed youth smiled. "Not allowed to leave? Control me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said angrily, "Aren't you using me as a lab rat? You can understand it that way." The white-clothed youth did not deny it at all. His calm tone was extremely domineering. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "What if I say no?" "No?" The white-clothed youth laughed and said, "Then I'm afraid you will never be able to leave this place." Qin Feiyang's heart sank. It seemed that this fierce battle was inevitable. Wait? Control? What did this person use to control him? Qin Feiyang's heart moved. He asked calmly, "What will you use to control me?" "Blood soul technique," the white-clothed youth said. Blood soul technique? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was this person joking? How could a mere blood soul technique control Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, he thought of a plan and pretended to struggle for a moment. In the end, he revealed a helpless expression and said, "Okay, but you have to keep your promise." "Of course." The white-clothed youth nodded. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and said, "Then let's do it." The white-clothed youth formed a seal with both hands. A blood soul technique seal quickly condensed and entered Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang, who had the slave seal, did not care about the blood soul technique at all. Because as long as he used the slave seal, the blood soul technique would be broken. "Come in with me." The white-clothed youth waved his hand and a light door appeared in the divine power boundary of the valley. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the barrier, and his eyes slightly widened. Then, he followed the white-clothed youth inside. But as soon as he entered the boundary, Qin Feiyang's body suddenly stiffened. The temperature here, it actually cooled down in an instant. What was going on? With a trace of surprise, he left the boundary again. The scorching heat enveloped him again. When he returned to the divine power boundary again, it cooled down again. Was it an illusion? Very surprised, right? The white-clothed youth turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled gently. His smile was very gentle and seemed to have a magical power that made it difficult for people to raise their guard. How could this be? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The white-clothed youth said, "Look at that pond." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the pond. The white-clothed youth smiled and said, "There is a kuei water essence under the pond." "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The white-clothed youth asked, "Do you know why I set up this boundary?" Qin Feiyang said, "To prevent people from running in and stealing your herbs." "Who has the guts?" The white-clothed youth smiled proudly and said, "I set up this divine power boundary not to prevent anything, but purely to prevent the cold air from leaking out." "How extravagant." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. "Huh." The white-clothed youth laughed loudly and led Qin Feiyang into the courtyard. He stood beside the Spectre Empress and said with a smile, "Come, let me introduce you. This is the Spectre Empress, my fiancée that has yet to be married." "Fiancé?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What about you? What's your name?" "My name is Qin Dahai." Qin Feiyang said. "Qin Dahai," the white-clothed youth thought for a while and said, "Did you also come in from the outside?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Queen and said, "Then you should know each other, right?" The Spirit Queen was about to speak. Qin Feiyang spoke first, "I've never seen her before." "Really?" The white-clothed youth looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "There are a total of people from 2 continents who entered the miracle this time, so we don't know everyone." "So that's how it is." The white-clothed youth smiled and took out a palm-sized jade bottle from his bosom. He handed it to Qin Feiyang and said, "Give me some purple gold dragon blood first." "Okay." Qin Feiyang did not hesitate. He cut his finger and the jade bottle was soon filled. The white-clothed youth grabbed the jade bottle and said with a smile, "I'll go and study it first. You guys get to know each other. Remember, don't disturb me if there's nothing." After saying that, the white-clothed youth couldn't wait to turn around and walk into a nearby attic, closing the door tightly. "Greetings." When the door was closed, the Spirit Queen was about to bow. "Don't make a sound first," Qin Feiyang said secretly. Then, he pretended to be curious and looked around the surroundings, as well as the pavilion. Of course, the attic was the main point. He was afraid that the white-clothed youth was hiding in the attic and secretly spying on him and the Spirit Queen. But after observing for a while, he didn't find anything unusual. But to be on the safe side, he and the Spirit Queen chatted for a long time on the surface. For example, where was this place? For example, why were there 10 suns in the miracle? Or were there any ancient ruins nearby? In short, it was just some unimportant topics. Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Queen didn't know that the white-clothed youth was really standing behind a window, without any aura. He was like a ghost, watching them. His eyes were no longer as kind as before. There was a terrifying sense of coldness in them. But seeing that the two of them were talking about some boring topics and looking at their expressions and actions, it was really the first time they met. Only then did he turn around and leave silently. After a long time, Qin Feiyang inadvertently glanced at the attic. He was still worried. He looked at the Spirit Queen and asked with a smile, "Can you take me around?" As he spoke, he winked at the Spirit Queen. "Sure." Chapter 1527. The two of them left the courtyard one after the other and strolled around the valley for a while. Then, Qin Feiyang finally got to the point. However, throughout the entire conversation, the two of them were transmitting their voices. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "How did you become his fiancé?" "I was forced. If I didn't agree, he would have killed me." The Ghost Queen sighed. As expected. Qin Feiyang mumbled and asked, "Who exactly is he?" "I don't know either. More than 10 days ago, I accidentally entered this place and was surrounded by spirit snakes. In the end, he suddenly appeared and saved me. At first, I had a good impression of him because he was gentle and had a gentle personality. But I didn't expect that after I followed him and came here, he would actually force me to marry him. Moreover, he is very perverted. Every day, he makes me wear wet clothes. I've had enough." The Ghost Queen thought to herself, her eyes filled with disgust. Qin Feiyang sized up the clothes on the Ghost Queen and teased, "Actually, you can't blame him. Your current appearance is indeed very seductive." The Ghost Queen was stunned. She instinctively lowered her head and looked at herself. Her face immediately flushed red. Only then did she notice that her dress was still dripping wet. Battle chi surged. She hurriedly dried the water on her clothes. Then, with a slight shake, those seductive parts were finally covered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He asked, "Then, are you controlled by him?" "No. I'm controlled by him. That's why I'm obedient to him." The Ghost Queen said. "Don't worry. Even if he wants to control you, he won't be able to do it. Because of the slave seal, his blood-soul technique is useless against you. Instead, he will suffer a backlash. However, how to escape is really a problem." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the void above the valley. His face was full of worry. This divine power barrier was equivalent to a cage. Even if there was a way to break the barrier, the white-clothed young man would be alarmed immediately. If one isn't a pseudo-god, it's impossible to break this barrier. The Spirit Empress sighed, her face filled with despair. Originally, when she saw Qin Feiyang appear, she felt that there was still hope. However, he didn't expect that. Now, even Qin Feiyang was trapped inside the barrier. False god? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Isn't he the war god?" "No. He told me personally that he's only a false divinity. But even if it's just a false god, it's still not something we can touch." The Ghost Queen's expression was rather gloomy. "No. If he's just a false god, he might not be a match for me." Qin Feiyang's eyes sparkled. "What?" The Spirit Empress was shocked. She looked at Qin Feiyang and thought to herself, "Could it be that you have already broken through to the false god realm? But that's not right. The aura that you are exuding is obviously that of a 6-star combat emperor. Although my cultivation is only at the 6-star combat emperor realm, the fake god realm is no longer a threat to me. As for the reason, it's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time." Qin Feiyang smiled. The Spirit Empress's face was full of surprise. What was it that made this man so confident? It said that this is the territory of the spirit snake. How could there be a human living here? And the spirit snake's emperor, have you seen it before? Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. "I'm also wondering about this problem. As for the spirit snake's emperor, I haven't seen it these days." The Spirit Empress said. "Strange." Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that the spirit snake's emperor was hiding somewhere? It had only changed the color of its skin and they couldn't see it with the naked eye? Or could it be that the spirit snake's emperor was just the spirit pet of the white-robed young man? If that was the case, why could the white-robed young man stay on the first level? One had to know. In the past, the mysterious madam said that any creature that broke through to the false god realm would be sent to the second level by the rule force. Wait a minute. The guardian of the miracle that appeared last time was a giant python. Could it be that it was the spirit snake's emperor? In that case, wasn't this white-robed young man also the guardian of the miracle? No. That giant python seemed to look different from the spirit snake. What the hell was going on? Qin Feiyang's mind was in a mess, and he couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't say anything for a long time, the Spirit Empress transmitted her voice. Young master, since you have the confidence to deal with him, then let's escape quickly, okay? I really don't want to stay here for a moment longer. Don't worry. If my guess is correct and the Spirit Snake's Emperor is also hiding somewhere here, then what we have to face is not one false god, but two false gods. Facing two false gods, I don't have much confidence. Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do? The Spirit Empress was burning with anxiety. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, did he say when he will marry you? No. The Spirit Empress shook her head. No. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, let's confirm whether the Spirit Snake's Emperor is here or not. How do we confirm? The Spirit Empress asked. Find it. Although the Spirit Snake can change the color of its skin, the valley is only so big. As long as we look carefully, we should be able to find it. Qin Feiyang said. All right. The Spirit Empress nodded helplessly. At the thought of having to continue facing that disgusting person, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. But there was no other way. In order to escape, she could only endure it now. The two of them strolled around the valley again. On the surface, they were strolling, but they were secretly looking for the Spirit Snake's Emperor. The sky gradually darkened. The two of them found nothing. Since the white-clothed young man entered the attic, he hadn't appeared again. Right. There's a problem that I can't figure out. Qin Feiyang walked to the pool in the middle of the valley and suddenly said. What's the problem? The Spirit Empress asked. Although there is the Kuei water essence here, the energy of the Kuei water essence is blocked by the divine power barrier and can't be transmitted outside. But outside, why is there such a beautiful scenery everywhere? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The Spirit Empress said, this is because of another unique treasure. Unique treasure? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, what unique treasure? Emu essence. The Spirit Empress said. What? There's emu essence here? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. That person personally said that there are a total of 5 pieces of wood essence under this piece of land. It is precisely because of these 5 pieces of wood essence that the plants outside are able to grow so luxuriantly. The Spirit Empress explained. It seems that I've come to the right place. Qin Feiyang smiled. And his smile was very bright. Now, he already had 7 Kuei water essence. If he could get the Kuei water essence and emu essence here, he would be one step closer to refining the 5 elements universe pill. The most important thing was, this person had lived in the miracle site for tens of thousands of years. Maybe there were other essences on him. For example, the essence of metal, the essence of earth, and the essence of fire. There might even be a large number of divine weapons and divine arts on this person. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang felt that this white-clothed young man was like a big treasure in front of him. Not to mention anything else, just the medicinal herbs in this valley were already worthy of the word big treasure. In an instant, he changed his opinion of the white-clothed young man. Originally, he also hated him. But now, he inexplicably liked this person. The night was silent. The next day, Qin Feiyang continued to look for the Spirit Snake Emperor in the valley alone. The Spirit Empress was sitting on a round rock beside the pond, meditating. Day after day. Just like that, half a month passed. In this half a month, Qin Feiyang searched every place in the valley, including every corner and pond, but he didn't find the Spirit Snake Emperor. Similarly, in this half a month, the white-clothed young man didn't appear. At noon, Qin Feiyang walked to the side of the Spirit Empress and stared at the attic in the courtyard. The Spirit Empress opened her eyes, glanced at the attic suspiciously, and said, "What are you looking at?" Qin Feiyang said to himself, "I've searched all the places in the valley, and now only that attic is left." The Spirit Empress said, "I've been in the attic. There's nothing inside. It's similar to an ordinary residence. The spirit snake's innate ability is very terrifying. Even if it lies in front of you, you won't be able to detect it if you don't observe carefully. I want to go in and confirm it myself." Qin Feiyang said. "How do I get in?" Before that pervert went in, he said that I'm not allowed to disturb him. The Spirit Empress said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Boom! Suddenly, outside the valley, there was a loud noise. Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly turned his head to look. The Spirit Empress also stood up and looked outside the valley. The rumbling sound wasn't too deafening, which meant that the source was very far away from the valley. After careful judgment, Qin Feiyang finally determined that the source of the sound came from the jungle. It's the sound of fighting. Could it be that someone has mistakenly barged in? The Spirit Empress was surprised. Most likely. Qin Feiyang nodded. I really hope it's not Wang Zicheng and the others. The Spirit Empress said to herself. Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang was stunned and his expression changed slightly. He quickly closed his eyes and sensed the location of Wang Zicheng and the others through the slave seal. After a while, he opened his eyes and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Zicheng and the others were very far away from here. It was obviously not them. However, this should be an opportunity. He turned his head and looked at the attic behind him. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Boom! Crack! As time passed bit by bit, not only did the sound of fighting not end, but it became louder and louder. Even though they were so far away, Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Empress could still sense the terrifying fluctuations. About 500 to 600 breaths passed. Clang! The door of the attic behind him suddenly opened. Following that, the young man in white walked out angrily and stood on the steps in front of the door. He raised his head and looked outside the valley, his eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He walked to the young man in white and said, "It should be just 1 or 2 small fries." The young man in white immediately glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Small fries can last for so long?" Chapter 1528. How dare you disturb my research? You're courting death. The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Go and take a look." Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly said, "I definitely can't. Look at me, I'm only a 6-star combat emperor. Isn't that courting death? Useless. I'll instruct those 9-star combat emperor's spirit snakes to assist you." The white-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang said, "What if the person who barged in is a 9-star combat emperor? What if they have a divine artifact or a divine art? How can there be so many what-ifs?" The white-clothed youth glared at him angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's better to be safe than sorry." The white-clothed youth rolled his eyes and looked at the Spirit Queen. The Spirit Queen said, "My cultivation is not as good as Qin Dehai's, but if you let me go, I won't refuse." The white-clothed youth raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, "I'll go personally." After saying that, he took a step forward and left the divine power barrier. Then, he disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight like a flash of lightning. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't go on purpose. He wanted to lure out the Spirit Snake Emperor. Because if he didn't go and the Spirit Queen didn't go, he could only let the Spirit Snake Emperor go. But this person actually chose to go personally. Could it be that he had been thinking too much? The Spirit Snake Emperor wasn't in this valley now? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the pavilion. His eyes flashed slightly and he transmitted his voice, "I'll go in and take a look. Keep a lookout for me." The Spirit Queen nodded. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang activated the concealment art and turned around to rush into the pavilion. After entering the door, there was a spacious hall with an exquisite coffee table and 4 chairs. On both sides of the hall, there were a few rooms with some miscellaneous items piled up inside. There was also a kitchen inside. Pots, bowls, ladles, and basins were all available, but they were all new and unused. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Spirit Serpent Emperor appeared. The reason why Zhang Xian only had the Spirit Snake Emperor come out to help him was because it was capable of concealing itself. If the Spirit Snake Emperor were to hide in the pavilion, he would be able to avoid being exposed. However, White-Eyed Wolf, Fatso, and the others could not. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, "You search the first floor, I'll go to the second floor." "All right." The Spirit Serpent Emperor nodded. It changed the color of its skin and began to search the hall. Qin Feiyang followed him to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was similar to that of the first floor. There was a large hall in the center with several rooms on both sides. In the room, there was a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and so on. In one of the rooms, there was a dressing table. The decoration inside was also very warm. The pink curtains were embroidered with mandarin ducks, and the bedding was clean and tidy. Obviously, this was a woman's boudoir. This should be the room that the white-robed young man had prepared for the Spirit Queen. Qin Feiyang carefully searched room by room. He did not miss any corner, but in the end, he found nothing. "Boss, come to the kitchen quickly." Suddenly, the voice of the Spirit Serpent Emperor sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Did you find something?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He hurriedly went downstairs and entered the kitchen. He saw the Spirit Serpent Emperor lying in a corner, lowering its head and scanning the ground. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, held the Spirit Serpent Emperor in his hands, and asked, "What's wrong?" The Spirit Serpent Emperor looked at the ground and said, "There seems to be a secret door here." "Secret door?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the ground. The ground was seamless without any cracks. It didn't seem like there was a secret door at all. But since the Spirit Serpent Emperor said so, there must be a reason. Qin Feiyang squatted on the ground and reached out his hand to knock on the ground. Immediately, there were waves of echoes from the ground. There really is a secret door. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and said, "If there is a secret door, there must be a mechanism. Quickly look for it." A man and a snake began to search in the kitchen. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang touched an oil lamp. The oil lamp was hanging on the wall. Although he had only touched it by accident, the oil lamp was hanging on the wall. No matter what, it should have moved a little. But this oil lamp didn't move at all. Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously for a while. He reached out and grabbed the oil lamp. He shook it hard and pulled it, but it still didn't move. It was very firm. And he found that this oil lamp was not made of ordinary materials. It was very hard. Then, he tried to turn the oil lamp again. In the end, he found that it could be turned. And he also found that the oil lamp was empty. There was no oil inside. Could this be a mechanism? Qin Feiyang's face was full of surprise as he turned the oil lamp with all his might. When it turned 45 degrees, the ground suddenly split open, revealing a secret room. Qin Feiyang hurriedly ran over with the Spirit Serpent Emperor and looked at the secret room below. The secret room was about 10 feet in size. There was only a stone table inside, and on the stone table, there was a small square glass jar. It was about a foot long and half a foot wide. The bottom was filled with a purplish gold liquid. That was the purplish gold dragon blood. Qin Feiyang said in realization, so he was doing research here. What research? The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked. How would I know? Qin Feiyang jumped into the secret room and looked around. He didn't find anything suspicious, so he walked to the stone table and looked down at the glass jar. And when he looked, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the Spirit Serpent Emperor, they seemed to have seen something terrifying. Qin Feiyang immediately rushed out of the secret room with the Spirit Serpent Emperor. Because they saw a spirit serpent in the glass jar. Although the spirit serpent was very small and had almost no aura, it was enough to show that it was the Spirit Serpent Emperor. But after rushing out of the secret room, Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and frowned slightly. Why didn't the Spirit Serpent Emperor chase after them? He turned around in surprise and looked down, but he found that there was no movement in the glass jar. What's going on? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was surprised. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head and thought, could it be that it didn't discover us because of the concealment spell? That's possible. Why don't we go down and take a look? The Spirit Serpent Emperor suggested. Qin Feiyang hesitated. If it was really the Spirit Serpent Emperor, if they went down, it would be tantamount to sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. The Spirit Serpent Emperor said in a low voice, if it's because of the concealment spell, I don't think it's possible. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang asked. Because we opened the secret door earlier. The sound of the secret door opening will definitely alarm it. But until now, it hasn't moved. Don't you think it's strange? It's strange. Qin Feiyang nodded. In the end. He gritted his teeth and jumped into the secret room again with the Spirit Serpent Emperor. He walked carefully toward the glass jar. Although he had the concealment spell and was invisible, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He approached it step by step. Finally. He came to the stone table again and lowered his head to look at the spirit in the glass jar. After taking a closer look, he found that the Spirit Serpent seemed to be in a coma. Moreover, its body was soaked in the purple gold dragon blood and there were many wounds. It's seriously injured? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was surprised. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and carefully put his hand into the glass jar. He poked the Spirit Serpent gently and retracted his hand at lightning speed. The Spirit Serpent in the glass jar still didn't move. Is there breathing and heartbeat? The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand again and gently placed it on the Spirit Serpent. After a while, he nodded and said, there's a heartbeat. That means it's seriously injured and unconscious. It really gave me a fright. The Spirit Serpent Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang also let out a long breath and looked at the Spirit Serpent curiously. Although the Spirit Serpent was seriously injured and unconscious, it faintly revealed a trace of divine power. It seemed that it was indeed the Spirit Serpent Emperor. But how could it be seriously injured? One had to know. To seriously injure a pseudo-god level beast and make it unconscious was not something an ordinary person could do. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, the Spirit Serpent Emperor said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at the Spirit Serpent Emperor. He saw that the Spirit Serpent Emperor's eyes were full of doubts at this moment. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. The Spirit Serpent Emperor said, look at the injuries on its body. With its pseudo-god level strength, can such injuries make it unconscious? Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the Spirit Serpent Emperor. In the end, he simply sank his mind into the Spirit Serpent's body. At this moment. There was a trace of horror on his face. What's wrong? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was surprised. Not only is its sea of qi shattered, but even its sea of consciousness is also broken. Who has such great ability to injure it to such an extent? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Damn, the person who seriously injured it, could it be a real god of war? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was shocked. It's possible. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. Save me, suddenly. A weak voice sounded, almost inaudible. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at the Spirit Serpent Emperor and asked, did you hear anything? Sound? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was stunned and shook its head, no. No? Is it an illusion? Qin Feiyang frowned. Save me, but suddenly. The voice sounded again, and it was louder than before. This time, not only Qin Feiyang could hear it clearly, but also the Spirit Serpent Emperor could hear it. A man and a snake looked at the glass jar in unison. Because the sound came from the glass jar. Qin Feiyang looked at the spirit serpent and asked, "Are you talking?" "Yes." The spirit serpent emperor did not open its eyes, but its voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang and the spirit serpent emperor looked at each other. This was strange. This was the spirit serpent emperor's territory. As the spirit serpent emperor, why would it ask them for help? "I am being controlled by that human. Please, help me. Moreover, I can sense that one of you is emitting the aura of the spirit serpent. I think you should be my kind, please, for the sake of being my kind, help me." The spirit serpent emperor's voice sounded again. It was intermittent, revealing a sense of weakness, and at the same time, there was a trace of anger. As for the kind it mentioned, it was naturally referring to the spirit serpent emperor. Control? Qin Feiyang was shocked. A pseudo-god level beast was actually controlled by someone? If he didn't hear it with his own ears, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. "The person you're talking about, is it the young man in white?" the spirit serpent emperor asked. "Yes, it's him." Chapter 1529. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and smiled bitterly. "We always thought that you were in cahoots with him." I really don't have the strength to speak. You have to help me. After this, I will give you all the medicinal herbs in the valley." The spirit snake said. Medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang was silent. The medicinal herbs in the valley were indeed very tempting. However, it seemed that there was no need for the spirit snake to give them away. With his ability, he could obtain all of them. "I beg you. I will give you everything I can. Is that okay?" the spirit snake said again. "Boss, I have never begged you for anything before. This time, I beg you to help it." The spirit snake emperor turned to Qin Feiyang and begged. "Saving it is easy, but you have to understand that there is no knowing what is in a person's heart. If we save it now, once it recovers and turns on us mercilessly, we'll all be finished." Qin Feiyang said. The spirit snake emperor said telepathically, "Then you can use the enslavement seal to control it." Qin Feiyang was silent. "Boss, I beg you. It is rare for me to meet someone of my own kind. I really can't leave it to die." The spirit snake emperor sighed. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Thank you, boss." The spirit snake emperor was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang looked at the spirit snake and asked, "You should be controlled by the blood soul technique too, right?" "Yes." The spirit snake said. "This is a little troublesome." Qin Feiyang said. "Can't you just use your enslavement seal to break it? Why is it so troublesome?" The spirit snake emperor was confused. "Are you stupid? Once the blood soul technique is broken, that white-robed young man will immediately sense it. We haven't gotten the medicinal herbs outside yet. What if we destroy them in a fight?" Qin Feiyang said telepathically. "That's true." The spirit snake emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the spirit snake emperor. "How about this, before that person comes back, you take it to the castle first. After I collect all the medicinal herbs, I will immediately help him break the blood soul technique." "Okay." The spirit snake emperor stretched out its tail and tied the glass jar like a rope. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the two disappeared. Immediately. Qin Feiyang didn't delay in the slightest and immediately rushed out of the secret room. After closing the secret door, he turned into a streamer and appeared beside the spirit empress. The ghost queen asked in a low voice. The ghost queen's pupils shrank. The situation is a little different from what we expected. The emperor of the phantom snake is a friend, not an enemy. Qin Feiyang smiled. Let's talk about the details later. Now, let's sweep the medicinal herbs here. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he called out Ling Yunfei, Dan Wangkai, Viper, Luo Qingzhu, White-Eyed Wolf, and others. Only Wang Yu did not appear. So many. Looking at the medicinal herbs in the valley, everyone was stunned. Especially Dan Wangkai. After coming back to his senses, he immediately rushed to the front of a nascent soul tree and looked at the nascent soul fruit on it. His eyes were full of joy. "Let's do it, quickly," Qin Feiyang said. "Let's go." Ling Yunfei waved his hand. The group of people and beasts immediately scattered and swept frantically. The Spirit Queen looked at everyone in astonishment. Was this the rhythm of preparing to fall out with them? The valley was not big to begin with. With so many people and beasts, in less than 20 breaths, everyone looted all the medicinal herbs and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. "We've really earned a lot this time." Dan Wangkai was excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. "As long as you're happy." Qin Feiyang smiled, then waved his hand, and the group of people instantly disappeared in unison. The Spirit Queen asked, "What's next?" "Next, I'm going to set up a trap and see if I can kill that person in one blow." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. A 5-colored crystal appeared. It was the divine crystal he had snatched from the mysterious madam. "Why did you take out the divine crystal?" The Spirit Queen was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about it. Change your appearance and go to the castle." "Change my appearance?" The Spirit Queen was stunned. "Wang Yu is in the castle," Qin Feiyang said. "I see." The Spirit Queen suddenly understood. She took out an illusory form pill and put it into her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ordinary-looking woman. After Qin Feiyang sent her to the castle, the qi and blood in his body surged out and crazily rushed toward the divine crystal. This was the first time he had awakened the divine crystal. He still didn't know the true power of the divine crystal. Boom! With the influx of qi, the divine crystal suddenly bloomed with bright 5-colored divine light, illuminating all directions. Then, a great godly aura burst out from his body. In this place, a strong wind suddenly blew, and the courtyard where Qin Feiyang was instantly destroyed. The ground of the valley was also cracking and collapsing. Rumble. An ear-splitting loud sound resounded in all directions. The divine power barrier set up by the young man in white also appeared from the void under the impact of this divine power. 5 breaths later, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the divine power barrier, a cold light surging in his eyes. Boom! The divine crystal flew high into the sky and crashed into the divine power barrier. Accompanied by a loud crack, the divine power boundary was immediately shattered. Without the obstruction of the divine power barrier, the world-destroying divine power of the divine crystal was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, rolling in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 100 miles was razed to the ground. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine crystal. Frankly speaking, although the divine crystal had not fully awakened, its power was still not bad. However, he felt that compared to the Chang Shui and the castle after awakening, it was more than 1 or 2 levels inferior. "Who dares to make trouble in my territory?" Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. It was the voice of the young man in white. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and withdrew his qi and blood. The divine crystal quickly dimmed and then disappeared into his body. Then, he raised his arm and slapped his own chest with his palm. Puff! Purple gold dragon blood spurted out. Then, he used his battle qi to cut a few deep wounds on his body, and his whole body was dripping with blood. In short, it looked like he had been seriously injured. After doing all this, he entered the castle. "Are you the Ghost Queen?" Just as Qin Feiyang entered the castle, a sentence came into his ears. His body stiffened. Because it was Wang Yuer's voice. But, hadn't the Ghost Queen changed her appearance? How could Wang Yuer still recognize her? He turned to look at Wang Yuer and saw that at this moment, Wang Yuer was looking at the Ghost Queen in surprise. At the same time, Ling Yunfei and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and the others, all looked at Wang Yuer. The Ghost Queen, Dan Wangkai, and Viper even had the intention to kill Wang Yuer. Obviously, they intended to silence her. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Wang Yuer suspiciously and asked, Who is the Ghost Queen? Her. Wang Yuer pointed at the Ghost Queen. The white-eyed wolf asked, the Ghost Queen you mentioned, is she one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai? Yes. Wang Yuer nodded. How is that possible? She doesn't look like the Spectre Queen at all. The white-eyed wolf said. Wang Yuer said, she does look different, but half a month ago, when the person outside introduced her to Qin Feiyang, he did say that she was the Ghost Queen. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Wang Yuer didn't recognize the Ghost Queen. She only expressed her doubts after hearing the white-clothed young man's introduction. In other words, Wang Yuer wasn't sure either. Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission to the Ghost Queen. Find an excuse and dodge it. The Spectre Empress thought for a moment and glanced at Lu Zheng who was beside her. She looked at Wang Yuer and said with a smile, little sister Yuer, I'm not some Spectre Empress. My real name is Lu Shaoling. I'm Qin Feiyang's cousin. Cousin? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This woman was really good at making things up. Wang Yuer was also stunned. She asked suspiciously, since you're not, why did that person call you that? Because this is the Ghost Snake's territory. That person is now in control of the Ghost Snake's territory, so he gave me the title of Ghost Queen. The Ghost Queen said. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. So that's how it is. I thought you were the Ghost Queen of our forgotten continent. But why haven't I heard that Qin Feiyang has a cousin? Wang Yuer said. Because I've always been at home. This is the first time I've gone out. Cousin, right? The Ghost Queen looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Shaoling, cousin? Wang Yuer glanced at Qin Feiyang. After thinking for a while, she looked at the Ghost Queen and said in surprise, you can't be from the Lu family, right? The Ghost Queen said, Sister Yuer is so smart. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to Lu Zheng, cousin, cooperate with her. Lu Zheng pursed his lips and walked to the front of the Spirit Queen. He lightly knocked on the Spirit Queen's head and reproached, Sister, I've always told you in the past to go out more often when you have time. You didn't believe me. Look at what happened now. No one can recognize you. The Ghost Queen rubbed her head and said aggrievedly, Brother, it's not like you don't know me. I like to stay at home. All of them are best actors and actresses. Seeing the two of them echoing each other and acting as if they were serious, Fatso and the white-eyed wolf rolled their eyes. Wang Yuer also completely dispelled her suspicions. She looked at the Ghost Queen and said with a smile, You're Feiyang's cousin, so you can't call me sister because I'm older than Feiyang. Really? The Ghost Queen pretended to be surprised and said, Then I'll call you Sister Yu, from now on. Okay. Wang Yuer nodded and smiled. Boom. It was also at this moment that a terrifying divine might surged over. Everyone was shocked. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly waved his hand, and an image appeared in the void in front of him. In the image, a white-robed young man rushed over at lightning speed with 4 bloody people. At this moment, he was like a different person from before. Not only was his body full of killing intent, but his eyes were also filled with a vicious aura that couldn't be dissipated. Why is it them? Chapter 1530. There were 3 men and 1 woman. One of them was a white-haired old man. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman all looked middle-aged. There was a flame pattern on the tattered clothes on their chests. The white-eyed wolf looked at the Golden Wolf King and asked suspiciously, Do you know them? Of course. That white-haired old man is my human pet. The Golden Wolf King chuckled. Ah. Everyone looked at the white-haired old man in astonishment. What a coincidence. They actually bumped into him here. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I told you, keeping him might be useful to us. He really helped us now. Obviously. It was the 4 of them who broke in. And the 4 of them breaking in was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Because if the 4 of them didn't break in, the white-clothed young man wouldn't have left the valley and he wouldn't have had the chance to enter the attic to see what was going on. Whoosh! While they were talking, the white-clothed young man had already arrived at the valley with the four of them. Looking at the ruins in front of him, the white-clothed young man was furious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he turned around and walked to the side of the spirit snake emperor. The glass jar and the spirit snake were both there. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands and an enslavement seal appeared and disappeared into the skull of the spirit snake. At the same time, the white-clothed young man outside spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was a little pale. How is this possible? The spirit snake's blood soul technique was actually broken. His face was full of disbelief. When he came back to his senses, he immediately rushed to the secret room. But the secret room had long been destroyed along with the courtyard by the divine crystal. Therefore, no matter how the white-clothed young man searched, he couldn't find it. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at Dan Wangkai and said, "Give it elixirs to heal." Dan Wangkai nodded. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the white-clothed young man in the image and muttered, "I hope I can succeed in one strike." After that, his figure flashed and appeared outside. As soon as the white-haired old man and the other three saw Qin Feiyang appear, their expressions changed greatly. Why was this fiend here? Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-haired old man and transmitted his voice, "The Golden Wolf King is in my castle. You better keep your mouth shut." Golden Wolf King. The white-haired old man's eyes trembled. These words were obviously a threat. At the same time, it also revealed a very important piece of information. The Golden Wolf King had already been subdued by this person. Bastard. It was also at this moment. The young man in white roared. He turned around and dashed towards Qin Feiyang, grabbing Qin Feiyang's neck. Qin Feiyang's face paled. "What are you doing?" "What?" The young man in white snickered like a wild beast. "You're pretty impressive. You actually destroyed this place when I wasn't around." "Me? Destroy this place?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly exclaimed, "I'm innocent. Look at my cultivation base. How could I have the ability to do that?" The young man in white said angrily, "Before, there was only you and the Spirit Queen here. If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" "I don't know either. Just now, I was chatting with the Spirit Queen, but suddenly, a divine artifact descended and destroyed the divine force barrier you set up." Qin Feiyang said, his face full of fear. "Divine artifact?" The young man in white was stunned and said in a deep voice, "What kind of divine artifact?" "It was too fast. I didn't see it clearly." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The young man in white said, "What about the Spirit Queen?" "Dead." Qin Feiyang sighed. "What?" The young man in white's body trembled. His 5 fingers grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck harder and harder. He roared, "Then why are you still alive?" "I have a spatial divine object. Although I was seriously injured, fortunately, I saved my life." Qin Feiyang said in a panic. "Bastard. Why didn't you bring the Spirit Queen with you when you went to the spatial divine object?" The young man in white said angrily. "Big brother, that's a divine artifact. I was scared out of my wits. How could I think of the Spirit Queen?" Qin Feiyang said aggrievedly. "Useless thing." The young man in white was burning with anger. He threw Qin Feiyang out like he was throwing trash. With a bang, Qin Feiyang smashed into a pile of rocks, blood flowing out of his mouth. "What's going on?" The white-haired old man and the others looked at each other. Was this the Qin Feiyang they were familiar with? Wasn't Qin Feiyang lawless? He even dared to challenge the main tower and Great Qin. Why was he so cowardly now? Wait a minute. Could it be that this little bastard was playing some tricks again? The young man in white looked around and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang, the white-haired old man, and the others. He asked, "Do you know him?" Qin Feiyang got up from the pile of rocks and looked at the white-haired old man and the others. He said, "I have some impression of him, but I can't remember where I've seen him. He shouldn't be a famous person." Then, he secretly transmitted his voice to the four of them, "I'll warn you again. Don't talk nonsense." The white-haired old man's body and mind tightened. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the young man in white and said, "We know him. He's from Great Qin and has an extraordinary status. He's a standard playboy." Hearing this, the young man in white didn't say a word. He glanced at the five of them with an extremely gloomy expression. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel nervous. Huff. After a while, the young man in white took a deep breath and glanced at the ruins around. He frowned and said, "Could it be him?" "Him?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He walked to the young man in white and asked suspiciously, "Who are you talking about?" The young man in white glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, "You won't know him even if I tell you." Qin Feiyang said, "Is that a person or a beast? Why are you so nosy?" The young man in white glared at him and said, "Of course it's a person." "A person?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Could there really be an indigenous person in this miracle site? But why didn't the mysterious lady tell him about this? The young man in white glanced around again and shook his head. "There's no need to stay here anymore." Qin Feiyang was stunned and pretended to be puzzled. "Why? Haven't you lived here for tens of thousands of years?" The young man in white said angrily, "Can you shut your mouth? Why do you have so many questions? Just follow me." "Follow you? Wait. Didn't you say that you'll let me leave after the research is done? Now you want me to go with you? You won't go back on your words, will you?" Qin Feiyang looked at him nervously. The young man in white turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said jokingly, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who keeps his word?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang said. The young man in white said lightly, "From the beginning, I didn't intend to let you go." "You?" Qin Feiyang looked at him angrily. "Don't blame me. It's only because you have the purple gold dragon blood. A human actually has the purple gold dragon blood. How incredible is this? Of course I have to study it carefully." The young man in white smiled. However, this smile made one's hair stand on end. It was like a demon staring at a long-desired prey. "You are so despicable." Qin Feiyang roared and gritted his teeth. "I am despicable. What can you do to me? Answer me now. Do you want to come with me, or do you want me to cripple you and drag you away?" The young man in white crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang arrogantly. Qin Feiyang stared at the young man in white and clenched his fingers, showing an indignant expression. But in the end, he helplessly loosened his fingers and lowered his head weakly, saying, "I'll go with you. At least you know what's good for you." The young man in white smiled proudly and looked at the white-haired old man and the others. Plop. The four of them were so scared that they directly trembled and knelt on the ground, begging, "Don't kill us, please, we'll be your cattle and horses." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He stepped forward and directly ended their lives. Although the four of them looked very honest, there was no guarantee that they would betray him at any time, so he had to kill them to wait for them to be exhausted. "Did I ask you to kill them?" The young man in white raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang unkindly. Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "What's the point of keeping this kind of trash?" "Trash? One of them is at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm, and the other 3 are all 9-star War Emperors. If they are trash, then aren't you worse than trash?" The young man in white sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The young man in white smiled contemptuously and waved his hand. "Since you've already killed them, then forget it. But before you do it next time, you'd better ask for my opinion first. If you dare to make a decision on your own again, I won't forgive you." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then let's go." The young man in white looked at him coldly, then turned and rushed towards the south. Behind him, Qin Feiyang stared at the back of the young man in white, his eyes flickering. Now that the young man in white had his back to him, it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to attack. But he was hesitant. Compared to killing the young man in white, he was more interested in knowing if there were any aboriginals here. What was the identity of this person? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought that there seemed to be Kuei water essence and Ewood essence here. He stopped and looked at the young man in white. Well, the Kuei water essence and Ewood essence here, aren't you going to take them away? How do you know? The young man in white stopped and looked back at him suspiciously. The Spirit Empress told me, Qin Feiyang said. Is that so? The young man in white nodded in realization and said disdainfully, I don't need this trash. Trash? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Such a treasure was actually reduced to trash in this person's eyes? The young man in white said, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was ecstatic. The young man in white waved his hand, and 6 invisible forces appeared, flying in 6 directions and then entering the ground. Soon, the 6 formless mighty forces swept up a sparkling and translucent sunflower water essence and 5 dark green gemstones before flying out from the ground and returning to the white-clothed young man. It's indeed Ewood essence. Qin Feiyang looked at the 5 emerald gems, his eyes shining. The 5 Ewood essence were about the size of an egg, like emerald gems, exuding a majestic vitality. How can you be interested in such things? You're really useless. Here you are. The young man in white waved his hand, and the Kuei water essence and 5 Ewood essence flew to Qin Feiyang. Chapter 1531. Wait a minute. The young man in white didn't care. Was it because he had it? And it wasn't just a little? That wasn't right. If he really had a lot of it on him, why would he need to set up a divine force barrier in the valley to prevent the cold air from leaking out? At most, he could use a few more Kuei water essence to cool down within a radius of 10,000 miles. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought of the Spirit Queen, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. If he wasn't wrong, this divine force barrier wasn't to prevent the cold air from leaking out as the young man in white had said, but to trap the Spirit Queen. Because the Spirit Queen wasn't controlled by the blood-soul technique. The young man in white couldn't help but worry that the Spirit Queen would sneak away when he wasn't paying attention. On the other hand, with the divine force barrier, even if he didn't control it, the Spirit Queen wouldn't be able to escape. Look at your silly look. You're really embarrassing me. Let's go. The young man in white looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain and urged him. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, continued to head south. About an hour later, under the lead of the young man in white, Qin Feiyang entered a large canyon. There was a group of poisonous scorpions living inside. The strongest one had reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. And there weren't many of them. Just at the entrance of the canyon, there were no less than 10 9-star combat emperor poisonous scorpions. Each of them was as huge as a mountain, emitting an astonishing ferocious aura. But in front of the young man in white, this bit of strength was nothing. If a fake god wanted to kill a 9-star combat emperor and a creature at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm, it would be a complete massacre. Along the way, they were unimpeded. However, Qin Feiyang gradually frowned. Why hadn't they reached their destination yet? One had to know. He still had to find Wang Zicheng and the others. He didn't have time to waste with the young man in white. Qin Feiyang asked, where are you going? How far is it? The young man in white didn't even turn his head and said, just pass through this canyon. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, he wouldn't waste too much time. At the same time, he was looking forward to what was at the end of the canyon. The young man in white looked back at Qin Feiyang and frowned. You're too slow. I'll take you there. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Qin Feiyang and disappeared into the depths of the canyon without looking back. The naked eye simply could not capture the traces of the two. This was the speed of a false god. Moreover, the white-robed young man had yet to use any assist-type battle techniques or assist-type divine arts. Gradually, Qin Feiyang felt that the temperature in the canyon was getting higher and higher. At the beginning, he thought it was an illusion, but after careful observation, the temperature was indeed changing. Slowly, the ground began to heat up. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Could it be that something had happened to the 10 suns in the sky? However, when he raised his head to look at the sun in the sky, it was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. The young man in white saw his confusion and said lightly, "This is very normal. There's no need to make a fuss. A sudden rise in temperature is normal." Qin Feiyang frowned. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? "You'll understand when we get there," the young man in white said without explaining. Time flew, and another half an hour passed. "We haven't reached the end yet? This canyon is too long, isn't it?" Qin Feiyang began to feel a little irritable. In fact, this canyon was nothing compared to the White Bone Canyon. Qin Feiyang's irritation was not because he could not see the end after a long time. The reason was that the current temperature was so high that it made people's hair stand on end. It felt as if he was in a sea of fire, and his body was about to burn. The ground was also like a red-hot soldering iron. Walking on the ground, he could smell the smell of barbecued meat. And there was no trace of the poisonous scorpion here. In a place like this, except for some specific creatures, other beasts could not survive here at all. Another half an hour passed. Under the guidance of the white-robed young man, Qin Feiyang finally saw the end of the canyon. But when he saw it, his face was full of surprise. He saw that at the end, there was a raging fire that was boundless. The void and the sky above were all illuminated by the fire. From afar, it looked like a big furnace. The terrifying heat rushed toward him, and even Qin Feiyang's body felt a burning pain. When the white-robed young man saw Qin Feiyang's situation, he waved his hand, and the power of the false god emerged and condensed into a divine power barrier. The temperature of the flames was immediately isolated. But the heat of the sun could not be isolated. However, compared to before, it was much better. Qin Feiyang wiped his sweat, looked at the divine power barrier, and frowned. Even the barrier condensed by divine power can't block the burning of the sun? This is a miracle. The white-robed young man nodded. Qin Feiyang looked up again, through the barrier, at the 10 suns in the sky, and said, "What's the difference between these suns and the sun outside?" The white-robed young man said without turning his head, "You have to ask the creator of the miracle." During the conversation, the two had left the canyon and stood in front of the sea of fire. The waves of fire surged, covering the sky and the sun. On the ground, magma rolled, and no living creatures could be seen. Except for the sound of the waves of fire, there was dead silence. "You're not going in, are you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the sea of fire and said in surprise. "To get to that place, this is the only way," the white-robed young man said. "What place?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "You'll know when you get there. But you have to be mentally prepared. The temperature inside will be even higher. Even with my power of the false god, it will be difficult to withstand," the white-robed young man said in a deep voice, and for the first time, his face showed a serious expression. "What?" Qin Feiyang's face changed and said angrily, "Even you can't withstand it, and you want to take me in?" The white-robed young man said, "Then will you go in with me or die here? Decide." A trace of anger crept up between Qin Feiyang's brows. He really couldn't stand this person's face. He wanted to kill him now. Although the guardian of the miracle didn't allow him to use Chang Shui and the castle, he still had the divine crystal and the armor. With these two artifacts, if they were fully recovered, it wouldn't be a problem to kill this person. However, he was also very curious about the depths of this sea of fire. "Wait. Don't I have the armor? After activating the armor, these flames don't seem to pose any threat to me?" Qin Feiyang muttered. But, once he activated the armor, wouldn't the white-robed young man know his background? Most importantly, would the white-robed young man force him to hand over the armor? After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang let out a breath and decided to ignore it and go in first. Have you made up your mind? The white-robed young man said impatiently. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said. At least you're sensible. After saying that, the white-robed young man waved his hand and took Qin Feiyang into the sea of fire like a flash of lightning. Chapter 1532. The sea of fire was endless. The ground was burned red and there were magma surging everywhere. The young man in white took Qin Feiyang and shuttled between the waves of fire. The divine power enchantment glowed with a hazy divine light, protecting the two of them. Roar. Suddenly, there was a beast roar in front. There's a beast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It's not a beast. The young man in white said. It's not. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What he heard just now was clearly the roar of a beast. The young man in white did not explain and silently hurried on. Roar. About 100 breaths passed. Accompanied by a loud roar, a beast more than 10 meters long roared out from the waves of fire. Its appearance was very strange. Its body was like a dragon's body, but it had a lion's head. Its scales seemed to be cast from magma. In short, it looked very strange. Qin Feiyang could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, but he didn't know what kind of beast this was. However, its aura was very strong. It was a 9-star war emperor. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, if this is not a beast, then what is it? The young man in white was still silent, but he made a strong move. The power of the pseudo-god was like a blade and instantly cut off the beast's head. A-oh. With a wail, the beast suddenly fell to the ground and died. However, what surprised Qin Feiyang was that there was no blood flowing out of the beast. Bang! The moment it fell to the ground, an incredible scene appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. He saw that the beast's body quickly dissipated, as if it was an energy body. Soon, his body disappeared without a trace. But on the ground, there was an additional gem the size of a cobblestone. This gem was completely red, and the surface was like a divine jade without any flaws. There were traces of flames lingering around it, exuding a mysterious power. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded, as if he had seen something incredible. The white-robed young man waved his hand, and the gem flew into his hand. Then, he tossed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly grabbed the gem and turned it up and down, left and right, carefully examining it. This was actually the essence of the fourth fire. What happened? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the young man in white suspiciously. After this fierce beast died, how could it become a piece of fourth fire essence? That ferocious beast just now was transformed from this fourth fire essence. That's why I said it's not a beast. The white-clothed young man said. The fourth fire essence is transformed? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fourth fire essence, Kuei water essence, second wood essence, sixth earth essence, and eighth metal essence, when they reach a certain level, can transform into the appearance of a fierce beast. It's also very unique. For example, the ferocious beasts transformed from the fourth flame essence are known as scarlet dragon lions. The fierce beasts transformed from the Kuei water essence are known as ice dragon lions. Second wood essence, sixth earth essence, and eighth metal essence are respectively known as jade dragon lions, earth dragon lions, and golden dragon lions. The white-clothed young man said. There's such a thing? Qin Feiyang was surprised. These things were actually not recorded in the pill scripture. Roar. Suddenly, another 5 scarlet dragon lions roared out. The white-clothed young man raised his eyebrows and quickly killed them one by one. There were 5 more pieces of fourth fire essence on the ground. Qin Feiyang hurriedly picked them up as if he had found a treasure. He asked, how many scarlet dragon lions are there in this place? A lot. There are too many to count. The white-clothed young man said as he galloped forward. Too many to count. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. If he could get all of them. He couldn't help but be excited. On the way. In less than an hour, he had harvested more than 30 pieces of fourth fire essence. Now, in his eyes, this sea of fire was equivalent to an inexhaustible treasure trove. However, when they arrived at a fiery canyon, the white-clothed young man stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. After this canyon, I won't allow you to hunt any more scarlet dragon lions. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. On the opposite side of the canyon, there is a terrifying divine beast sleeping. If you hunt the scarlet dragon lions, it is very likely that you will wake it up. At that time, you and I will be finished. The white-clothed young man said in a deep voice. What? Divine beast. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted as he looked at the canyon. The canyon was more than 10 miles wide and was filled with magma. It was like a giant python that stretched horizontally to the end of the world. Looking at the sky above the canyon, there was only a stone bridge in front of them that led to the other side of the canyon. However, this stone bridge was also in tatters. It was burned red by the flames and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The narrowest part was estimated to be only half a meter, which was only enough for one person to walk on. It won't collapse, right? Qin Feiyang asked. This kind of stone bridge was too dangerous. Don't worry, from the moment the miracle appeared until now, this bridge has always been there and has never collapsed. The white-clothed young man said. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and took the lead to step onto the stone bridge. Qin Feiyang looked at the magma below and also strode up. As soon as he stepped onto the stone bridge, Qin Feiyang could clearly feel that the temperature was rising. The temperature of the flames had already begun to break through the divine power barrier and slowly seeped in. One could imagine. Just how high was the temperature here? It was not an exaggeration to say that even a 9-star combat emperor would be burned to ashes if he did not have the protection of the divine power barrier. Roar! When the two of them walked to the center of the stone bridge, a group of scarlet dragon lions suddenly rushed out from the magma below. With astonishing ferocity, they pounced on Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was about to make a move. But at this time, the white-clothed young man shouted in a low voice, "Don't tangle with them." At the same time he said those words, he grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and left with a speed as fast as lightning. At the end of the stone bridge, there was also a vast sea of fire. Waves of fire rose dozens of meters, hundreds of meters high, covering the sky and the earth. The temperature here was even better. Even a 9-star combat emperor at the peak realm would not be able to hold on for 10 breaths. Whoosh! A moment passed. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, the white-clothed young man rushed over from the stone bridge with Qin Feiyang. He stood at the head of the bridge and scanned the front. Where's the divine beast? Qin Feiyang asked. Still in front. Now, no matter what happens, remember, you can't make a move. And you can't expose your aura. The white-clothed young man warned with a serious expression and took the lead to restrain his aura to the extreme. Even the aura emitted by the divine power barrier was concealed. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-clothed young man and saw that he did not seem to be joking. He immediately retracted his aura. Immediately. Qin Feiyang followed behind the white-clothed young man and walked forward carefully. On the way, whenever they sensed the aura of the red dragon lion or heard the roar of the red dragon lion, the two would take a detour. About half an hour passed. Suddenly, a faint snoring sound entered their ears. This sound, Qin Feiyang was shocked. It's the snoring of that divine beast. The white-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang became nervous. There was actually a divine beast. Moreover, as they got closer, he could already sense the aura emitted by the divine beast. It was actually a dragon's aura. Could it be a divine dragon? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wait. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked up at the divine power barrier. The barrier was actually beginning to distort, as if it was about to break. The high temperature continued to seep in, and the temperature inside the barrier was also getting higher and higher. It felt as if they were in magma and their bodies were about to melt. "We're almost there, hold on a little longer." The white-clothed young man transmitted his voice. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. His lips were already cracked, his skin was boiling hot, and his eyes were bloodshot. About 100 breaths passed. The snoring sound became more and more deafening, like thunder. The dragon's aura also became more and more intense, making people fearful. The two rushed to a mountain ridge that was burned red, stood at a commanding height, and looked down. Qin Feiyang immediately turned pale with fright. Not far below, a behemoth was entrenched in the flames. Its body was more than 100 feet long and covered with palm-sized dragon scales. Its huge head was leaning on the ground, sleeping soundly. That turned out to be a fire dragon. The aura it emitted was extremely shocking. "Is it a fake god or a god of war?" Qin Feiyang asked. He never thought that there would be a real divine dragon here. "I don't know. No one knows how strong it is. In short, I'm no match for it. So you must be careful not to wake it up," the white-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't this mean that the fire dragon was very likely to be a real god of war? He couldn't calm down. The white-clothed young man said, "Do you see the stone door behind it?" "Stone door?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He raised his head and looked behind the fire dragon. Waves of fire were rolling behind it, and there really was a stone door standing behind it. The stone door was about 2 meters tall. It was dark all over and emitted an ancient aura. "Has the stone door always been here?" Qin Feiyang asked. The white-clothed young man nodded. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly showed a trace of disbelief. In such an environment all year round, even divine iron would be melted. But the stone door didn't even change color. What material was it made of? "We have to go through the stone door to get to the place we want to go, so we have to be careful. The fire dragon won't wake up under normal circumstances unless we touch its body. Do you understand?" the white-clothed young man said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. It meant that as long as they didn't touch the fire dragon, they could successfully enter the stone door. "Let's go then." The white-clothed young man took a deep breath and walked towards the fire dragon with familiarity. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind, not daring to even breathe loudly. Fortunately, this was the fire dragon's territory. The red dragon lions transformed from the essence of the fourth fire did not dare to approach due to the might of the fire dragon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. More than 10 breaths later, the two of them finally approached the fire dragon. The fire dragon lay on the ground motionlessly. The two of them tried their best to avoid it and approached the stone door. Suddenly, the fire dragon moved. The ground trembled and rumbled. "Oh no!" The white-clothed young man's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Qin Feiyang and turned to flee. But soon, the two of them realized that something was wrong. The fire dragon was still snoring. It didn't seem to have woken up. The two of them stopped and turned to look at the fire dragon. Their expressions were immediately stunned. Chapter 1533. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the fire dragon didn't wake up. But when they looked at the stone door again, their faces instantly turned pale. Originally, although the fire dragon was there, they could still enter the stone door. But now, because the fire dragon turned over, it actually blocked the stone door with its head. "What should we do?" Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white. The stone door was blocked and there was no way to enter. The temperature inside the barrier was also getting higher and higher, almost reaching the limit of what he could bear. "We can only wait. When it turns over again, it might move its head away." The young man in white pondered for a while and said helplessly. Qin Feiyang was speechless. This was not reliable at all. Regardless of whether the fire dragon would move its head away or not, Who knew when it would turn over again? What if it was a few days? Or even dozens of days, hundreds of days? Could he afford to wait? Even if he could afford to wait, the temperature inside the barrier was enough to melt him and burn him to ashes. The young man in white was also a little irritated. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Aren't you a space divine object? Take me in to hide." This, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. Bringing this person in, wasn't that the same as inviting a wolf into the house? No matter what, he couldn't do that. What? You still won't let me in? Don't forget, your life is now in my hands. If you don't listen to me, then you're courting death. The young man in white laughed sinisterly, his eyes flashing coldly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly surged with killing intent. But suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted, and he secretly laughed. The function of the blood-soul technique is to destroy a person's bloodline power, right? The young man in white nodded and frowned. What do you want to say? You didn't kill me to study the purple gold dragon blood. If you use the blood-soul technique now to destroy my bloodline power, it is equivalent to destroying the purple gold dragon blood. Does the destroyed purple gold dragon blood still have value to you? Qin Feiyang smiled. The young man in white was stunned. He sneered and said, "You can actually think of this. I have to admit that you are really smart. However, smart people usually don't live long." Qin Feiyang said, "You don't have to worry about that. You should think more about how to enter this stone gate." He didn't take the white-clothed youth's threat to heart at all. This was because he was confident that he could break the blood-soul technique before the white-robed young man destroyed his bloodline power. The young man in white looked at him gloomily, then raised his head to look at the fire dragon and the stone door. His expression was uncertain. Time passed by slowly. Just as Qin Feiyang couldn't withstand the high temperature and was about to enter the castle alone, the white-robed young man gritted his teeth and said, "Let's take a risk." Qin Feiyang was bewildered. The young man in white said, "Let's go around the fire dragon first, kick it away, and then quickly enter the stone door." This, Qin Feiyang was petrified on the spot. What kind of stupid idea was this? Although kicking the fire dragon away did give them some time, the white-robed young man had said that as soon as he touched the fire dragon would wake up. And the fire dragon had the cultivation of a false god, so its speed was needless to say. If they couldn't enter the stone door in time before the fire dragon reacted, wouldn't they be doomed? The white-robed young man didn't have much of a problem. He could escape at any time. But what about him? He couldn't even withstand the flames here, let alone the fire dragon. If the white-robed young man abandoned him and ran away alone, he could only hide in the castle. If the castle could fly, it wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was that the castle couldn't fly here. Once he entered the castle, he would be trapped here forever without anyone's help. He wouldn't do such a thing. Of course. He still had the armor and divine crystals to protect himself. But the fire dragon's strength was unfathomable, and even the white-robed young man didn't know its true strength. What if it was a real war god? If it was a real war god, then even if the armor and divine crystals were revived, they wouldn't be able to save it. So, before figuring out the true cultivation of the fire dragon, he had to be careful. However, before he could say the word objection, the white-robed young man grabbed him and rushed behind the fire dragon like lightning, kicking the fire dragon's back fiercely. All this happened in a flash, and Qin Feiyang couldn't stop it in time. But after this kick, both Qin Feiyang and the white-robed young man were dumbfounded. One had to know. The white-robed young man was a false god, so how terrifying was his full strength? It was no exaggeration to say that it was enough to destroy a large mountain. However, his kick landed on Huolong's back, but Huolong's body didn't even budge, let alone send Huolong flying with a kick like he had said earlier. "You're not kidding me, right?" Qin Feiyang looked at the white-robed young man and asked. "Damn, do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you?" The white-robed young man glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. As a false god, he couldn't kick a creature that was only a few hundred feet away. How embarrassing. Roar. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A gust of wind suddenly blew, and the calm sea of fire suddenly became violent. Qin Feiyang and the white-robed young man were startled and hurriedly looked at the fire dragon. They immediately saw the fire dragon open its eyes and two beams of divine power burst out. Damn it, retreat! Qin Feiyang shouted. Tell me, where should I go now? The white-robed young man said angrily. He gritted his teeth and simply kicked again. How dare you! The fire dragon sensed it and shouted loudly. Its giant tail rose like lightning and slapped Qin Feiyang and the white-robed young man. Crack! In an instant, the divine power ward was broken. Is it so powerful? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. The divine power ward was set up by the white-robed young man, but it was so fragile. The moment the ward was broken, the terrifying wave of fire rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the white-robed young man. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to hesitate at all. He left the white-robed young man and went straight to the castle. However, even if he managed to reach the ancient castle in time, his entire body was instantly covered in burns and scars, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Boss, why is there only a burnt smell when other people roast meat? Fatso sat aside and looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneaky smile. You're burned like this and you're still joking? Are you still a human? Wang Yu glared at Fatso and ran to Qin Feiyang's side. She asked with concern, Are you okay? Luo Qingzhu and Lu Hong also looked worried. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took a healing pill. He waved his hand and an image appeared in front of him. Everyone immediately saw the fire dragon's giant tail smashing towards the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man was in the fire and his face was gloomy. His body was also covered in burn wounds. He raised his arm and clenched his fist. The power of the false god surged and he punched the fire dragon's giant tail. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the white-robed young man's arm was torn open and his whole body was blown away by the giant tail. The fire dragon stood in front of the stone gate and didn't move at all. This, Qin Feiyang and Fatso were dumbfounded. Huolong was able to injure the young man in white so easily. Wasn't Huolong's strength a little too ridiculous? Boss, it can't really be a god of war, right? Ling Yunfei murmured. His face was full of shock. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Even I don't know how powerful it is, let alone you. Then, a solemn voice rang out in the castle. Everyone turned around and saw a 1-meter-long phantom snake floating in the air behind them. It was the spirit snake that Qin Feiyang had saved in the valley. The spirit snake stared at the white-robed young man in the projection. Its long and narrow eyes flashed with a sinister light. After that, it turned to Qin Feiyang and the others. You guys can address this emperor as Yu Huang. Yu Huang, everyone murmured. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and said with a smile, You've recovered? Yes. Yu Huang nodded. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by gratitude. Thank you. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, Have you been here before? Of course. But I've never entered that stone gate. Yu Huang said. Stone gate, Qin Feiyang looked at the screen and asked, Is it because of the fire dragon? That's right. It's too powerful. I've fought against it once before. However, it only took an instant for me to be seriously injured. Since then, I've never been here again. Yu Huang said with deep fear in his eyes. The Golden Wolf King looked at Yu Huang and asked suspiciously, What is this place? What's behind the stone gate? Yu Huang looked at the Golden Wolf King with a trace of disdain in his eyes and said, Haven't you been here before? You've been here before? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the Golden Wolf King in surprise. Well, the Golden Wolf King smiled embarrassedly and said, Brother, and I did come here before, but we couldn't withstand the high temperature here before we even walked out of the canyon at the beginning, so we retreated halfway. The Silver Wolf King looked a little embarrassed. Yu Huang looked at the Golden Wolf King and the Silver Wolf King contemptuously and said, "You two don't have strength or talent, and you like to jump around and cause trouble all day long. If you don't change, you'll die outside sooner or later." "You're right, we'll definitely change." The two brothers were obedient and didn't dare to act rashly. They were even more obedient than little lambs. Back then, they accidentally broke into Yu Huang's territory and were tortured by Yu Huang. The scene was still vivid in their minds. Yu Huang looked away and looked at the screen again. He looked at the stone gate and shook his head. "I don't know what's behind the stone gate. But there's one thing I know." "What?" Hearing this, everyone looked at it. Yu Huang said, "That human came from behind the stone gate." "What?" Everyone's eyes trembled as they looked at the stone door in unison. Chapter 1534. While everyone was discussing, the young man in white and the fire dragon clashed a few more times. But without exception, the young man in white was at a disadvantage. He felt that in front of the fire dragon, he was like a 3-year-old child, unable to withstand a single blow. The injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. The fire dragon raised its head and looked down at the young man in white. It snorted coldly and said, "How dare you sneak out while I'm asleep? You've got guts." The young man in white's face turned pale. "Although we are old friends, I will never show mercy to those who ignore the rules." The fire dragon said coldly, his voice like a bell, shaking the sky. Then, that enormous body actually soared into the sky. "What? It can fly? Is it also the guardian of the miracle?" Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. In the outside world, flying in the air was a very common thing. But in this miracle, it was very important. It could be said that if two people of the same level fought fiercely, if one of them could fly, it would definitely have an overwhelming effect. Not to mention, the fire dragon was stronger than the white-robed young man to begin with. Boom! The man and dragon clashed a few more times, and without any suspense, the young man in white had no room to fight back. One of his arms was shattered and blood spurted out. "You're stronger than I expected. What's your cultivation level?" The terrifying strength displayed by the fire dragon almost made the young man in white despair. "Do you think an ant like you is worthy of knowing my cultivation?" The fire dragon was overbearing and his eyes were full of contempt. The young man in white clenched his hands. Such humiliation was not only a psychological blow to a false god, but also mental torture. Suddenly, he noticed that the stone door that was originally blocked was revealed because the fire dragon rose into the air. "There's a way." He sneered and looked at the fire dragon. "I'm not the only one here. Damn it." In the castle, Fatso and the others cursed. This person was obviously going to betray them. The fire dragon stared blankly at the sea of fire around him. "You can't see it. Because he's hiding inside a divine artifact. He'll come out to clean up the mess when both of us are injured." The white-clothed youth sneered. "Mutual destruction?" The fire dragon was filled with disdain. The white-clothed youth said, "He also said that he was lacking a divine beast as a mount, and that you were his best prey." The fire dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. Fatso said angrily, "Bastard, how dare you slander us?" "He's not slandering us, he's slandering Boss Qin. But even so, we can only watch helplessly." The Golden Wolf King said helplessly. Not to mention the fire dragon, just the flames alone were not something they could step into. However, it was undeniable that this white-clothed youth was indeed disgusting. Outside, the young man in white looked at the furious fire dragon with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "There's one more important thing." "What?" the fire dragon asked. "He has purple gold dragon blood." The white-clothed youth said word by word, sonorous and powerful. "Purple gold dragon blood." The fire dragon's eyes trembled, and his huge pupils were filled with disbelief. Whoosh! It was also at this moment. The white-clothed youth used a mysterious footwork and disappeared into the stone door in the blink of an eye. Courting death. After the fire dragon reacted, he flew into a rage, and a divine light flashed in his eyes, bringing with it an apocalyptic aura as he shot into the stone door like lightning. Ah! Immediately, a scream came from inside the stone door. Is he dead? In the castle? Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, the mark of the blood soul technique hasn't disappeared, which means he's not dead yet. What a lucky bastard. Everyone was indignant. It was also at this moment that a terrifying divine sense rushed over and enveloped the castle. Oh no. The castle has been locked onto by the fire dragon. Everyone's expression changed. They hurriedly looked at the screen and saw the fire dragon staring at them. It felt as if he could ignore the existence of the castle and directly see them inside. Even Yu Huang couldn't help but feel nervous. What do we do? The Golden Wolf King panicked. If the fire dragon was only a pseudo-god, they could still take a gamble. However, judging from the current situation, there was an 80% to 90% chance that the fire dragon was a true god of war. Even if Qin Feiyang recovered his divine artifact and Yu Huang, they might not be a match for the fire dragon. Come out. The fire dragon said. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy, and he suddenly turned to Yu Huang and said, accompany me to meet it. What? Yu Huang's eyes widened and he hurriedly shook his head. No, I haven't lived enough. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The Golden Wolf King said angrily, Boss Qin isn't afraid. What are you, a pseudo-god, afraid of? Who are you to speak here? Shut up for this emperor. Yu Huang glared at him. But this time, the Golden Wolf King didn't retreat and snorted coldly. I think you're just a so-so. You only know how to show off in front of us, but when you meet someone stronger than you, you're just a weakling. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Huang immediately flew into a rage and pounced towards the Golden Wolf King. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Golden Wolf King took a big step forward and quickly hid behind Qin Feiyang. Yu Huang's eyes darkened as he stared at Qin Feiyang and said, Human, since you saved my life, I won't attack you. Get out of my way. The Golden Wolf King is right. If you're not even afraid of me, what are you afraid of? Besides, we still have the castle. If the fire dragon really wants to kill us, we can hide in it again. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashing, but he didn't say anything. You're a pseudo-god, stronger than us. You once made the Golden Wolf King kneel and beg for mercy, so don't let the Golden Wolf King look down on you. Qin Feiyang said again. Yu Huang glanced at the Golden Wolf King and said to Qin Feiyang, Are you really not afraid of death? I am. But we have no choice now. We have to face it. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang gritted his teeth and nodded, Okay, I'll go with you to meet him. Consider it repaying your favor. That's the way. Only like this can you gain everyone's respect. Golden Wolf King laughed. Don't talk nonsense with me. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang, even if a god descended, he wouldn't be able to save you today. Yu Huang snorted. Golden Wolf King stood up and patted his chest. As long as you can defeat the fire dragon, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. I won't complain. Yu Huang was instantly enraged. Defeat the fire dragon? Wasn't he deliberately making fun of him? If he could really defeat the fire dragon, would he be so afraid now? This wolf cub was really courting death. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and looked at Yu Huang. Are you ready? I'll deal with you later. Yu Huang glared at the Golden Wolf King. His false god power surged out and formed a divine power barrier that protected Qin Feiyang. Then he nodded at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He immediately brought Yu Huang and appeared in front of the fire dragon. But seeing Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang appear together, the fire dragon's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "Greetings, Senior." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and cupped his hands in salute. Facing such a terrifying existence, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. "Greetings, Lord Dragon God." Yu Huang was also very respectful. Fire Dragon looked at Yu Huang and asked suspiciously, "Why are you with this human?" Yu Huang smiled bitterly, "It's a long story, then don't say it." Fire Dragon directly interrupted Yu Huang, and Yu Huang didn't dare to have any objections and stayed aside obediently. "I heard that you have purple gold dragon blood? And you even said that you want this emperor to be your mount?" Fire Dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "It's true that this junior has purple gold dragon blood, but asking you to be my mount is purely because that person from before made something out of nothing and maliciously slandered me." Qin Feiyang said. "Made something out of nothing? I don't think so. You can even subdue Yu Huang, which means that your methods are not simple." Fire Dragon said. Yu Huang hurriedly said, "Lord Dragon God, I wasn't subdued by him, this is a misunderstanding, shut up." Fire Dragon glanced at him with a cold light in his eyes. Yu Huang shrunk his neck and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Fire Dragon looked at Qin Feiyang again and said indifferently, "Whether or not you subdued Yu Huang, this emperor doesn't care. This emperor only cares about your purple gold dragon blood. Quickly let this emperor take a look." "You're so interested in the purple gold dragon blood?" Qin Feiyang frowned, waved his hand and cut his wrist, causing the purple gold dragon blood to flow out. When Fire Dragon saw the purple gold dragon blood, his huge eyes immediately lit up. Following that, a fiery red wave of air appeared, ignoring Yu Huang's divine power barrier as it pounced in front of Qin Feiyang and swept away a dozen drops of purple gold dragon blood. After observing for a moment, Fire Dragon's eyes began to tremble, and he muttered, "It really is purple gold dragon blood, but how is this possible? He is a human, how can he have the purple gold divine dragon's bloodline power? Could it be the child of a purple gold divine dragon and a human?" Suddenly. Chapter 1535. This time, it was Qin Feiyang who fell into a state of shock. This fire dragon actually knew about the ancestor? Qin Badian? Yu Huang, who was at the side, revealed a trace of suspicion in his eyes. "Speak!" the fire dragon roared. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, revealing a trace of panic, as if he was intimidated by the fire dragon's pressure. But in fact, he was pondering in his heart. Because the fire dragon's eyes seemed to be a bit uneasy. Could it be that he had a grudge with the ancestor? If that was the case, then he couldn't admit it, otherwise it would definitely bring about a fatal disaster. But if he wanted to deny it, then he had to find an excuse. But the problem now was that only he and the ancestor had the purple gold dragon blood in this world, so how could he explain it? Wait. The fire dragon was a creature inside the miracle, so he should know nothing about the situation outside. In other words, no matter what he said, the fire dragon had no way to verify it. "Are you trying to test this emperor's patience?" The fire dragon's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying aura surged, rushing towards the barrier. Immediately, the divine power boundary began to distort. Seeing this, Yu Huang suddenly panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Qin Feiyang, quickly answer the dragon god, otherwise the two of us will be finished today." Qin Feiyang glanced at Yu Huang, then looked at the fire dragon and said, replying to Senior, "This junior doesn't know any Qin Badian." "You don't know?" The fire dragon was stunned, and said unkindly, "Don't try to fool this emperor. This junior wouldn't dare." "I really don't know him," Qin Feiyang said sincerely. The fire dragon said in a deep voice, "If you don't know him, then why do you have the same bloodline power as him?" "The same bloodline power?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said suspiciously, "Senior means that this Qin Badian also has the purple gold dragon blood?" "That's right." The fire dragon nodded. "This is too amazing. I originally thought that I was the only one in this world who possessed the purple gold dragon blood. I didn't expect there to be others." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Qin Batian, Qin Feiyang, the same surname, the same bloodline power, Yu Huang, who was at the side, was contemplating. Suddenly, it looked at Qin Feiyang with a glint in its eyes. There was no such coincidence in the world. This person was definitely related to the Qin Batian mentioned by the fire dragon. Although Yu Huang had guessed it, he didn't say it out loud. Fire dragon sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment. His expression softened a little as he said, "This emperor will ask you again. Are you really not related to Qin Batian?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Since you are not related, there is no need to keep you alive." The fire dragon instantly turned hostile. He raised his huge tail and smashed it at the barrier. Not good. Yu Huang's expression changed greatly. This, Qin Feiyang was also caught off guard. How did it become like this? Didn't the fire dragon's expression soften just now? Could it be that he guessed wrong? The fire dragon and his ancestor didn't have a deep hatred. On the contrary, they were old acquaintances. Seeing that the huge tail was about to hit, Yu Huang was anxious and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, go to the castle quickly." Qin Feiyang? Hearing the name Qin Feiyang, the fire dragon was stunned. His eyes suddenly shot out a strong cold light. "You and Qin Batian both have the surname Qin. You both have the purple gold dragon blood. Don't tell me this is a coincidence." The fire dragon stared at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent and said word by word. And the huge tail didn't stop. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly looked up at the fire dragon. He said, "Senior, please show mercy. I will tell you the truth." The fire dragon raised his eyebrows. The huge tail paused and stopped above the divine power barrier. Yu Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang was also covered in cold sweat. The fire dragon's power was like the god of death. It made people's hair stand on end. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you dare to deceive me again, I will not show mercy. Even if you hide in a spatial divine item, I will not be able to find you." The fire dragon said coldly. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He could find them even if they hid in the castle? This guy was too confident. How could an ordinary spatial divine item compare to a castle? Huff. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked up at the fire dragon's eyes and said, "To tell you the truth, Qin Batian is my ancestor." Ancestor? The fire dragon was surprised. "That's right. I can have the purple gold dragon blood because of my ancestor's blessing." Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire dragon said angrily, "Since he is your ancestor, why didn't you admit it from the beginning?" This, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to answer. The fire dragon said, "Are you worried that I have a grudge with your ancestor? And after knowing your identity, I will kill you? There is no other way. Senior is so powerful. This junior can't be afraid." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The fire dragon asked, "How old are you this year?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. Because now, there were two concepts. One was the time outside. The other was the time inside the castle. And if calculated according to the time inside the castle, he was really not young. The fire dragon raised his eyebrows and said, "Is this question difficult to answer?" Yu Huang saw that the situation was not good and said anxiously, "Qin Feiyang, hurry up and say it. It's just an age. What's there to hide? Less than 100 years. Qin Feiyang said vaguely. What? When Yu Huang heard this answer, she was dumbfounded. In less than 100 years, he had cultivated to a 6-star combat emperor. This talent was too terrifying. Was he still human? Yu Huang wanted to swear. This was too unbelievable. The fire dragon was also stunned. Such talent could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was rare in the world. It could even be said that it was rarer than the divine beasts. Qin Feiyang asked, "Senior, what is your relationship with my ancestor?" "My relationship with him," the fire dragon raised his head and looked at the sky. He seemed to be lost in his memories and did not speak for a long time. It seems like, even if we are not friends, we are not enemies. Qin Feiyang murmured, and his heart finally calmed down. Your ancestor, he is the most outstanding young man I have ever seen in my life, extremely talented, arrogant but not arrogant. Especially his benevolent and righteous heart. Even this emperor admires him to the extreme. It can be said that he is a very perfect man. In this world, no one can be compared to him. Unfortunately, at this point, the fire dragon changed the topic and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately what? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. As for Yu Huang, who was beside him, her expression was also filled with shock. He did not expect that this person called Qin Badian would be praised by the fire dragon. What kind of hero was he? The fire dragon said, unfortunately, because he was too benevolent, he forced himself to a dead end. What? A dead end? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Could it be that his ancestor had really died? He asked, Senior, please tell me, is my ancestor still alive now? The fire dragon withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Those who go to that place can only die. That place? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in surprise, what place? The fire dragon said, the third floor of the miracle. There is a third floor of the miracle? Yu Huang's body trembled and his eyes were full of shock. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he was similarly shocked to the point of being tongue-tied. All along, he had thought that there were only 2 floors of the miracle, but he did not expect there to be a third floor. The third floor is countless times more dangerous than the first and second floor. Even this emperor does not dare to enter. Do you know what those who know about the third floor call it? The fire dragon said. Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang looked at each other and shook their heads at the fire dragon. We call it hell. The fire dragon said. Hell. Heard of it. Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang's eyes trembled. Even a terrifying existence like the fire dragon regarded it as hell. How terrifying was the third floor? But, the fire dragon suddenly changed the topic and looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold light surging in his eyes. Although this emperor admires your ancestor, he deserved to die. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The fire dragon continued, and he was forced into the third floor by this emperor. Oh no. Yu Huang immediately realized that something was wrong. Chapter 1536. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body and mind were also trembling. His eyes were filled with disbelief and he couldn't recover for a long time. His ancestor entered the third level because of the fire dragon? Didn't that mean that the fire dragon killed his ancestor single-handedly? Qin Feiyang slowly raised his head and looked at the fire dragon. Say that again? Ha, don't say it once. It'll be the same 10 times. Qin Badian was forced to the third level by me. Do you think that I'm old friends with Qin Badian? Let me tell you, you're way too wrong. I only have hatred for him. It's really a pity that I couldn't kill him with my own hands. The fire dragon laughed sinisterly and his eyes were filled with ferocity. You, shut up. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. His black hair and eyes were instantly blood-red and a monstrous murderous aura surged from his body. Qin Feiyang, don't be rash. You're no match for it. Yu Huang hurriedly sent a telepathic message when he saw this. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes were filled with blood-red light and he was like a ferocious beast with a murderous aura. It's over, it's over. Yu Huang was burning with anxiety. What should he do? Qin Feiyang had obviously lost his mind. With his strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for the fire dragon. From the looks of it, you must really want to kill this emperor and avenge your family's ancestors. However, do you have the ability to do so? In front of me, you're just an ant that can't withstand a single blow. The fire dragon's expression was full of contempt. Even an ant can defeat an elephant. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with coldness and his blood qi surged out. Clang! A divine armor appeared, glowing with a dazzling purple-gold divine light. As his blood chi surged in, a monstrous divine power surged out. A divine artifact? Using blood chi to recover? This guy is crazy. He's digging his own grave. Yu Huang was dumbfounded. The fire dragon also looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Using vitality to revive a divine artifact? What an idiot. Rumble. However, another 5-colored crystal suddenly appeared above Qin Feiyang's head. It was the deity crystal. His chi and blood instantly split into two. Half flowed into the armor while the other half flowed into the divine crystal. The two divine weapons glowed brightly. A destructive shockwave rolled wildly within the divine power barrier that Yu Huang had set up. Yu Huang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only did he want to revive a divine artifact, but he also wanted to revive 2 divine artifacts at the same time. Did this guy really want to die? You're digging your own grave. The fire dragon looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Qin Feiyang remained silent. His eyes flickered with incomparable craziness. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill this bastard and avenge his ancestor. The divine power of the divine crystal and the armor became more and more terrifying. However, Qin Feiyang's expression did not reveal the slightest bit of weakness. This doesn't seem right. Yu Huang was surprised. One had to know that Qin Feiyang was reviving 2 divine artifacts at the same time. How terrifying was the speed of his chi and blood loss. But why was Qin Feiyang still so energetic? The fire dragon gradually realized that something was wrong. The destructive power of the 2 divine artifacts was getting stronger and stronger, almost comparable to that of a false god. However, this person's chi and blood were not exhausted. This didn't make sense. Could it be, his chi and blood were endless? But how was this possible? Rumble. Crack. The divine power barrier that Yu Huang had set up shattered under the impact of the divine power. That divine might was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, covering the sky and the earth as it spread out in all directions. The earth shattered. The fire waves were annihilated. Even Yu Huang couldn't withstand it and kept on retreating. Its expression was filled with astonishment. It didn't expect that this little guy, who was only a 6-star combat emperor, would have such terrifying means. I don't believe that the chi and blood in your body can't be used up. The fire dragon said coldly. If you have the ability, don't make a move. Qin Feiyang sneered. Reviving a divine artifact required time. The longer the time, the stronger the power. Therefore, it was an excellent opportunity for him if the fire dragon didn't make a move. Chi and blood were endless. Rumble. Clang. Finally. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the aura of the armor and the divine crystal soared by a large margin. A surge of pure divine might erupted in this world. The void cracked inch by inch. Even the sky was trembling. Break the void. The power of these 2 divine artifacts has reached the level of a war god. Yu Huang was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Not to mention Qin Feiyang's cultivation level, it would be very difficult for it to revive 1 divine artifact, let alone 2 at the same time. There's a problem. The fire dragon's face gradually darkened. Rumble. Suddenly. It raised its giant tail, which was surging with divine light, and with the power to destroy the world, it slammed towards Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Are you starting to panic? Can't help but make a move. I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out that you're just a so-so. Qin Feiyang sneered and activated the battle character art, double defense. No matter how powerful your cultivation level is, I will kill you today, I swear. Immediately after, he roared to the sky, his blood-red hair fluttering, and the divine crystal broke through the sky and collided with the giant tail. Rumble. A loud explosion suddenly occurred, like rolling thunder, shaking the sky for thousands of miles. At the same time, there was a wave of destructive air with Qin Feiyang and the fire dragon as the center, roaring in all directions, destroying everything. This is too terrifying. Yu Huang, who had retreated far away, saw this and continued to retreat, its face full of fear. It realized that the current Qin Feiyang was strong enough to instantly kill it. In the center of the battlefield, the wind howled. The ground was already shattered. Only the stone door was still standing there, completely undamaged. Although the divine crystal had been revived, the fire dragon's strength seemed to be stronger. Not only was the divine crystal knocked away, but Qin Feiyang was also sent flying. Even with 2 layers of defense, he was seriously injured and blood flowed out. An ant will always be an ant. Even if you fully revive the 2 divine artifacts, you can't stop my determination to kill you. The fire dragon's eyes were full of contempt. A wave of fire surged out from its body. It was formed by divine power. The mighty divine power could destroy heaven and earth. However, even if Qin Feiyang was injured, his expression did not change. His vitality was still flowing into the divine crystal and armor, and his aura became more and more terrifying. He looked coldly at the fire dragon and waved his hand. The divine crystal broke through the air again, and the 5-colored divine light shone in all directions. Its power was stronger than before. Rumble. The divine crystal and the wave of fire collided. This time, the scene of a crushing defeat didn't appear. The divine crystal and the wave of fire were in a stalemate in the void. This, the fire dragon found it hard to accept. However, Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. From this point, it could be seen that the fire dragon had not reached an invincible state. There was still hope. Rumble. Poof. After a few seconds of stalemate, the divine crystal flew out. The wave of fire formed by divine power rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly, and his vitality surged into the armor. A wave of blood suddenly emerged from the armor. A blood-colored light curtain instantly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. Rumble. The wave of fire hit the light curtain, and the light curtain immediately shook violently. In the end, it only lasted for 5 breaths before the light curtain shattered. In an instant, the wave of fire drowned Qin Feiyang. Although he had the armor, Qin Feiyang still felt a fatal crisis. Because his body was melting. The fire dragon said contemptuously, "This is the difference between you and me. No matter how many divine weapons you have, it won't help." Is that so? Qin Feiyang stepped out of the wave of fire, and the armor and divine crystal emitted a dazzling divine light. Although his injuries had worsened, there was an unconcealable joy on his blood-stained face. Because now, he at least had the ability to compete with the fire dragon. Moreover, the divine crystal and armor had not fully recovered yet. He was confident that once the divine crystal and armor fully recovered, he would definitely be able to crush the fire dragon. Looking at Qin Feiyang's current appearance, the fire dragon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He suddenly closed his eyes and snorted coldly. "I won't let you continue to jump around. Die for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 fiery red divine lights burst out of his eyes. The aura emitted by these 2 divine lights was even stronger than the wave of fire formed by divine power. But at the same time, under the recovery of his vitality, the power of the divine crystal and armor was also a level higher than before. If you attacked with all your strength from the beginning and didn't give me a chance to recover the divine weapon, I would definitely be dead now. But unfortunately, you were too conceited and arrogant. Now, you no longer have the ability to kill me." Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. The divine crystal shattered the void and blasted towards the 2 divine lights. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, under Qin Feiyang's incredulous gaze, the divine crystal was actually blasted away in an instant. How is this possible? Wasn't it in a stalemate just now? Could it be, those 2 divine lights were evolved from a divine technique? Qin Feiyang was both shocked and furious. "At least you have some eyesight. As the former guardian of the miracles, how can I not have a divine technique? The fire dragon sneered. Former guardian? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he say, former? But before he could think about it, the two divine lights had already charged towards him. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, and two beams of divine light swept past him. Clang! Although he avoided the divine lights head-on, the aura of the two divine lights blasted onto the armor on his body and directly sent him flying. With a boom, he smashed into the ground in the distance. As the thick smoke rose, a huge sinkhole appeared. He lay in the sinkhole. Although the armor was not broken, the body under the armor was already full of scars. Purple gold dragon blood constantly flowed out through the gaps in the armor. Many of the bones in his body were also broken. But his blood-red eyes did not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, he only felt that the bloodline power in his body seemed to be burning and boiling crazily. His eyes also became sharper and sharper. The battle intent revealed not only did not diminish at all, but also became more and more terrifying. The fire dragon must be killed. He suddenly got up, took out a dozen healing pills and bone-replenishing pills, and swallowed them into his stomach in one breath. In addition to the merged fire of life and the self-healing ability of the purple gold dragon blood, his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately. Chapter 1537. Is this brat even human? Looking at Qin Feiyang, Yu Wang didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. In the face of such a powerful enemy, if it were anyone else, they would have fled long ago. But this person didn't run away. Instead, he became more and more courageous. He was simply a monster. Didn't you just say that you were going to destroy me? But now, why am I still alive and well? Qin Feiyang sneered as he charged towards the fire dragon. He was full of provocation. The fire dragon was enraged when it heard this. Indeed. Previously, it had thought that those two divine lights would be able to kill Qin Feiyang. But it had never thought that this human was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed and would stand up again and again. You can't kill me. Instead, you'll die in my hands in the end. Qin Feiyang laughed. He's too arrogant. If this kid doesn't die, he'll definitely become a hero in the future. Yu Huang's eyes trembled. It had lived in the divine ruins for tens of thousands of years and had seen many geniuses from the outside world, as well as many arrogant people. But it was the first time it had seen such an arrogant person. The fire dragon was already trembling with anger. When it opened its eyes, another two beams of divine light shot out from them. One from the left and the other from the right, they charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang defended with his armor and attacked with his divine crystal, but he was still no match for it. He was sent flying again and created a huge pit. But soon, he crawled up again, his aura surging. The cycle continued. After a few rounds, the fire dragon couldn't stay calm anymore. It looked at Qin Feiyang as if he were a monster. Was this really the reincarnation of a cockroach? At this moment, 2/3 of the divine crystal and armor had been recovered. Divine might could destroy the world. The fire dragon became more and more frightened. It couldn't drag on like this any longer. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous later. This time, I'll definitely kill you. It shouted coldly and a dazzling divine light shot out from between its eyebrows. It was a dragon scale. It was the size of a palm and looked like it was cast from lava. Its entire body was surrounded by flames and emitted a destructive aura. This is, Yu Wang's eyes flickered as he sent a telepathic message, this is its reverse scale. It's sharper than a divine weapon. Don't clash with it. Reverse scale? Qin Feiyang mumbled. He looked up at the divine crystal and muttered, show me your power. After saying that, his chi and blood surged into the divine crystal. However, to his surprise, the power of the divine crystal did not increase any further. It remained at 2/3 of its peak state. Are you dumbfounded? Even if your vitality is endless, as long as you don't have divine power, you won't be able to fully recover. This is a divine artifact. How could an ordinary person like you possibly wield a grand divine artifact? The fire dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank as he checked the state of the armor. As expected, the recovery state of the armor was maintained at 2/3, and it could no longer recover. In other words, he had to wait until he condensed divine power to fully exert the power of the divine artifact. 2/3, Qin Feiyang murmured. He suddenly looked up at the divine crystal and roared, "I don't believe that you're just an ordinary divine artifact. Show me your power." Boom! He waved his hand and the divine crystal cut through the void and collided with the reverse scale. Clang! In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The divine crystal only lasted for 3 breaths before it was blown away by the reverse scale. And there was a gap on the divine crystal. Qin Feiyang's eyes were dull and blood flowed out of his mouth. Its reverse scale is too strong. Even if your divine artifact is fully recovered, you might not be its opponent. Don't fight anymore. Go to the castle quickly. Otherwise, your divine artifact will be destroyed. Yu Huang roared secretly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He reached out and grabbed the divine crystal. The powerful recoil forced him back again and again. His internal organs were ruptured. His injuries had undoubtedly worsened again. However, he did not care about his injuries at all. He stared at the reverse scale that was flying toward him. The sharp edge of the reverse scale was destructive in all directions, making one's scalp tingle. Why are you so persistent? As the saying goes, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you catch up to it. Why are you so impulsive now and insist on fighting to the death with it? It's not worth it. Yu Huang sighed faintly. He felt that it was a pity. 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, Qin Feiyang muttered. His body shook violently, and a monstrous battle intent burst out of his body. It was as if he had transformed into a war god. He shouted, 10 years is too long. I'm seizing every moment. Clang! A light flashed out of his body. It was Chang Shui. Although the guardians of the miracle realm had said that he was not allowed to use Chang Shui again, he could not care less now. He swore that he would not give up until he killed the fire dragon. Qin Feiyang put away the divine crystal and grabbed Chang Shui. His qi and blood surged madly into it like a tidal wave. Clang! Chang Shui quickly recovered. With Qin Feiyang as the center, streaks of terrifying sharpness surged out in all directions from all directions. The violent wind turned into a tornado, sweeping in all directions. Even if the guardians of the miracle realm come today, they won't be able to protect you. Qin Feiyang roared. He used phantom steps and rushed forward without looking back. The armor emitted a dazzling light, protecting him in all directions. Whoosh! Finally, Qin Feiyang and the reverse scale met. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised Chang Shui and slashed at the reverse scale. With a loud clang, the reverse scale was instantly split into 2 and flew past Qin Feiyang. What? Yu Huang's eyes widened in anger. The fire dragon howled and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. To be exact, it was looking at the Chang Shui in Qin Feiyang's hand. It could actually destroy the reverse scale? And it was as simple as cutting vegetables. Oh my God! What kind of divine weapon was that? It was too terrifying. I said, you will die in my hands in the end. Qin Feiyang roared and suddenly jumped up. He grabbed Chang Shui and stabbed at the top of the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon panicked. Although the reverse scale was only a part of its body, it was closely related to its life. Once the reverse scale was destroyed, its strength would instantly drop by more than half. It's you again. Did you take my words for granted? Stop right there. But at this time, a majestic voice sounded. In the sky, the guardian python appeared out of thin air. Looking at Qin Feiyang, its eyes flashed with a cold light. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. His blood-red eyes were filled with a murderous light, like a demon god. Puchi. Chang Shui fell and the blades sank into the top of the fire dragon's head. Dragon blood suddenly spurted out. The fire dragon howled and raised its huge tail, slapping Qin Feiyang away, and then quickly rose into the air. And Chang Shui was left on the top of the fire dragon's head. Bang! Qin Feiyang smashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't even bat an eyelid from the beginning to the end. He immediately got up, raised his head and stared at the fire dragon. He said coldly, "If I want you to die, you will die. Even if a god descends to the mortal world, he won't be able to save you." Finished. With a wave of his hand, the Chang Shui that was left on the top of the fire dragon's head released an unprecedented sharpness. The entire Chang Shui directly shattered the top of the head and entered the fire dragon's sea of consciousness. Following closely, Chang Shui was like a sharp arrow, following the fire dragon's body and flying out from the dragon's tail. In other words, the entire body of the fire dragon was pierced through by Chang Shui. Dragon blood was like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. Aoo, the fire dragon howled miserably. With a bang, he fell to the ground powerlessly. The flames on his body gradually dissipated, and his life force was also rapidly draining away. This scene. Not only for Baiming Yuhuang, even the guardian python was dumbfounded. He actually killed the fire dragon? Although the fire dragon was not dead yet, he was not far from death. Terrifying. What a terrifying young man. However, the truly terrifying thing was the dagger in his hand. It was simply a heaven-defying divine artifact. Ancestor, if you really die, you can rest in peace. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon and muttered to himself. Chang Shui floated above his head, casting down strands of divine light to protect him. For a moment, this place fell into a dead silence. Impudent. Suddenly, the guardian python let out a furious roar, and a terrifying divine might pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head, looked at the giant python, and laughed sinisterly. "Do you dare to touch me?" The giant python was stunned for a moment, then immediately burned with anger, and shouted, "Then this venerable one will try and see how capable you are." Not only did he kill the fire dragon, he even provoked it. He was simply arrogant to the extreme. Qin Feiyang grinned, closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the inner world. Looking at the inner demon sitting cross-legged in the void, he laughed, "You haven't been out for a long time." "It has been a long time." The inner demons nodded and asked, "Are you tired?" Qin Feiyang laughed, "I'm a little tired, go out and play." "That's what I was thinking." The inner demons suddenly stood up and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and his entire temperament changed drastically. The killing intent all over his body was like flames. Yu Huang was surprised. Although it did not know what had happened, it could feel that the current Qin Feiyang was different from the previous Qin Feiyang. Although the previous Qin Feiyang was crazy, the murderous aura on his body was not very strong. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was like a demon with murderous aura. Whoosh! The inner demon's Qin Feiyang looked up at the giant python and laughed. "The guardian of the miracle, is it? I really want to know, what qualifications do you have to order me around?" Boom! Chang Shui's qi and blood surged wildly, and his divine power became more and more terrifying. It was like a wave that met the giant python's divine power. With a loud bang, the two divine powers collided and rolled in the sky. The void was annihilated and turned into nothingness. It was like chaos. So strong. The giant python's pupils contracted. Hee. The inner demons grinned, and the word, "kill," appeared between its eyebrows. The fire dragon's divine blood immediately rushed toward the word, "kill." The fire dragon was a true god of war. The energy contained in the divine blood was enormous. In less than 5 breaths, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang's cultivation soared to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. What kind of heaven-defying divine skill is this? Yu Huang was dumbfounded. Although its cultivation was stronger than Qin Feiyang's original body and the inner demon's techniques made it feel an indescribable fear. Come on. Let's see if you're stronger than me. Chapter 1538. In the face of the inner demon's repeated provocations, the guardian python couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. It looked coldly at the inner demons and said, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! Before its voice faded, a wave of rule force descended from the sky, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted toward the inner demons. Interesting. The inner demons laughed. Chang Shui erupted with endless light, slashing through the void and facing the rule force. Clang! Crack! For a moment, the void above collapsed crazily. A storm swept in all directions. The rule force and Chang Shui continued to collide, creating waves of destructive aura. At first, Chang Shui still showed signs of being defeated. But as the vitality continued to pour in, Chang Shui's power became more and more terrifying, gradually turning the situation around. It was evenly matched with the rule force. The giant python was shocked. It could actually compete with the rule force? What level of artifact was this? Only now did it realize that it seemed to have underestimated this dagger before. Too terrifying. This brat is simply a monster. Yu Huang muttered, his heart surging. Miracles had existed for countless years, but it had never been heard of. Who could compete with the rule force? Even the god of war couldn't do it. This was the first. The guardian is just a so-so. The inner demon smiled proudly. With a clang, the castle flew out from between its eyebrows. Vitality madly poured into the castle. A magnificent godly aura burst out of his body. That was to say, at this moment, the inner demons were awakening 3 artifacts at the same time. Chang Shui, castle, armor. Putting aside the armor, the power of the castle was almost on par with Chang Shui. With the recovery of the castle, the inner demons were in high spirits. With a wave of its hand, the castle rushed into the sky and collided with the rule force. Boom! The 2 artifacts joined forces, and the divine power was difficult to resist. The rule force actually showed signs of being suppressed. Damn! Yu Huang couldn't help but curse. Not only could it compete with the rule force, but it could also suppress it. What a joke! Were these 2 divine artifacts really heaven-defying? Because the power of the rules was equivalent to the heavenly Tao. It was left behind by the creator of the miracle to suppress those who violated the rules of the miracle. And the guardian's existence is to control these rule forces. It could be said that in this miracle, the guardians and the power of the natural order were invincible. No one could defeat them. However, at this moment, the rule force was actually suppressed by Qin Feiyang's 2 divine artifacts. How inconceivable was this? Clang! Clang! The power of Chang Shui and the castle grew stronger and stronger. Even the sky was collapsing. The radiance of the 10 suns was also overshadowed. The inner demons were also full of vigor, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. Boom! A dozen breaths passed. Suddenly, a deafening sound exploded in the sky. The power of the natural order was crushed into pieces by the 2 divine artifacts. Crushed the power of the natural order. Yu Huang's eyes trembled. The giant python was also stunned. It looked at the castle and Chang Shui in disbelief. This is too crazy. What kind of divine artifact could be so powerful? Whoosh! Just as the giant python was distracted, the inner demon's eyes surged with murderous intent. Chang Shui turned into a flash of light and swept towards the giant python. A strong sense of crisis swept through the heart. The giant python quivered and suddenly came back to its senses. When it saw Chang Shui, its heart surged with an indescribable fear. It hurriedly dodged. But it was still a step too late. Chang Shui, like an arrow, pierced through its giant tail. Roar! The giant python suddenly screamed in pain. The giant tail was torn apart, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the void red. Amazing! Yu Huang's heart at this moment was like a turbulent wave, rising and falling one after another. This human kid was simply terrifying to the point of making people despair. Who else in the world could seriously injure the guardian of the miracle? This is the strength of the guardian of the miracle? It's a little disappointing. The inner demons shook its head, its blood-red eyes full of disdain. How dare you! The giant python was burning with anger, but when it looked at Chang Shui, its heart was filled with fear. Boom! All of a sudden, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and a strong wind blew. Dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, and in less than 3 breaths, the land fell into darkness. What's going on? The inner demons, Yu Huang, and the giant python all looked at the sky. Crack! The next moment, streaks of dazzling lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and a terrifying force of heaven descended from the sky, enveloping all directions. The giant python's eyes widened, and it hurriedly swooped down, carrying the dying fire dragon with it, and escaped without looking back. What is the meaning of this? The guardian of the miracle is escaping? Yu Huang looked at the back of the giant python, his face full of shock, and then turned to escape. Only the inner demons remained indifferent, standing proudly on the ground, looking at the sky. Boom! Crack! About 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared, illuminating the sky. Following closely, a huge force of lightning fell from the sky, exuding a great force of heaven, firmly locking onto the inner demons. A cold light flashed in the inner demons' eyes, and Chang Shui and the ancient castle collided with the force of lightning. Clang! Clang! At this moment, the 2 divine artifacts had recovered nearly 1/3 of their strength. However, in the face of the force of lightning, the 2 divine artifacts were no match for it, and were sent flying on the spot. How is this possible? The inner demon's eyes trembled, full of shock. This is the thunder punishment. It's specially used to deal with arrogant people like you who violate the rules of the miracle. If you still don't understand, I will kindly explain it to you. You have crossed the bottom line of the creator of the miracle. For those who cross the bottom line, there is only one outcome, and that is to be destroyed. However, you are also considered powerful. Because from ancient times until now, only you have crossed the bottom line set by the creator. The giant python's gloating laughter came from afar. Thunder punishment, the inner demons murmured, looking at the giant python in the distance, suddenly looked up at the sky, and shouted, so what if you are the creator? Today, I will try. What can you do to me? Qi and blood surged, Chang Shui and the ancient castle paused in the void, then rushed into the sky again, killing their way into the sky. If God blocks me, I will kill God. If devil blocks me, I will kill devil. Even if you are the creator, if you provoke me, I will still kill you. The inner demons laughed again and again. That domineering aura caused Bai Ming Yu Huang to be tongue-tied. Boom! In the sky, thunder and lightning roared. Streaks of thunder tribulation blasted toward Chang Shui and the ancient castle. The terrifying destructive power was enough to crush mountains and rivers. However, the 2 divine artifacts were also extremely terrifying. No matter how the thunder tribulation blasted, there were no signs of breaking. The clanging sounds were ear-splitting and ear-splitting. Yu Huang looked at this scene and smiled bitterly. Arrogant? It seemed that this was no longer enough to describe Qin Fei Yang at this moment. Arrogant? Still not enough. This human brat was simply lawless. The inner demons looked at this scene unruly. Qi and blood were endless, like a blood waterfall, connecting Chang Shui and the ancient castle. The aura of the two divine artifacts was becoming more and more shocking. Crack. But suddenly, a faint cracking sound came from his body. However, although it was faint, it was as deafening as thunder in the ears of the inner demons. Because this cracking sound came from his heart. And with this cracking sound, the chi and blood suddenly stopped. He hurriedly looked at his heart and was shocked to find that his heart had cracked. And in the center of his heart, the chi and blood pearl had shattered. What is going on? The inner demons were stunned. In the sky. Without the support of the chi and blood, Chang Shui and the ancient castle quickly dimmed and were blasted down by the power of thunder and lightning, smashing into the ground not far away from the inner demons. Boom! Two sinkholes appeared. The shock wave of the collision sent the inner demons flying on the spot, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Furthermore, even the armor had stopped recovering. Crack! And just as Chang Shui and the ancient castle fell to the ground, the power of thunder and lightning came down from the clouds, shining in the sky, and blasted toward the inner demons. Sigh. Seeing this, Yu Huang sighed deeply. Although it was a pity, he did not help the inner demons. Because he did not dare to. This was the thunder tribulation set by the creator of miracles. Even the guardian python could not avoid it, let alone a mere false god like him. He could not withstand it at all. Seeing that the thunder tribulation was about to hit the inner demons also felt the threat of death. But suddenly, the thunder tribulation stopped above the inner demons and did not fall again. Time seemed to have stopped. Yo Huang's eyes widened. What's going on? The giant python was also very surprised and bewildered. Whoosh! Right at this moment, two bright divine lights swept out from the broken ground, one on the left and one on the right, suspended above the inner demons. They were the ancient castle and Chang Shui. At this moment, the two divine artifacts shone with thousands of divine lights, illuminating the sky for thousands of miles. On top of that, wisps of godly might loomed over the place. It was many times more terrifying than when the inner demons had recovered. Seeing this, the inner demons were wild with joy. They never expected that these two divine artifacts would recover on their own. The giant python looked at the motionless power of thunder and lightning, then at the ancient castle and Chang Shui. Its huge eyes were full of surprise, and it murmured, "Is this the power of the law? Time stop." Boom! Before its voice died away. Above the sky, the power of thunder and lightning emerged, filling the whole sky like a big waterfall, roaring toward the inner demons. Clang! But at the same time, the ancient castle shook in the void, releasing an invisible force, rushing toward the sky. Suddenly, all the power of thunder and lightning, like the previous one, stopped in the void, motionless. It's really the power of the law. Time stop. Impossible. How can a divine artifact have such a heaven-defying ability? I must be dreaming. The giant python shook its head, roaring in its heart. However, what happened next was an even more unacceptable scene for it. Clang! Chang Shui slashed in the air, and the void above suddenly split open a crack of more than 100 feet wide. Immediately afterward, the power of thunder and lightning poured into the crack and disappeared from everyone's sight. Boom! The next moment, there was a deafening rumble in the distance. Chapter 1539. It actually transferred the thunder tribulation over there? The giant python murmured. It suddenly turned its head and looked at the crack where the thunder tribulation had been transferred. Its huge body trembled. Yu Huang was not as exaggerated as the giant python. He was just puzzled. How did Chang Shui do it? Inner demon, who was involved in this, was also confused. It's another kind of power of law, time travel. Where did you get these two divine artifacts? Why do they both have a kind of power of law? Time stop and time travel. Even I can't compare to you. The giant python stared at the inner demons and roared in shock and anger. Time stop. Time travel? The inner demons was stunned. What was that? But from the sound of it, it sounded very awesome. Yo Huang's eyes were also full of doubts. The inner demon smiled arrogantly and looked up at the giant python. Why do you care where I got them? You just need to know that you can't escape today. The giant python's pupils contracted. You've ruined my plans several times. I've long been unhappy with you. Go to hell. The inner demon snorted. However, before its voice died away, the divine light of Chang Shui and the ancient castle directly dissipated. The inner demons was stunned and suddenly said angrily, "Bastard, you don't give me face. Do you believe that I'll throw you to the ground and stomp on you a few more times?" But the two artifacts were indifferent. The inner demons was also helpless. It lowered its posture and smiled flatteringly. Two masters, I was wrong. I apologize. Help me. I've already said it. If I can't kill it, I'll lose face in the future. If I lose face, won't you lose face too? But the two artifacts still didn't move, as if they didn't fall for it at all. Damn you, do you really think I don't dare to stomp on you? The inner demons was angry. It grabbed the two artifacts, threw them to the ground, and trampled on them crazily. Bewilderment appeared on Yo Huang's face. If it were him, he wouldn't even be able to cherish such a peerless divine item. But this bastard actually treated them like this. He really didn't know how lucky he was. The giant python was also speechless. But suddenly, murderous intent flashed in its eyes, and a wave of rule force fell like lightning, attacking the inner demons. The inner demons raised their eyebrows, grabbed Chang Shui and the castle, and threw them toward the power of rules. However, under his astonished gaze, the two divine objects actually dodged. Bastard! The inner demons were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. They cursed angrily and quickly turned around to escape. Fortunately, the flames within a radius of 10,000 miles had already been extinguished in the previous battle. Otherwise, without the protection of the castle and Chang Shui, these flames would be enough to kill him. After all, the armor had stopped recovering. His defense was greatly reduced. Boom! The rule force slammed into the ground, causing it to collapse. Although the inner demon managed to escape, it was still swept away by the shockwave and was sent flying. It was in an extremely sorry state. The two divine objects, Chang Shui and the castle, floated motionlessly in the void, as if they were watching the inner demons make a fool of themselves. The inner demons got up, glanced coldly at the giant python, then looked at Chang Shui and the castle, and roared, "Bastard, if you don't destroy that damn guardian, I'll throw you into the latrine and have a good bath." However, the two divine objects didn't care about his plan at all. It turns out that you can't control them. The giant python laughed. The rule force continued to fall, bombarding the inner demons. The inner demons were scared. With the chi and blood pearl, he could still fight. But now, the chi and blood pearl was shattered, and the divine artifact couldn't be recovered. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to compete with the rule force. "Sirs, I'm begging you, please help me." He looked at Chang Shui and the castle, and said helplessly. The castle immediately trembled slightly, and time stood still again. The rule force floated motionlessly in the sky. "So you're amenable to coaxing but not coercion?" The inner demons was stunned, and a sly light flashed in his eyes. He leaned forward and laughed. "Masters, can you help me destroy that little bug again?" The little bug was naturally referring to the giant python. Hearing this, the giant python's expression changed, and immediately disappeared without a trace with the fire dragon. "Damn, it runs faster than a rabbit." The inner demon's face darkened, and he looked at the sky and roared, "Thunder punishment, is it? Come on, kill me if you can." However, the thunder punishment didn't seem to want to pay attention to it. The lightning disappeared, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and 10 suns appeared. The terrifying heat shrouded again. The flames that had already been extinguished burned once again. The inner demon's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Yu Huang in the distance and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Come here." Okay. Yu Huang came back to his senses and nodded. Then he rushed in front of the inner demons like lightning and set up a divine power barrier to isolate the flames. The inner demons also waved his hand, and Chang Shui and the castle fell into his hands. Yu Huang looked at the two divine objects and swallowed. He was terrified and asked, "Qin Feiyang, what are these divine objects? They're so scary." "Who knows?" The inner demons shut up. Bewildered, Yu Huang asked, "Aren't you their master?" "How can you not know?" "How do you know I'm their master?" "If I were their master, would they be disobedient?" "They're my masters. In the future, I have to take good care of them, or else they'll die." The inner demons snorted. Yu Huang smiled bitterly. This was the truth. The inner demons waved his hand, and the castle disappeared between his eyebrows. Chang Shui also disappeared in his energy reserve. Then he took Yu Huang to the castle. The outside also quieted down, leaving only the stone door standing alone in the sea of fire. "Big demon, long time no see." In the castle, the white-eyed wolf looked at the inner demons and chuckled. Except for Wang Yuer and the Golden Wolf King, everyone knew Qin Feiyang and the inner demons very well, so they recognized them at a glance. The inner demons glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said coldly, "I'm not the real deal. You'd better not give me a nickname, or else." The white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. He quickly said, Okay. It's my fault. How's the situation outside?" The inner demons ignored him and looked at the Golden Wolf King. "Is there a limit to the Qi and Blood Pearl?" "Limit? What do you mean?" The Golden Wolf King was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "Just now, when I was reviving the castle and Chang Shui, the Qi and Blood Pearls suddenly shattered. Otherwise, I would have pierced through the sky." The inner demons was annoyed. "Shattered?" The Golden Wolf King was stunned. "How could that be? Then, we won't be able to revive the divine artifacts in the future, right?" The white-eyed wolf, Fatso, and the others were also in an uproar. "That's right." The inner demons nodded. The Golden Wolf King pondered for a while and looked at the inner demons. He shook his head and said, "I really don't know about this because the Qi and Blood Pearl has never shattered before." "Is it because you've overused it when reviving too many divine artifacts at once?" The inner demons frowned and said, "It seems that this is the only reason that makes sense." "What a pity." "Yeah. With the Qi and Blood Pearl, we can totally sweep the miracle realm. But now, sigh." Everyone sighed. Without the Qi and Blood Pearl, no matter how powerful the divine artifacts were, they were just decorations and could not exert their true power. Lu Jing suddenly said, "Where there are gains, there are losses. You can't force things. Where there are gains, there are losses." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He turned to look at Lu Jing and said in confusion, "I don't understand. What did we get this time?" Lu Jing said, "Although we didn't get anything, at least we killed the fire dragon and avenged the late emperor." "Ah." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, "It seems that this is the only way to comfort myself. I don't believe that ancestor is dead." But at this moment, a firm voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. At some point, the inner demons and Qin Feiyang had switched back. The white-eyed wolf sighed and said, "Little Qin Zi, this is the truth. My condolences to you." Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at everyone and said, "Although the fire dragon said that the third level is called hell, Ancestor is not an ordinary person. I believe that he will definitely be able to turn the misfortune into a blessing." In his heart, Ancestor was invincible. He firmly believed that Ancestor was still alive. Everyone looked at each other. They were afraid that they would hurt Qin Feiyang, so they repeatedly agreed. But then again, what was the grudge between the late emperor and the fire dragon back then? Remember, the fire dragon said at the beginning that it used to be the guardian of the miracle realm, but now it has been reduced to a gatekeeper. Is it because of the late emperor? Fatso said suspiciously. Who would know about this kind of old history? Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him. No. Someone should know. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Who? Everyone was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, the person who entered the miracle realm with ancestor back then. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, Are you my mother? No, I'm not your mother. After all, your mother was on the first level back then, and ancestor was on the second level. The person I'm talking about is Lu Xingchen. No, Lu Xingchen is dead. It's Mu Tianyang now. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said, That's right, that's right. As long as we find Mu Tianyang, we will definitely be able to find out the truth. Although Mu Tianyang knows, he might not tell us. Besides, Mu Tianyang's whereabouts are unknown now. We can't find him at all. Lu Hong sighed. Don't worry, he will take the initiative to find me. And with Mu Qing's omniscient eye, he can also find me. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and sat cross-legged on the ground. He took out a healing pill and closed his eyes to recuperate. Everyone looked at each other. Those who cultivated and those who refined pills. Time passed in a flash. The next morning. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. After fighting with the fire dragon and the giant python repeatedly, his injuries were very serious. There was no way for him to completely recover overnight. But he did not want to waste time. He looked at Yu Huang, who was lying at the side, and asked, Are you leaving? Or are you following me into the stone door? Yu Huang smiled and said, Without the fire dragon guarding, such a good opportunity, I must go in and take a look. Is that all? Qin Feiyang said. Of course not. That damn human, how dare he control me? If I don't kill him, I won't be happy. Yu Huang smiled coldly, his killing intent bone-piercing. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yu Huang nodded. The power of the false god surged and condensed into a barrier. Chapter 1540. Just as Qin Feiyang entered the stone door, at the end of the canyon outside the Sea of Fire, a man in purple clothes in his 20s stood straight on the edge of a cliff. He looked at the Sea of Fire in front of him, his eyes flashing with a strange light. This person was Mu Qing. And beside Mu Qing, there was a vague figure, whose face could not be seen clearly, only a rough outline. It was a man. Did you find him? That vague figure asked, his voice sounded very old. Found him. He's in this Sea of Fire. But the strange thing is, his whereabouts suddenly disappeared, and even the all-seeing eye can't see him. Mu Qing frowned. Even the all-seeing eye can't see him. The vague figure pondered for a moment, suddenly smiled coldly, and said, It should be some kind of boundary that blocks the all-seeing eye. Let's go in and have a look. Yes. Mu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, entered this place one after another. What on earth is here? I'm really curious. Not long after Mu Qing and Mu Qing entered the Sea of Fire, another young man walked out from behind a huge rock, muttered to himself, and then turned into a stream of light, plunging into the Sea of Fire. Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he and Yu Huang stood on an ancient square, looking around, their eyes full of surprise. The square was about 100 feet long. The ground was paved with a kind of blue stone bricks, as flat as a mirror, and the passage of time had left many traces on it. In the center of the square, there was a stone door, exactly the same as the stone door in the Sea of Fire. Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang came out from this stone door. In other words, this was the world behind the stone door. All around, the mountains and rivers were covered in green. Those giant trees were like big umbrellas, with luxuriant branches and leaves, towering into the sky. Vines as thick as an arm wrapped around the trees, like dragons, full of a strong aura. The aura of fierce beasts was everywhere. Looking at the sky again, there were no clouds for thousands of miles, and the sun hung high in the sky. However, the sunlight was not glaring. It was very gentle. Let this world be immersed in the warm season of spring. Is this still a miracle? Yu Huang mumbled. Soft sunlight. A verdant land. The surging river. Boundless vitality, all of this made him feel like he had entered a dream. It was very unreal. Qin Feiyang also felt incredulous. This place was no different from the outside world. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang tensed up and turned his head to look at the left side of the jungle. His eyes were full of vigilance. Vigilantly, he sensed that a weak aura was approaching him. He hurriedly took Yu Huang and hid behind the stone door. He restrained his aura and closely observed the situation in the forest. Caution is the parent of safety. After all, this was a completely unfamiliar place. Anything could happen. The aura was getting closer and closer. However, that aura also seemed to be very careful. After waiting for a long time, Qin Feiyang saw a white figure walking out of the forest. It's him. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly retracted his head. He looked down at Yu Huang and transmitted his voice, "Go to the castle first. We'll talk about revenge later." Okay. Yu Huang nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Yu Huang suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the aura was also approaching the square. Qin Feiyang looked over again and saw a young man standing at the edge of the square, scanning the surroundings. This is strange. I clearly sensed that there was movement here just now. Was it an illusion? The young man frowned and his face was full of suspicion. That's right. This person was the young man in white who used the blood soul technique to control Qin Feiyang. Should I go out and see him? If I see him, he will definitely ask me how I passed the test of the fire dragon. How should I explain it then? The fire dragon is so powerful. There seems to be no explanation that can explain it. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. After pondering for a while, he finally gave up on this idea and entered the castle to erase the blood soul technique. Pfft! Outside. The young man in white's face suddenly turned pale and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The imprint of the blood soul technique actually disappeared. Is Qin Dahai dead? The young man in white was bewildered. After a while, he suddenly smiled and murmured, thinking about it, how could a mere 6-star combat emperor survive under the fangs of the fire dragon? It's a pity that the purple gold dragon blood is gone. He shook his head and sighed. He turned around and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the vast mountains. This, inside the castle. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He could actually fly. He hurriedly left the castle and tried to fly into the sky. In the end, he could really stand in the air. The oppressive force of the god's miracle also disappeared here. What kind of place is this? Qin Feiyang was getting more and more confused. You actually didn't die. But suddenly, a shocked voice sounded from the forest below. Qin Feiyang was surprised and immediately lowered his head to look. He immediately saw the young man in white standing on the branch of a big tree looking at him. What was going on? Didn't he already leave? Why was he still hiding here? As if he had seen through Qin Feiyang's doubts, the young man in white sneered, "Just now, I felt that someone was hiding nearby, so I pretended to leave." As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. Tell me, why aren't you dead? And how did you get in under the nose of the fire dragon? The most important thing is, why did the imprint of the blood soul technique disappear? The young man in white flew into the sky and stood in front of Qin Feiyang as he said gloomily. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Speak! The young man in white shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang suddenly laughed and said, "If I tell you that the fire dragon has already died in my hands, would you believe me?" Ha! The young man in white was stunned, and then he raised his head and laughed, his face full of disdain. Qin Feiyang said, "I knew you wouldn't believe me." The young man in white said, "I'll give you one last chance, tell me the truth now, or else." Qin Feiyang said, "Or else what?" The young man in white's eyes flashed with killing intent, and with a wave of his hand, a big tree below was smashed, and he sneered, "You will end up like it, smashed into pieces." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly, and said, "I told you the truth, but you don't believe me, what can I do? The fire dragon has really died in my hands. You're courting death." The young man in white was furious, and stepped forward without any defense, not taking Qin Feiyang seriously at all. Qin Feiyang hurriedly fled, and his expression was incomparably flustered, and he shouted, "I'm not lying to you, you can go and see if you don't believe me. You think you can kill the fire dragon with that little bit of strength of yours? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The young man in white was furious. Even he couldn't fight back in front of the fire dragon, let alone a mere combat emperor. Whoosh! His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he caught up with Qin Feiyang, and his big hand reached out like an eagle's claw, grabbing Qin Feiyang's neck. "Hey!" However, at this moment, the panic on Qin Feiyang's face disappeared, and was replaced by a bright smile. The young man in white was stunned. What did he mean? How could he still smile? But then, a fatal sense of danger rose in his heart. With his rich battle experience, he immediately let go of Qin Feiyang, and retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen, and blood immediately spurted out. However, he didn't stop, and continued to retreat. When he was dozens of meters away, he stopped and looked down at his lower abdomen. There was a 2-finger-wide wound on his lower abdomen. Blood flowed out. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, only to see that Qin Feiyang was holding a jade-like dagger in his hand. The tip of the dagger was still bleeding. He looked at Qin Feiyang's expression, which was full of regret. Originally, this dagger could have successfully pierced into the young man in white sea of qi. As long as his cultivation was destroyed, even if the young man in white was a pseudo-god, he could still trample on him. However, the young man in white's reaction was too fast, and he only cut the flesh on his lower abdomen. This kind of injury was like a scratch to a pseudo-god. It didn't hurt at all. "How dare you sneak attack me?" The young man in white was furious. "In this world, there is nothing that I, Qin Feiyang, don't dare to do. It's just a pity. If I could have stabbed a little more, your sea of qi would have been destroyed." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Qin Feiyang? Isn't your name Qin Dahai?" The young man in white frowned. "You still don't understand? Qin Dahai is just a fake name." Qin Feiyang laughed. Then, he put away the Chang Shui, used the phantom steps, and pretended that he was no match for the young man in white. A fake name, the young man in white was stunned. He had been fooled by a combat emperor. This was a great humiliation. Boom! The terrifying aura of a pseudo-god erupted like a volcano. "You will die today. Even if a deity comes down, it will be useless." He suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang's back. He took a step forward and chased after Qin Feiyang with monstrous killing intent. "I can even kill the fire dragon. Do you know how terrifying my means are? So, you better stop chasing me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Feiyang roared. His roar was loud, but there was a hint of fear in his tone. "If you are really that powerful, why are you hiding when you see me?" The young man in white sneered. He took a mysterious step forward and his speed doubled. In a few seconds, he had caught up with Qin Feiyang. Without saying a word, he raised his arm and slapped at Qin Feiyang's back. The power of a pseudo-god surged in his palm and exuded a destructive aura. "Don't force me." Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and faced the young man in white. He retreated quickly and shouted angrily. "So what if I force you? You are just an ant. What can you do?" The young man in white was full of disdain. Sigh. I finally want to be an honest man. Why don't you believe me? Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, feeling very regretful. Don't put on an act. Die. The young man in white shouted angrily. His palm was like thunder and it was deafening. Die. Chapter 1541. All of a sudden, Yu Huang appeared in front of Qin Feiyang without any warning. As soon as he appeared, he used a lightning-fast attack. He raised his snake tail like a sharp arrow, flashing with a terrifying cold light. Yu Huang. The white-clothed young man's expression changed and he hurriedly retreated. But Yu Huang was also a false god. And he had been brewing in the castle for a long time. How could he give him another chance to escape? Just as the white-clothed young man retreated, the snake's tail directly pierced through his lower abdomen with a puff sound. Blood immediately spurted out like a fountain. The white-clothed young man's aura also quickly weakened. I told you not to chase me. Don't chase me. You just didn't listen. Now you've fallen into our hands. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and grabbed the white-clothed young man, sighing helplessly. Yu Huang also retracted his snake tail, blood gushing out of the wound. He sneered and said, You didn't expect me to be with Qin Feiyang, did you? What's going on? The white-clothed young man looked at the man and the snake and said angrily. It's very simple. It's me who saved Yu Huang. I also broke the blood soul technique. I was also the one who destroyed the divine power barrier. As for the herbs in the valley, they are naturally in my hands. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? You destroyed the divine power barrier and saved it? How could you have the ability to do that? Could it be that the fire dragon really died in your hands? The white-clothed young man said in disbelief. Yes, the fire dragon is dead. Qin Feiyang killed it with his own hands. It's because you were too arrogant and underestimated his means that you ended up like this. Yu Huang sneered. How is this possible? The fire dragon is so powerful, who are you? The white-clothed young man roared. Who am I? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, I am just a small character who has been struggling at death's door for so long. Don't take it to heart. Killing the fire dragon is just a small fry. Yu Huang was speechless. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took back the young man's chinkuan pouch. Then, he threw it to Yu Huang and said with a smile, Do whatever you want with it. Jijia, Yu Huang unleashed his godly might, trapping the white-robed young man in the air. His eyes were filled with a sinister smile. No, I didn't mean to hurt you, I'm doing this for your own good, the white-clothed young man panicked and said hurriedly. For my own good? Yu Huang was slightly stunned. He raised his tail and instantly plunged it into the chest of the young man in white. He said coldly, If you don't give me an explanation today, I will make you beg for death. The white-clothed young man rolled his eyes and suddenly said, It's because of the fire dragon. Fire dragon? Yu Huang smiled playfully, and said, I really want to know, what does the fire dragon have to do with you harming me? The fire dragon has been secretly watching you for a long time, wanting to harm you. After I received the news, I was worried for you. That's why I went to look for you. I planned to heavily injure you and hide you, so that you wouldn't be killed by the fire dragon. The white-clothed young man said, as if he was telling the truth. But as long as one wasn't an idiot, one could tell that he was just making things up. Because, with the fire dragon's strength, killing Yu Huang was too easy. It didn't need to secretly watch Yu Huang and look for an opportunity. Taking a step back. Even if the fire dragon really had such intentions, the white-clothed young man could have directly told Yu Huang. Why would he need to scheme to harm it? This was a classic example of being brainless. Even if he wanted to make up something, shouldn't he make up a more reasonable excuse? When Yu Huang heard this, he said in realization, So that's the case, then I really have to thank you properly. The word thank you was said especially heavily, almost as if he was gritting his teeth. The white-clothed young man waved his hand and said with a flattering smile, no need, we are all friends, it is only right to help each other. Are you still trying to take advantage of me? Alright, I'll thank you properly now. Yu Huang raised his tail and punched the white-clothed young man's face. Idiot. Qin Feiyang shook his head, turned around, and lowered his head to check the Qingquan bag. He had been coveting this person's Qingquan bag for a long time. He didn't know if he didn't look, but he was shocked when he saw it. There were all kinds of medicinal herbs in the Qingquan bag, and there were countless heavenly treasures like the fruit of creation. And the biggest surprise was the essence of the fourth fire, the essence of the Kuei water, the essence of the second wood, the essence of the sixth earth, and the essence of the eighth gold. And there were a lot of them. There were hundreds of them for each type. This is really a big treasure. Qin Feiyang exclaimed. If these treasures were placed outside, it would definitely cause the people of the Great Qin Empire and the Forgotten Continent to fight over them. In addition to these medicinal herbs, he also found hundreds of battle arts. And they were all perfect battle arts. In short, there were too many treasures in this Qingquan bag, and it was impossible to sort them out in a short time. Might as well. He didn't want to waste this effort. He sent the Qingquan bag to the castle and let Dan Wangkai tidy it up. Then he looked at the white-clothed young man, and when he saw the white-clothed young man's miserable appearance, even with his personality, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. The white-clothed young man, how was he still human? His entire face was lacerated, flesh and blood flying everywhere. His body was also dripping with blood. He moaned weakly, his eyes full of despair, like a pool of mud, paralyzed in the void. But even so, Yu Huang still didn't vent his anger, and was crazy and tyrannical. For a fake god to fall to such a state, it's really pitiful. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at Yu Huang, and said, "Aren't you afraid of torturing him to death? This emperor originally wanted to torture him to death. Besides, he is a fake god, how can he die so easily?" Yu Huang snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. How exactly did he scheme to harm you? Why do you hate him so much? Thinking about this emperor's heart is filled with anger. About 2 months ago, Wang Yao replied. He pretended to be seriously injured and came to this emperor's territory, asking this emperor to save him. Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang was startled, and asked, "You really saved him? When did all the beasts become so kind?" "It's my fault for being worried." He said that as long as this emperor saves him, he will bring this emperor to an ancient site. That ancient site is filled with treasures. Seeing that he was very sincere and didn't seem to be lying, this emperor saved him. At first, this emperor didn't fully believe him. But later, during the period when he was recuperating, he had been very sincere, and this emperor slowly relaxed my vigilance. But on the morning of the third day, when this emperor wasn't paying attention, he suddenly killed this emperor. Then he used the blood soul technique to control this emperor. Only then did I know that he took a fancy to the medicinal herbs in the valley and wanted this emperor to be his mount. Of course, this emperor wouldn't obey. He tried everything to torture this emperor and make this emperor compromise, but this emperor would rather die than submit. On a certain day, a woman barged into the house. You know this woman as well. She's that specter queen. Because he was greedy for the beauty of the spirit empress, but he was afraid that the spirit empress would know his true face, so he created a secret room and imprisoned this emperor in it. Say, if you encountered such a thing, would you be angry? Yu Huang said gloomily. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He lowered his head to look at the white-clothed young man and said in confusion, "With your strength, it's very easy for you to forcibly take the spirit empress. Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" Because he's a pervert. He wants the spirit empress to give herself to him. Only then will he feel satisfied. Yu Huang said in disgust. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "A dignified fake god actually did such a despicable thing. Even I feel ashamed for you." The white-clothed young man looked at Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang with resentment. He didn't have the strength to speak now. Otherwise, he would definitely jump up and curse. Yu Huang turned her head and looked at Qin Feiyang as she asked, "Do you have any healing pills? Let him consume one." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yu Huang said, "This emperor still wants to torture him for a while. I can't let him die so quickly. There's no need. In fact, there are many ways to torture people." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "What way?" Yu Huang asked. "Didn't he want you to be his mount? Why don't you give him a taste of his own medicine? You have to know that for humans, being captured by beasts and becoming their pet is thousands or tens of thousands of times more painful than torture." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Bastard, you actually helped a beast. Are you still human?" When the white-clothed young man heard this, he immediately gathered all the strength in his body and roared at Qin Feiyang. "Sometimes, beasts are more trustworthy than humans," Qin Feiyang said lightly. The white-clothed young man laughed angrily. "How can you say such words? You should be a beast. You're not a human. You can still shout. It seems that the injury isn't serious enough." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and slapped the white-clothed young man's face fiercely. Blood splattered everywhere. "Seeing that you've been tortured so badly by Yu Huang, I didn't intend to settle the score between you and me. But your mouth is really annoying. I won't feel good if I don't slap you." Qin Feiyang slapped him again. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The white-clothed young man was in heart-wrenching pain, but he could only endure it silently. "When you used the blood soul technique to control me, weren't you very arrogant? Why are you motionless like a dead pig now? Come, come, come. I'll give you a chance. Fight with me fair and square. If you can touch even a finger of mine, I'll be your grandson." Qin Feiyang sneered. His eyes were contemptuous to the extreme. The white-clothed young man was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. One's cultivation was still intact while the other's cultivation was gone. Could this be called fair and square? It was obvious that he was bullying him. If he had the ability, why not wait until his sea of qi was restored? Didn't you hear Qin Feiyang's words? Get up. Where's your arrogance? Look at you, even a dog is better than you. No, no. Using a dog as an analogy is an insult to dogs. Seeing that the white-clothed young man didn't speak, Yu Huang gave him another beating. This time, he was completely speechless. Chapter 1542. Yu Huang seemed to have vented his anger. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Your suggestion just now is very good. I happen to want to have a human pet. Let's do as you say." Qin Feiyang was secretly delighted when he heard this. He was not afraid that Yu Huang would not agree. At present, their small team lacked a false god. And Yu Huang just happened to fill this gap. In fact, Qin Feiyang also thought of using the slave seal to control Yu Huang when he was not paying attention. But when he learned from Yu Huang that the young man in white controlled him, Qin Feiyang decisively dismissed this idea. This Yu Huang was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you want to force it, it would rather die than submit. Therefore, if he wanted to keep Yu Huang by his side, he had to find a gentler way. The young man in white was the key to this method. First of all, how did the young man in white become a human pet? Naturally, he had to use a contract to control him. For example, the blood soul technique and the slave seal. Yu Huang should not have such a contract. The person who would control the young man in white in the end would be Qin Feiyang. After controlling the young man in white would have to follow him. If Yu Huang wanted the young man in white to become his human pet, he would have to stay by his side. As for the young man in white, although his character was not good and his mentality was a little perverted, it was undeniable that his strength was not bad. After taking him under his command and restricting him a little, he would definitely be a great help by his side. Of course, Qin Wendian had no way to ascertain if Yu Huang had grasped the blood spirit art or not. He had to make things clear first. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang looked up at Yu Huang and asked, do you have a way to control him? After all, he will not be willing to be your human pet. No. Yu Huang shook his head. Qin Feiyang secretly rejoiced. Yu Huang did not have a way to control the young man in white. Then, he could proceed according to his plan. In the meantime, hearing Yu Huang's words, the white-clothed young man's eyes were filled with mockery. She didn't even have a way to control him, yet she wanted him to be her pet? What a joke. I have an idea. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded. The young man in white looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Yu Huang also looked at him suspiciously and asked, what method? The enslavement seal that I have mastered is a god-level secret technique. It is even more powerful than the blood-soul technique. Not only can I control his soul, I can also peek into his inner thoughts. Furthermore, in this world, there are only 2 people capable of removing it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Which 2 people? Yu Huang asked. Qin Feiyang said, one of them is naturally me. The other one is currently at the 2nd level of the miracle. The so-called other one was naturally the mysterious madam. Yu Huang's pupils shrank. Those who could enter the 2nd level must be false gods or war gods. Qin Feiyang said again, this person has lost his cultivation. It's easy for me to control him, but what? Yu Huang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang was about to say something, but suddenly retracted his words and lowered his head. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yu Huang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and looked up at Yu Huang, saying, I won't play any tricks. To tell you the truth, I actually want you to stay and help me. As the saying goes, treat people with sincerity and do things with sincerity. Only sincerity can exchange for trust. Especially for a false god like Yu Huang, playing tricks would only arouse the other party's disgust. Yu Huang was stunned. The scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Qin Feiyang was extremely nervous. He didn't know if this sudden decision was right or wrong. A moment later, Yu Huang finally broke the silence and said, this emperor wants to hear your truest thoughts. Do you want this emperor to stay and help you, or do you want this emperor to follow you forever? Help me. Of course, if you can stay forever, that would be the best. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang said, be your servant? No. For me, whether it's a beast or a human, there will never be the word servant, only friends and partners. I believe this. You also saw it in the castle. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Yu Huang went silent again. Qin Feiyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Huang didn't turn hostile on the spot, indicating that he still had a good impression of him. With a good impression, there was a chance. Time passed breath by breath. Under Qin Feiyang's waiting, Yu Huang's eyes flashed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, this emperor has never seen a human like you. You're real and not pretentious. Qin Feiyang smiled. Just for this emperor appreciates you very much. Okay. This emperor will agree to stay and help you. It's also to repay your life-saving grace. Yu Huang said. Welcome to this big family. Qin Feiyang said with joy. Don't be so happy. This emperor just said to stay temporarily. I didn't say to follow you forever. Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, as long as you can stay, I have the confidence to let you stay forever. So confident? Yu Huang was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yu Huang mockingly spoke, in that case, this empress wants to wait and see what solution you have. Qin Feiyang smiled. His hands formed a seal. A seal of slavery appeared and rushed into the head of the young man in white like lightning. The young man in white's face was suddenly distorted by the pain, and he wailed silently. Soon, the seal of slavery was completed. Qin Feiyang took out spiritual sea pills and healing pills and stuffed them into the young man in white's mouth. Are you sure this seal of slavery can completely control him? Yu Huang asked, a trace of worry could be seen on her face. It knew the means of a false god the best. If it was not careful, it would fall into eternal damnation. Especially a sinister and despicable person like the young man in white. It was impossible to guarantee that he would do something crazy that would make people desperate. Don't worry. As long as he dares to have the slightest bad intention, I will immediately erase his soul so that he won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Qin Feiyang sneered. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was so confident, Yu Huang did not say anything more. Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man in white, then looked at Yu Huang and said, looking at his injuries, he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Why don't you guys go to the castle first, and I'll walk around alone to understand the situation. All right. Yu Huang nodded. After sending Yu Huang and the young man in white to the castle, Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding forest, then turned into a stream of light and swooped down, disappearing into the forest. Soon. In the forest, he found an extremely precious medicinal herb, the xianyang grass, and it was 10,000 years old. When he encountered such a medicinal herb, he naturally would not let it go and uprooted it. Roar. Very soon. He saw another ferocious beast. It was a violent ape, its body was more than 10 meters tall. It stood on the peak of a huge mountain, pounding its chest and stamping its feet, roaring continuously. And its cultivation had reached the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. After seeing the violent ape, Qin Feiyang became especially careful. After that, he found a lot of medicinal herbs. His entire body was 10,000 years old. For example, the scarlet fire glass tree, blood ginseng, 9 suns flower, profound een grass, and so on. But compared to these medicinal herbs, the beasts here surprised him even more. The lowest cultivation level of the beasts he encountered was a 9-star War Emperor, and there were countless peak realm existences. This was too terrifying. What exactly was this place? It was simply a forbidden zone. Who would dare to set foot in it? Moreover, this mountain range was very wide. After half a day, he still couldn't see the end. As for people, there was no need to talk about them. He didn't even see a shadow. Finally, he returned to the square where the stone door was. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang found a few footprints on the right side of the square. Wait. I don't think I've been to that place before. Why would there be footprints? Could it be that someone has been here? Qin Feiyang was surprised and quickly landed beside the footprints. After comparing them, they were indeed not his footprints. He waved his hand again, and the young man in white appeared beside him. After half a day of recuperation, the young man in white's qi had already recovered. The external injuries on his body had also almost recovered. But his expression was still very weak. After some comparison, he was surprised to find that these footprints did not belong to the young man in white. There really is someone. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and scanned the surrounding forest, his eyes full of vigilance. Chapter 1543. However, after observing for a while, Qin Feiyang did not hear anything in the jungle. He frowned and called out the white-eyed wolf, saying, "Smell here." "Is there any smell?" The white-eyed wolf closed its eyes, sniffed, and frowned. Then, it carefully identified for a while, then suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "There is the smell of Mu Qing and Zhuge Mingyang here." "What? Zhuge Mingyang is not dead yet?" Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. The white-eyed wolf said, "I don't know if he is dead or not, but there is indeed his smell." "How is this possible?" "At that time, I burned all his flesh and blood to ashes. How can he come back to life like that?" Qin Feiyang was overwhelmed with emotions, and he couldn't believe it. Can a person who has been burned to ashes come back to life? You must be kidding. The young man in white muttered in his heart. "I am not kidding with you. At that time, in the Golden Wolf King's territory, I did burn him to ashes. Because I am afraid that such an accident will happen again. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Can you really peek into my thoughts? The young man in white was stunned. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang was just scaring him, but he didn't expect it to be true. This slave seal was too heaven-defying. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white and said, so you'd better not play any tricks. I dare not, I dare not. The young man in white waved his hand repeatedly, his face full of fear. Peeking into his thoughts, in the future in front of Qin Feiyang, wouldn't it be equivalent to taking off his clothes and not being able to hide any secrets? Do you have any secrets? Qin Feiyang said. No, no. The young man in white shook his head. No, what are you afraid of? Qin Feiyang glanced at him coldly, then looked down at the white-eyed wolf and asked, did Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Qing come in together? White-eyed wolf shook his head and said, Zhuge Mingyang's scent is fainter than Mu Qing's. They probably came in one after the other. Qin Feiyang asked, can you tell how long they've been here? The white-eyed wolf said, I can only give a rough estimate, about 2 hours ago. How did they get in? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although Wolong had been killed, the temperature of the Sea of Flames was enough to stop anyone below the semi-divinity realm from proceeding any further. With Mu Tianyang's help, it was easier for Mu Qing to explain. But how could Zhuge Mingyang be able to come in? Could it be? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. White-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, what do you think? Qin Feiyang said, every time Zhuge Mingyang is killed, his cultivation will soar. Could it be that he has broken through to the false god realm this time? How is that possible? Even a false god has to comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god. White-eyed wolf said. Not necessarily. There are countless creatures in the vast 1,000 worlds. There may not be only one way of cultivation. Furthermore, his resurrection from the dead is very strange to begin with. Qin Feiyang said. White-eyed wolf nodded and seemed to make some sense. He said, no matter what, you must be careful in the future. These two people must have bad intentions. The young man in white asked curiously, who are Mu Qing and Zhuge Mingyang? Why are you so nervous? One had to know. The man in front of him was a ruthless character who could even kill the fire dragon. How terrifying would his methods be if even he was afraid of him? White-eyed wolf snorted coldly, facing a person who can know your position at any time and an unkillable person. If it were you, would you be nervous? Definitely nervous. The young man in white said. That's it. Wolf King rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white and asked, by the way, what's your name? The young man in white said, Willow Tree. Qin Feiyang said, tell me the situation here. Okay. The young man in white nodded, glancing at the surrounding mountains, and said, this place is called the Devil's Land. Except for false gods, no one dares to set foot here. The Devil's Land, Qin Feiyang murmured. The degree of danger of this place was indeed worthy of this name. The Devil's Land occupies millions of miles of land, and our current location is in the center of the Devil's Land. Here, there are countless treasures and herbs, but there are also many beasts. Especially in this central area, the cultivation of the beasts are generally at the 9-star War Emperor level. There are even 10 false god level beasts lurking in this mountain range. Willow Tree said. 10. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other. Since there are countless herbs and false god level beasts here, why did you run out to find trouble with Yu Huang? Isn't this giving up what's close at hand? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. There are 2 reasons. First, I want to go out and take a look. Second, the 10 false god level beasts here are very united. I don't dare to provoke them at all. The young man in white smiled bitterly. Want to go out and take a look? White-Eyed Wolf was suspicious. Do you know? There are not only beasts here, but also humans. Let's put it another way. This is a human world, but it's the human world inside the miracle. It's not connected to the outside world. The young man in white said. There are indeed natives here. Qin Feiyang said. No. The people here are not natives. And there are no natives in the miracle. The young man in white shook his head. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The young man in white said, it means that the people here used to come from the outside world. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He never expected to get such an answer. Where did they come from? The Forgotten Continent or the Great Qin Empire? White-Eyed Wolf asked. There are people from both continents, but there are no people from the Great Qin Empire here. When the miracle opened last time, there were a few people from the Great Qin Empire who came in, but in the end, the people from the Heavenly Sun Empire heard the news and rushed over, killing them without saying a word. The young man in white said. The Heavenly Sun Empire? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and said in surprise, Are you really from the Heavenly Sun Empire? Of course. The people from the Heavenly Sun Empire rule here, and their foundation is quite terrifying. The young man in white nodded. White-Eyed Wolf said in surprise, Little Qin Z, what's going on? Why does the Heavenly Sun Empire exist in the miracle? How would I know? Qin Feiyang looked at it helplessly and said to the young man in white, Hurry up and tell us. No one knows how long the miracle has existed. And every time the miracle opens, a large number of people rush in one after another. But many of these people are actually not dead. After the miracle closes, the rule power of the miracle will send all the people who are still alive here. Everyone multiplies here, generation after generation, and finally created a human world. Currently, according to statistics, there are 500 to 600 million people here. The young man in white said. So many. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Yes. The young man in white nodded. So that's how it is. The Great Qin Empire has only been established for 10,000 years, so there are no people from the Great Qin Empire here. As for those who were killed by the Heavenly Sun Empire, they should have come in together with the ancestors. And according to ancient records, the Heavenly Sun Empire has existed for 100,000 years. So there are many people from the Heavenly Sun Empire here. Qin Feiyang said in realization. White-Eyed Wolf looked at the young man in white and asked, Then which continent are you from? The Forgotten Continent. The young man in white said. The Forgotten Continent? You're not from the main tower, are you? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The main tower? No. When I entered the miracle, the main tower didn't exist on the Forgotten Continent. At that time, the faction that controlled the Forgotten Continent was called the Nether Hall, and I was a member of the Nether Hall. Later, when people from the main tower came here, I found out that the Nether Hall had been replaced by the main tower. The young man in white sighed. Even older than the main tower? This guy is a living fossil. Qin Feiyang asked in disbelief, Are there people from the main tower here? Yes. The young man in white nodded. Then why didn't the Nether Hall look for trouble with them? After all, it was the main tower that replaced the Nether Hall back then. Qin Feiyang said. Although times have changed, and no faction can unify a continent for a long time, there will still be hatred in their hearts. Back then, the Nether Hall chased after the first batch of people from the main tower who came here. But the people from the main tower were very smart. After understanding the situation here, they joined a super faction. Even the Nether Hall and the Heavenly Sun Empire don't dare to provoke this faction. The young man in white said. What faction is so strong? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The Vanga League. The young man in white said word by word. His eyes were filled with fear. The White-Eyed Wolf asked suspiciously, What's the Vanga League? The Vanga League has existed for even longer than the Nether Hall and the Heavenly Sun Empire. There are very few people in it, but every one of them was once in existence that dominated a region. Other than the Vanga League, there's another super faction, the Fengtian Palace. The foundations of these two factions are almost the same. As for the specific situation, it's very complicated. I don't think I'll be able to explain it all in 3 days and 3 nights. You'll slowly understand it when you've been here for a long time. The young man in white said. Chapter 1544. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang looked at the willow tree and asked suspiciously, since everyone is still alive, why don't you think of a way to leave the miracle? There is no way to leave. The young man in white shook his head. Why can't we leave? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The young man in white looked at the vast land and sighed, the reason lies in this place. Can you tell us quickly? Don't keep us in suspense. The white-eyed wolf urged. This is a small world created by the creator of the miracle. The purpose is to give people like us who can't leave the miracle in time a place to live. But at the same time, this place also contains a terrifying power. The young man in white said in a deep voice. What power? The white-eyed wolf asked. We call it the power of the devil. This power of the devil will gradually integrate into our body and even our soul. When the power of the devil completely permeates our body and mind, we will be trapped here forever. The young man in white said worriedly. The power of the devil, Qin Feiyang murmured, his eyes full of horror. The white-eyed wolf looked at the stone gate below and frowned. You mean, anyone who enters this place will never be able to leave through this stone gate again? Yes. In addition to the restriction of the power of the devil, there used to be a fire dragon guarding the stone gate. Once someone was found to leave, he would immediately kill them. Although the fire dragon has been killed by you, I believe that a new guardian will appear soon. The young man in white said. Qin Feiyang asked, what will happen if you force your way out of the miracle? If you force your way out of the miracle, there is no need for the guardian of the miracle to do anything. The power of the devil that has integrated into your body will tear you to pieces. Some people have tried before, but without exception, they all ended up with their souls destroyed. The young man in white said. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. He didn't expect the consequences to be so terrifying. But suddenly, he frowned and looked at the young man in white unkindly. That's not right. Since you are trapped here and can't get out, how did you get out? Could it be that the abyss devil's power hasn't fused with you yet? It's my fault for not making things clear. After fusing with the power of demons, although I can't leave the divine ruin, I can leave this place. But time is limited. And the premise is that you can successfully sneak out from under the fire dragon's nose. The white-clothed young man said. Limited time? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Those who are bound by the power of demons can only stay outside for 3 months at most. Once the 3 months are up, if you don't return here, you'll still be killed by the power of the demons. The white-clothed young man said. Little Qin Zi, what should we do now? That demonic power must have already entered our bodies. If we had known, we wouldn't have come in. The white-eyed wolf howled. Calm down. Qin Feiyang glared at it and said, didn't you hear what the willow tree said? The demon's power slowly fuses into our bodies, not all at once. Yes. The process of fusing with the power of demons will take half a year. In other words, you have to leave this godforsaken place within half a year. Otherwise, you'll be trapped here forever like me, unable to return to the great Qin Empire. The white-clothed young man said. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then let's leave now. Leaving now is the best and wisest choice. Because the fire dragon is dead, there's no one guarding outside now. And once a new guardian is sent, even if the demonic power hasn't fused with you, the guardian won't let you leave. The white-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, even if you leave now, I won't remove your slave seal. I'm doing this for your own good. Why do you have to do this? The white-clothed young man said angrily. You don't have to care what I do. I know what I'm doing. You just need to tell me what you know truthfully. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. I've said too much. The white-clothed young man nodded and said unwillingly, I'm not scaring you. Although this is a small world, in our eyes, it's a cage. You'd better think carefully. A cage, huh? Qin Feiyang muttered as he scanned the surrounding space. His eyes flickered. You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. The white-clothed young man sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at the willow tree and said coldly, I don't want to hear such words again. The white-clothed young man felt wronged. However, he only muttered in his heart, what does it matter? Qin Feiyang looked away and said indifferently, did you already know my identity? Yes. The white-clothed young man nodded. Is it because of the purple gold dragon blood? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Although your ancestor is a rising star and has never been here before, everyone here knows the name of the Qin Emperor. When I saw that you have the purple gold dragon blood, I guessed that you must be the descendant of the Qin Emperor. The white-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang said, my ancestor has never been here before. This place is also isolated from the world. How do you know? The white-clothed young man said, the last time the miracle opened, people from the main pagoda and the Tianyang Empire came in. They said it. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The last time the miracle opened was 10,000 years ago. At that time, his ancestor had already risen and was famous. In the face of such a talented person, it was normal for people from the main pagoda and the Tianyang Empire to come here. However, he was sure that Willow Tree was hiding something from him. He looked at the white-clothed young man and said, since you already knew my identity, why didn't you say it from the beginning? What is your purpose? And that so-called research, it should be just a cover. No. The research is real. I want to try and see if I can use the purple gold dragon blood to transform Yu Huang into a purple gold divine dragon. As for not exposing your identity, the white-clothed young man fell silent as his face was full of panic. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and said, it's because of the people from the Tianyang Empire. How do you know? The white-clothed young man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, but then he smiled bitterly. How could he forget about the slave seal? That's right. It's because of the people from the Tianyang Empire. Back then, the people from the Tianyang Empire spread the word. In the future, every time the miracle opens, as long as you meet people from the great Qin Empire, as long as you bring them to them, you will receive a generous reward. The white-clothed young man said. So you're going to bring me to receive the reward? That's true. Anyone from the great Qin Empire can receive a generous reward. I, who has the purple gold dragon blood, must be worth more. Qin Feiyang sneered. It's not like that. I'm a false god and an elder of the Nether Pavilion. Why would I care about their reward? Please don't insult me again. The white-clothed young man said angrily. An elder of the Nether Pavilion? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect this person to have such a powerful background. He said, then tell me, what do you want to do to me? I don't know either. However, since you have the purple gold dragon blood, you must be of great use to the Nether Pavilion. So, I'm going to bring you back and hand you over to the Pavilion Master. The white-clothed young man said. Thank you for your praise. However, I'm afraid you didn't expect that you would go for wool and come home shorn. Qin Feiyang sneered. I didn't expect it. The white-clothed young man smiled bitterly. The white-eyed wolf asked, Little Qin Zi, do you think Mu Tianyang knows that there are people from the Tianyang Empire here? This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. It seemed like there was no way to be sure. The white-clothed young man suddenly said, is the Mu Tianyang you're talking about the last emperor of the Tianyang Empire? The last emperor? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. However, they understood after thinking about it. The Tianyang Empire was destroyed by Mu Tianyang. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the last emperor. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, you know him too? So it's really him. I thought it was a coincidence that we have the same name. I've heard of this Mu Tianyang. He's a very cruel ruler, but I've never been here before. I'm sure. The white-clothed young man said. You haven't been here before? Does that mean you don't know? In that case, little Qin Zi, can we have a good plan? The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneaky smile. A plan? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. This guy must have thought of some wicked idea to torture Mu Tianyang again. He teased, who was the one who wanted to leave just now? The white-eyed wolf chuckled and said, well, I just found something fun. I got excited all of a sudden. Qin Feiyang said, in other words, you won't leave? Chapter 1545. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it and said, then tell me, how do we do it? Mu Tianyang doesn't know, right? We'll use this point to let Mu Tianyang kill them all. Then we'll tell Mu Tianyang that these are all people of his Tianyang Empire, and he'll definitely go crazy. Tell me, isn't this fun? The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. Ruthless enough. The white-clothed youth at the side listened with trepidation and a chill ran down his spine. Using Mu Tianyang to deal with the people of the Tianyang Empire, what could be more ruthless than this? After Qin Feiyang heard this, he pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. This is indeed a bit fun. Finished. With a wave of his hand, Yu Huang appeared. As soon as Yu Huang appeared, he looked at the willow tree arrogantly and shouted, human pet, kneel on the ground for this emperor. The white-clothed youth immediately frowned. What? You don't even listen to your master's words. Are you looking for death? Yu Huang said angrily. The white-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of pleading. The one who enslaved him was Qin Feiyang, so it still depended on Qin Feiyang's intentions. Don't forget your current identity. Of course. You also have a chance to get rid of the fate of being a human pet, but it depends on your performance. Qin Feiyang said lightly. The white-clothed youth immediately lowered his head powerlessly. Damn it, it seems like you can't hear this emperor's words. Seeing that he didn't lie down, Yu Huang couldn't help but become angry. He raised his tail and whipped the white-clothed youth's back. With a snap, the clothes were torn and the flesh was torn. That terrifying force directly slammed him to the ground. Yu Huang smiled proudly and coiled around the head of the young man in white. He said, if you're a pet, you should be aware that you're being pampered. If you don't listen to me, it won't be as simple as whipping you. The white-robed young man's face turned green and red. His expression was extremely ugly, but he could only grit his teeth and swallow this humiliation. Yu Huang looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, why did you call me out? Qin Feiyang said, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang shouldn't have left the Devil's Land yet. You and Willow Tree should make some noise, the bigger the better, and lure them over. No problem. Yu Huang nodded and shouted, human pet, didn't you hear? Do you want this emperor to teach you what to do? No need, no need. The young man in white said. Then, he flew up into the sky with Yu Huang. Yu Huang leaped up and floated in front of the white-robed young man. He said, you can defend, but you're not allowed to fight back. The white-robed young man was stunned and immediately burned with anger. He roared, then wouldn't I be a punching bag for you to hit? Don't go too far. So what if this emperor bullies you? Yu Huang sneered. If you have the ability, don't threaten me with the slave seal. Let's have a fair and square fight. The white-robed young man suppressed his anger and shouted. Fair and square? When you schemed against this emperor, why didn't I see you being fair and square? A despicable person like you is not worthy of fighting this emperor fair and square, do you understand? Yu Huang said disdainfully. The white-robed young man was filled with grief and indignation. His eyes were bloodshot. Cut the crap. Just stand there and take the beating. When this emperor is satisfied, I might let you go. Beiming Yu Huang coldly laughed as her body expanded in size. In an instant, a giant python that was thousands of feet long appeared out of thin air, like a majestic mountain ridge, occupying half of the sky above. The terrifying beast could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Seeing Yu Huang reveal his true body, the white-robed young man's body and mind tightened. He hurriedly activated the power of the false god and set up a defensive barrier. He did not dare to be careless. Because he knew that with Yu Huang's hatred for him, he would not show any mercy. Human pet, this emperor is coming. Yu Huang laughed uproariously. She raised her scaly tail and smashed it towards the defensive barrier. Boom! Immediately, a deafening sound rang out in the sky and spread in all directions. Following closely, a destructive wave of air with this place as the center rolled out in all directions. The void distorted and mountains collapsed. Countless beasts fled for their lives. Qin Feiyang also took the white-eyed wolf and hid in the castle. Crack! At the same time, the white-robed young man's defensive barrier was instantly shattered. Yu Huang's giant tail smashed into his chest. He really did not hold back at all. Puff! The white-robed young man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. With a loud bang, a loud sound rang out. This commotion is truly enormous. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Qin Feiyang said, Yu Huang is venting. The white-eyed wolf said, aren't you afraid that it will really destroy the willow tree? It won't. I think it still has some sense of propriety. Qin Feiyang smiled. To be honest, he really did not want to kill the willow tree now. The reason was because of the willow tree's identity. The willow tree was an elder of the Nether Hall. He definitely knew the layout and overall strength of the Heavenly Sun Empire. With him by his side, it would save a lot of trouble. Wait! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Since it was possible to fly here, did that mean it was possible to control the castle? He hurriedly tried it. It really was possible. This was much more convenient. Outside, Yu Huang viciously smashed the willow tree a few more times, shattering all the bones in its body. Seeing how fierce it was, Qin Feiyang was really afraid that it would accidentally kill the willow tree. He hurriedly went out to stop it. That's enough. Only then did Yu Huang stop. She floated in the air and stared down at Lu Mu, who was on the verge of death. Her eyes were filled with delight. Qin Feiyang flew over and looked at the willow tree's injuries. He was speechless. How can he be your human pet after being tortured like this? Yu Huang was stunned and nodded. Yes, I was careless. I will be gentler next time. There's a next time. When the willow tree heard this, it was so angry that it spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He hurriedly squatted down to check on the situation. Seeing that it was only unconscious, he heaved a sigh of relief. Next, he took out a healing pill, a bone-replenishing pill, and a regeneration pill and stuffed them into the willow tree's mouth. Yu Huang went over and asked, he's not dead, right? Qin Feiyang said helplessly, if you continue like this, even if he isn't beaten to death by you, he will be angered to death by you. He deserves it. He asked for it. Yu Huang snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't say that he shouldn't be beaten. But next time, be gentler. This person is still useful for now. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang pursed his lips and said, all right, for your sake, I'll leave him a way out. Qin Feiyang smiled, waved his hand, and sent the willow tree to the castle. Then, he whispered a few words to Yu Huang. When Yu Huang heard this, it immediately said disdainfully, isn't it just 3 strands of divine sense? What are you afraid of? Just leave it to this emperor. Thank you. Qin Feiyang said gratefully. Now that there was no way to revive the holy artifact, he was still a little afraid of Mu Tianyang's divine sense. Of course, Mu Tianyang shouldn't dare to make a move either. After all, the giant python had told him not to use his divine sense again. However, everything had an accident. What if Mu Tianyang was driven to desperation? Therefore, he had to warn Yu Huang and let it be prepared. While Yu Huang was beating up the willow tree, in the south of the Devil's Land, there was a huge lake thousands of miles away. The lake water was clear and rippling. By the lake, the grass and trees were green and medicinal herbs were everywhere. These medicinal herbs all had tiger-shaped spirit inscriptions. I didn't expect that there would be such a paradise in this miracle. A young man muttered as he buried his head and picked those medicinal herbs. His eyes were full of joy. This person was Mu Qing. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rolled over. He quickly stood up and looked in the direction of the rumbling sound, his eyes full of surprise. That seemed to be the direction of the stone gate. Swish! A vague outline appeared beside Mu Qing and said in surprise, "It's divine power, could it be Qin Feiyang?" This outline was formed by Mu Tianyang's divine sense. Qin Feiyang? Mu Qing was taken aback. Mu Tianyang looked at Mu Qing and said, "You didn't spy on Qin Feiyang's position?" This, Mu Qing looked flustered. Mu Tianyang flew into a rage and shouted, before entering the spatial divine object, "Didn't I repeatedly warn you to pay attention to his movements at all times? Did you take my words as wind passing by your ears? Master, please calm down. Although the heavenly eye is a battle soul, it needs my eyes to open. After using it for a long time, my eyes will be tired." When we were outside, when we were tracking Qin Feiyang, our eyes had already begun to feel uncomfortable. So after you went to the spatial divine item and confirmed Qin Feiyang's position, you closed the heavenly eye and let your eyes rest. At the same time, you picked some medicinal herbs. Mu Qing said in fear. So that's how it is. Mu Tianyang came to a realization and said, "I was wrong about you, sorry." If these words were to be heard by his former subjects, their jaws would definitely fall off. That monarch who had always been domineering and arbitrary would actually apologize to someone? However, from this point, it showed how much he valued Mu Qing. "Thank you for your understanding, Master. I'll check his position right away." Mu Qing wiped his cold sweat and immediately opened the heavenly eye to check Qin Feiyang's position. A moment later, he looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "Qin Feiyang is indeed over there." "Are you sure?" Mu Tianyang said. "I'm sure. I don't know why, but when I entered here, the heavenly eye could accurately find his position." Mu Qing nodded. "You can accurately find his position? Could it be that this place is already out of the scope of the miracle?" Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Mu Qing asked, "Then now, should we go and find him, or?" Mu Tianyang said, "It's not appropriate to confront him head-on now, but we can go and take a look, but it's best not to let him discover our whereabouts. I'm afraid that's very difficult to do. Let's not talk about Qin Feiyang first. Let's talk about the white-eyed wolf. Its sense of smell is as sensitive as a dog's nose." Mu Qing frowned, his face full of annoyance. "No. It's very simple. Even if we stand in front of him now, he won't be able to discover us. Because here, the spatial divine item can also be controlled." Mu Tianyang said with a smile. Mu Qing was overjoyed. Chapter 1546. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. He had left the square and found a hidden cave nearby. He sat cross-legged inside and closed his eyes to recuperate. That's right. He was recuperating. But at this moment, he was covered with wounds, his clothes were ragged, and his breath was extremely weak. But his injuries were not caused by the sneak attack of ferocious beasts, but by himself. He did this to lure Mu Tianyang out. Because what Mu Tianyang thought of, he also thought of. The space divine object could be controlled here. If he didn't pretend to be weak, even if Mu Tianyang came, he would definitely hide in the space divine object. After all, Mu Tianyang only had 3 strands of divine consciousness left. He didn't dare to show up without absolute confidence. As for whether Mu Tianyang could find his current hiding place, he wasn't worried at all. Because as long as Mu Qing was there, no matter how well he hid, he could be found. Time flew. The injuries on Qin Feiyang's body were almost completely healed. But Mu Tianyang didn't show up. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Yu Huang and Willow Tree didn't make enough noise and didn't alert Mu Tianyang? Should he let Yu Huang and Willow Tree make trouble again? But although the injuries on his body were about to heal, Qin Feiyang's complexion was still pale and powerless. It gave people the feeling that he had suffered a serious internal injury. But in fact, he didn't know. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing had already found him and were watching him in the cave at this moment. They were also worried that Qin Feiyang was setting a trap for them, so they didn't show up. Mu Qing withdrew her gaze and looked at Mu Tianyang, asking, "Lord, could it be that we are thinking too much?" Thinking too much? Then tell me, he has the castle. Why is he recuperating here? Isn't the castle safer than here? Mu Tianyang said. In terms of safety, there was no place that could compare to the castle. Instead of using the castle, it was hidden in a cave. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem ordinary. I don't think it matters. In any case, we can control spatial divine objects now. If he really has ulterior motives, we can just leave. Mu Qing said. Mu Tianyang pondered for a moment and said, "Then go out and test it out." Huh? Mu Qing was stunned. Right now, I only have 3 strands of divine sense left. I really don't dare to take the risk. But don't worry, I won't abandon you. If the situation isn't right, I'll immediately capture you and bring you to the spatial divine item. Mu Tianyang said. All right. Mu Qing nodded. After what happened last time, he trusted Mu Tianyang unconditionally. Last time. In the face of Qin Feiyang's coercion, Mu Tianyang didn't hand him over to Qin Feiyang, which showed that Mu Tianyang was really sincere to him. Whoosh! Mu Tianyang waved his hand and Mu Qing immediately appeared in the cave. As soon as Mu Qing appeared, he directly attacked Qin Feiyang without saying a word. You're finally here. Seeing Mu Qing appear, Qin Feiyang also smiled. Fortunately, he kept his composure. Otherwise, he really couldn't see this guy. But as soon as they saw the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang were shocked. This was really a trap. Mu Tianyang waved his hand and the spatial divine item emitted an invisible force, which instantly captured Mu Qing. Then, Mu Tianyang was ready to use the spatial divine item to escape. Don't be nervous. This time, I led you here not to deal with you, but to talk to you about something. Qin Feiyang got up and said. Talk about something? In the spatial divine item. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. What the hell is this bastard playing this time? Qin Feiyang said very sincerely, I really have something to talk to you about, and it's a very important thing. If it works out, it will be good for you and me. Mu Qing raised her eyebrows and looked at Mu Tianyang, saying, Look at him. He doesn't seem to be joking. A very important thing, Mu Tianyang murmured, go out and talk to him. I will help you at any time. Okay. Mu Qing nodded. Mu Tianyang waved his hand and Mu Qing suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Where's Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang asked. Mu Qing said, His Majesty is resting. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me. Resting? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, I think he's not resting. He doesn't dare to come out. After that, he shook his head and said, To be honest, I really sympathize with him now. A dignified god of war has actually fallen to this point. Shut up. Mu Qing said angrily. I'm just telling the truth. Don't be angry. Mu Tianyang asked you to come here. Does that mean that you can represent him fully? Qin Feiyang said. If you have something to say it quickly. Mu Qing said impatiently. Qin Feiyang asked, Do you know where we are now? Where? Mu Qing was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, This is a human world. A group of aborigines live here. What? Aborigines. Mu Qing's eyes trembled. As far as I know, these aborigines have a lot of wealth. And this wealth is something you can't even imagine in your lifetime. For example, medicinal herbs, divine weapons, and divine arts. The purpose of my visit is actually to loot this wealth. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes shining. Mu Qing fell silent. Qin Feiyang said, "You've been here for a few hours. I believe you've already seen the extraordinariness of this place." Indeed. There are precious medicinal herbs everywhere here. I've picked a lot. Mu Qing nodded. Wait. Suddenly, Mu Qing's eyes shot out a sharp light. She stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "How do you know we've been here for a few hours? Have you been spying on us? If I was spying on you, I wouldn't have to think of such a way to lure you here. I know all this because of the white-eyed wolf's sense of smell. It judged by its sense of smell." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. "This beast's nose is really sharper than a dog's." Mu Qing cursed secretly. Qin Feiyang urged, "I don't want to waste time. Hurry up and make a decision." Mu Qing was silent. Suddenly, Mu Tianyang appeared, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Are there really divine weapons and divine arts? If you came out earlier, you wouldn't have to waste so much time." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, it is said that there is also a divine weapon comparable to Chang Shui." Mu Tianyang's body trembled. A divine weapon comparable to Chang Shui. If he could get it, wouldn't he be able to compete with Qin Feiyang's Chang Shui in the future? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel excited. But after all, he was a very careful person. It was impossible for him to be fooled by Qin Feiyang so easily. He said in a deep voice, "Is the source of the news reliable?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the willow tree appeared. Although he was miserably abused by Yu Huang, the injuries on his body had basically scabbed, but he was still very weak. "He is?" Mu Tianyang looked at the willow tree suspiciously and asked Qin Feiyang. His pupils contracted. It was actually a false god. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "He is a native here. Now he is under our control. What I said was told to me by him. He actually controlled a false god." Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing were shocked. But after thinking about it carefully, they understood. Qin Feiyang subdued the Golden Wolf King and mastered the ability to have infinite qi and blood. He could forcibly revive Chang Shui in the castle. After the revival of Chang Shui and the castle, it couldn't be easier for them to suppress a false god. Mu Tianyang looked at the willow tree and asked, "Is what he said true?" "It's true." The willow tree nodded. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in confusion, "I'm a little puzzled. Why did you ask me to cooperate with you when you encountered such a good thing?" Qin Feiyang said, "I just said that the natives here are too strong. I can't handle them alone." Mu Tianyang said, "Now you can even revive Chang Shui. What are you afraid of?" "I could revive it before, but now I can't. Because the Qi and Blood Pearl has been shattered. The Qi and Blood Pearl was given to me by the Golden Wolf King. It can give people infinite Qi and blood." Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "So that's how it is." Mu Tianyang suddenly understood. After thinking for a while, he said, "Wait, how did the Qi and Blood Pearl shatter?" Qin Feiyang said, "It shattered when I fought with the Guardians of the Miracle." "What? You fought with that giant python again?" Mu Tianyang was surprised. "Yes. It's a long story. When you agree, I will tell you slowly on the way," Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang glanced at the willow tree. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Qin Feiyang, nodded, and said, "Okay, let's cooperate, but there is a condition." "Say it," Qin Feiyang said. "I don't want the other treasures. I only want the divine artifact that is comparable to Chang Shui. If you don't agree, then don't talk about it." Chapter 1547. You're going too far. For such a divine object, everyone must rely on their own means. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. If he agreed easily, Mu Tianyang and everyone else would be suspicious. Therefore, he had to bargain with him. Mu Qing said, judging from his expression, it should be true. Then we have to fight for the initiative. Mu Tianyang thought to himself. After that, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, this is my only condition. If you don't agree, then go and find someone else. However, I believe that among the people who entered the first floor, other than me, there shouldn't be anyone who can help you. Mu Qing also said with dissatisfaction, Qin Feiyang, you already have the Chang Shui. Why are you still fighting with us? Nonsense. Who would complain about having too many of such treasures? Why don't we make an exchange? That divine object belongs to me, and the other treasures belong to you? Qin Feiyang said. No. Mu Qing shook her head decisively. Qin Feiyang said angrily, I can't do this, and I can't do that. What on earth do you want? Mu Qing said, we only want that divine object. You, Qin Feiyang was furious. You don't want to? Goodbye. After Mu Tianyang finished speaking, he took Mu Qing into the space divine object. Wait. Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. The two of them appeared out of thin air again. Okay. I promise you. But remember, you can only take that divine object. You can't touch the other things. If you break your promise, I won't be polite. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Okay. Mu Tianyang nodded, pointed to Mu Qing next to him, and said, he will go with you later. Be polite to him. Him? Qin Feiyang frowned and said reluctantly, okay, for your sake, I won't embarrass him. Mu Qing clenched her fists tightly. His tone and attitude showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. Calm down. You are no match for him now. You will only be at a disadvantage if you compete with him. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. Yes. Mu Qing responded secretly. She suppressed the anger in her heart and loosened her hands. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, I hope that you won't cause any trouble in this cooperation. Qin Feiyang said, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Mu Tianyang looked at him deeply and then disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing and then looked at Willow Tree. Lead the way. As he spoke, he winked at Willow Tree. All right. Willow Tree nodded, understanding Qin Feiyang's intentions. They would head directly to the Heavenly Sun Empire's territory. In the mountains. Willow Tree was in the front, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing were behind, moving as fast as lightning. Suddenly. Willow Tree transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. I suddenly thought of something that I should tell you in advance. What is it? Qin Feiyang said secretly. Every force here has their own totems. For example, the Nether Hall has a demonic dragon totem. The main tower has a flame totem. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang asked, what is the Heavenly Sun Empire's totem? Willow Tree said secretly, a 5-clawed golden dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon, Qin Feiyang pondered. According to ancient records, the Heavenly Sun Empire's totem seemed to be a 5-clawed golden dragon. In that case, wouldn't Mu Tianyang be able to recognize it? If he was recognized, wouldn't his plan fail? It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to send Mu Tianyang away and destroy that totem first. Willow Tree said again, your great Qin Empire also has a totem here. Didn't you say that there are no people from the great Qin Empire here? Why is there a totem here? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. It was made by the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire. They made a purple gold divine dragon totem and placed it on the road to enter the city for people to trample. They did this to humiliate the Qin Emperor and the great Qin Empire. Willow Tree transmitted his voice. Preposterous. Qin Feiyang was furious. The purple gold divine dragon was the great Qin Empire's totem. It was personally designed by their ancestors when they conquered the world. Trampling on the totem? That was trampling on the dignity of a nation. How could they do such a thing? These people were really despicable. It could also be seen how narrow-minded the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire were. Is there a war god level existence in the Heavenly Sun Empire here? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. No. Not to mention the Heavenly Sun Empire, even the Vanga League and the Fengtian Palace don't have a war god level existence. Willow Tree said. Why? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. There were so many old monsters, why wasn't there a war god level existence? Because of the demonic force. Although people who are entangled by the demonic force can break through to the false god level, they can never step into the war god level. Many peerless figures couldn't escape the calamity of the end of their lifespan. Willow Tree sighed. The so-called calamity of the end of one's lifespan was the passing of one's lifespan. The demonic force. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and secretly checked the situation in his body to see if he could find the demonic force. But in the end, he didn't find any abnormalities in his body. The demonic force can't be seen. But after the demonic force entangles you, a black skull mark will appear on your chest. We will become the demonic force. Willow Tree transmitted his voice. So it's like this. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. This mark is also the key. When the miracle is not open, no one will care about it. But during the period when the miracle is open and closed, especially when the miracle is closed, every city here will set up a checkpoint. Anyone who enters and leaves will be checked to see if they have the demonic force. Willow Tree said. This isn't difficult to understand. Qin Feiyang secretly said. The reason why the checkpoint was set up at this time was because only during this period of time, there will be newcomers breaking in. The rest of the time, the miracle was closed, so there was no need to check. After running for about half an hour, Willow Tree suddenly stopped and looked at a desolate forest hundreds of miles away with eyes full of fear. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing looked at him suspiciously. Willow Tree said in a deep voice, in that desolate forest, there is a pseudo-god beast. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we'd better take a detour. A pseudo-god beast. Mu Qing's eyes trembled, and she nodded and said, I agree. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he shook his head and said, I don't agree. Why? The two frowned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I just happen to lack a mount. You're simply a madman. Mu Qing said angrily. Without the chi and blood pearl, he couldn't revive the divine artifact. How could he provoke a pseudo-god beast? Wasn't he courting death? If you don't dare, go to the front and wait for us. Qin Feiyang said lightly, turned to look at Willow Tree, and asked, what kind of beast is it? It's a golden divine leopard. Not to mention its combat power, just its speed is faster than mine. Even if I use the auxiliary divine art, I can't outrun it. I advise you not to have any ideas about it. Willow Tree said in a deep voice. Mu Qing's face couldn't help but turn pale when she heard this. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then all the more we can't provoke it. I firmly oppose your idea. Is your objection useful? Qin Feiyang glanced at her disdainfully, then looked at Willow Tree and said, lead the way. Willow Tree hesitated. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, I don't want to say it again. All right. Willow Tree nodded helplessly, stepped forward, and rushed toward the desolate forest. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind. Idiot, I'm not worthy of you to die. Mu Qing sneered and was about to go around. But at this time, Mu Tianyang's voice sounded in her mind, follow them. What? Mu Qing's face froze. After being together for so long, don't you know Qin Feiyang? Since he dares to go, he must have a certain degree of confidence. Now, he already has a pseudo-god by his side. We can't let him succeed. Otherwise, his foundation will become more and more terrifying. Besides, I also want to know whether the chi and blood pearl is broken or not. And this is undoubtedly the best opportunity. If he is defeated and the chi and blood pearl is not broken, he will definitely show it. Mu Tianyang said. Understood. I'll catch up right away. Chapter 1548. Qin Feiyang was not surprised at all when he saw Mu Qing chasing after him. He said with a mocking smile, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Humph. Mu Qing snorted coldly. She turned her head to the side and looked away. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. There was a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. He said, Do you still remember the scene when we met for the first time on the Forgotten Continent? Mu Qing frowned. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Why are you suddenly asking this? Qin Feiyang said, The talent you displayed at that time could be said to be shocking. Mu Qing said angrily, Are you mocking me in a disguised way? No, I'm telling the truth. At that time, I thought we could become friends. I didn't expect the situation to be like this. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He looked very regretful. Mu Qing sneered. I'm not worthy of being your friend. No. The all-seeing eye is rare. Those who have the all-seeing eye are all people with great fortune. I'm not worthy of being their friend. Qin Feiyang said. What are you trying to say? Mu Qing said impatiently. Actually, I really want to be your friend. Because I believe that if the two of us join forces, we'll definitely be stronger than you and Mu Tianyang. But I also know that it's impossible. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing said coldly, You know it's impossible and you still say it? It's better to say it out loud. In short, if one day you're tired of staying by Mu Tianyang's side, you're welcome to come to me at any time. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Qing ignored him. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything more. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He didn't really want to poach Mu Qing away from Mu Tianyang. Instead, it planted a seed of conflict in both Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang's hearts. Mu Qing was a proud person, and so was Mu Tianyang. Two prideful people who had been together for a long time were bound to have friction. And these frictions would become the seeds of this seed, allowing it to gradually germinate. Once this seed matured, it would definitely become the fuse that would cause the two of them to fall out. A moment passed. Under Willow Tree's guidance, the two of them finally entered the desolate forest. As soon as they entered the desolate forest, they sensed a despairing aura. This aura came from the center of the forest. No ferocious beast dared to approach this place. Are we really going in? Willow Tree stopped again and looked at Qin Feiyang. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded and took the lead. Without concealing his aura, he directly rushed in. Damn it. Willow Tree cursed and quickly chased after him. Mu Qing glanced around and didn't follow. Instead, she ran to a mountain more than 100 feet high and stood on the peak, looking at Qin Feiyang from afar. Roar. All of a sudden, a beast's roar sounded, shaking the sky and the earth. Leaves flew everywhere. Qin Feiyang stopped and looked ahead. Through the forest, he could vaguely see a vague beast shadow. Willow Tree's face was pale. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, My God, why can't you not go? No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. His battle chi rolled out and turned into a huge wave, pouncing on the beast's shadow. Crack. Boom. Wherever it passed, large trees would shatter in response, and the ground would crack and collapse crazily. How dare you break into my territory? You're courting death. An enraged roar exploded. Following closely, a monstrous ferocious power covered the sky and pounced on Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing. Willow Tree's face changed. He hurriedly stood in front of Qin Feiyang and blasted at the ferocious power. With a loud bang, an apocalyptic storm rose from the ground and swept out in all directions. In less than an instant, the area within 1,000 miles was razed to the ground. Not a single blade of grass was left. Dust billowed and the scene was devastated. It was like a land of death. Mu Qing was not spared. The mountain under his feet collapsed with a loud bang. His whole body was submerged in the mud. When he came out again, his hair was disheveled and his face was covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. They're fighting so soon. Bastard, is it necessary to be so impatient? Looking at Qin Feiyang's insufferably arrogant back, Mu Qing was so angry that she went crazy. Swish. Suddenly, a golden light rushed into the sky and revealed its true body. It was a golden leopard. Its body was 5 to 6 meters long and its limbs were thick and powerful. Its fur was as dazzling as gold leaf. The eyes of its 2 fists were also shining with golden light and were extremely dazzling. Its aura was extremely strong and shook the heavens and earth. It lowered its head and swept its gaze across Mu Qing, Willow Tree, and Qin Feiyang. Its golden eyes were filled with anger. These 3 small fries actually dared to come and provoke it? Qin Feiyang looked up at the golden leopard and asked, "Are you the king of this place?" His tone and gaze were both overbearing and domineering. The golden leopard was furious and shouted, "Do you have a problem with that?" "No. But I like you. Be my mount. I guarantee that you'll have a better future with me than here," Qin Feiyang said. The golden leopard looked at Qin Feiyang in shock as if it was looking at a funny clown. All of a sudden, it grinned and said, "Sure, I'll be your mount." This, Willow Tree and Mu Qing were both stunned. What was going on? Qin Feiyang just casually said it, and it really agreed? But Qin Feiyang didn't dare to be careless. How could a divine beast agree so easily? There must be a problem. However, he didn't care too much and chuckled, "You're quite sensible. I like it, follow me." "Alright, stand there and don't move. I'll be right down." The golden leopard also laughed happily. Then, it slowly flew towards Qin Feiyang. But just as it was about to reach Qin Feiyang, its speed suddenly increased. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and bit towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Willow Tree, teach him a lesson." Willow Tree's face was about to turn green, but it could only bite the bullet. Bang bang bang. Boom. One man and one beast collided several times in the air. Willow Tree was no match for it and was sent flying. The golden leopard's speed was faster than his to begin with. Not to mention, not long ago, he had been beaten up by Yu Huang and had yet to recover his vitality. How could he be a match for the golden leopard? The golden leopard stood in the air, glanced at Willow Tree, and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Your little follower's strength isn't that great." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He looked at Willow Tree and shouted, "I originally hoped that you would beat it down, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. You were beaten down by it in just a few moves." Willow Tree got up with a wronged look on its face. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, raised his head to look at the golden divine beast, and said with a smile, "Sorry, I was just joking just now. Sorry to disturb you, goodbye." With that, he rushed to Willow Tree's side and shouted, "Let's go." "Go where?" Willow Tree was a little dumbfounded. "Nonsense, of course we're going to escape from this damned place." Qin Feiyang scolded in annoyance. "Escape?" Willow Tree was stunned, and immediately grabbed Qin Feiyang, used an auxiliary divine art, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had wanted to escape for a long time, but Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, so he didn't dare. "You're escaping just like that? What about me?" Mu Qing was stunned. "You came here to cause trouble for no reason and want to escape? Is that possible?" The golden leopard laughed mockingly and chased after Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing also came back to her senses and quickly ran away. But suddenly, the golden leopard came back and stood in front of Mu Qing, saying, "I almost forgot about you, little fish." Mu Qing's face changed, and she hurriedly said, "Senior, I have nothing to do with them. Would you have come if you didn't have a problem? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The golden leopard smiled coldly, raised its paw and slapped at Mu Qing. "Qin Feiyang, you bastard, I won't let you go." Mu Qing roared again and again, and just as she was about to be killed, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. Obviously, it was Mu Tianyang who saved her. And as soon as Mu Qing arrived at the Space Divine Object, Mu Tianyang immediately drove the Space Divine Object and chased after Qin Feiyang. Gone. The golden leopard was stunned, and a trace of surprise appeared in its eyes. It murmured, "It's actually a Space Divine Object? Then I can't let you escape." Chapter 1549. After the golden leopard left, Qin Feiyang and Willow Tree walked out from behind a pile of rocks. "It flew over our heads and didn't even notice us. Your invisibility technique is really powerful." Willow Tree looked in the direction the golden leopard left and exclaimed. "It's okay." Qin Feiyang smiled. Just now. After Willow Tree took him away, he immediately activated the invisibility technique. In other words, he and Willow Tree were still in the golden leopard's nest. Willow Tree retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, "I really don't understand. Why did you do this?" "It's because of the totem. If we don't destroy the totem first, Mu Tianyang will definitely recognize it." "Actually, you should have told me earlier that you have a totem," Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "So that's the case." Willow Tree suddenly understood and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect the totem to be so important." "Then let's hurry over," Qin Feiyang said. As he spoke, he took out a few healing pills with 6 elixir patterns and threw them to Willow Tree. 6 elixir patterns. Willow Tree was stunned. "Hurry up," Qin Feiyang urged. Okay. Willow Tree nodded repeatedly and took a healing pill. Then, he took Qin Feiyang and used an auxiliary technique to disappear at lightning speed. On the way, Lumu wanted to say something but hesitated. "What do you want to ask?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Willow Tree said, "Did you refine this elixir?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Amazing!" Willow Tree exclaimed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "What's so amazing about it?" "I can refine it with 7 elixir patterns." TSK. Willow Tree was speechless. Not only is his cultivation talent so monstrous, even his alchemy talent is so monstrous. How can other people survive? Qin Feiyang smiled. Suddenly, his expression froze. He lowered his head and pondered. "What are you thinking?" Willow Tree was suspicious. "Speaking of elixir veins, I think of elixir fire. Is there a grade 8 pill fire here?" Qin Feiyang asked. "There is," Willow Tree said without hesitation. "There is?" Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment, then said with great joy, "Where?" "My nether hall has an 8-star pill fire. The Heavenly Sun Empire and the main tower also have them. It's even said that there are people in the Vanga League in the Fengtian Palace who control grade 9 alchemy fires." Willow Tree said. 9th rank. Qin Feiyang's breathing became rapid. It was rare to see a grade 7 alchemy fire outside, but there was a grade 9 alchemy fire here. This was truly a place full of opportunities. After calming down, Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me in detail about the Heavenly Sun Empire's situation here." First, he would definitely start with the Heavenly Sun Empire. On one hand, it was because the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Great Qin Empire had a grudge. On the other hand, it was because the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire trampled on the totem of the Great Qin Empire, which made him very angry. The population of the Heavenly Sun Empire is very large. It can be considered the most populous force. Their imperial capital is located in the south of this place, and there are 8 false gods overseeing it. There are naturally countless war king rankers. And the place we are going to now is called Peach Blossom City. Peach Blossom City is built at the edge of the Devil's Land. As for the origin of Peach Blossom City, it's a long story, so I'll just briefly explain it. You also know that there are many treasures in the Devil's Land, so there is no lack of people entering the Devil's Land to search for treasures. Of course, They only dare to search for treasures in the periphery and don't dare to go deep. But even so, everyone can still find many precious treasures. In the beginning, Peach Blossom City was just a temporary place for everyone to recuperate. But as more and more people came to search for treasures, the original place for recuperation gradually expanded. In the end, it became a city that occupied an area of more than 10 miles. Willow Tree said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then who is in charge of Peach Blossom City? No one is in charge of Peach Blossom City. That's because this city was built by friends from all over the world. But in Peach Blossom City, there is a rule that everyone agrees on. No one is allowed to destroy the city. Willow Tree said. No one is allowed to destroy? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Willow Tree nodded and said, if anyone dares to destroy, they will be hunted down by everyone in the city. What about killing people? Qin Feiyang asked. Willow Tree smiled and said, that's fine. As long as they don't destroy the city, it's fine. Qin Feiyang nodded. And in Peach Blossom City, the Nether Hall, the Heavenly Sun Empire, and the main tower all have a stronghold. The main purpose is to buy rare treasures from those treasure hunters. This is the so-called snatching of resources. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang asked, what about the Vanga League and the Fengtian Palace? Willow Tree shook its head and said, these two transcendental forces disdain to compete with us because they both occupy a forbidden area with endless resources. How many forbidden areas are there? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Since they both occupied a forbidden area, the Devil's Land was definitely not the only forbidden area. 4. They are the Spectre Mountain, the Soul-Sealing Valley, the Nether Sea, and the Devil's Land where we are. The Fengtian Palace and the Vanga League are entrenched in the Soul-Sealing Valley and the Nether Sea. Willow Tree said. What about the Spectre Mountain? Qin Feiyang asked. The Spectre Mountain is the place where the dead are buried. Those who have reached the end of their lifespan will be buried there in the end. However, not just anyone can be buried there. First of all, you have to have the cultivation of a false god. Secondly, you have to be from the Fengtian Palace and the Vanga League. I don't have this qualification. I haven't even been there because the entrance is guarded by the Vanga League and the Fengtian Palace. It's because of this that it became a forbidden area. Willow Tree said. In that case, isn't the Spectre Mountain the private cemetery of the Fengtian Palace and the Vanga League? Qin Feiyang said. You can say that. Willow Tree nodded. These two forces are really domineering. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. That's right. 3 of the 4 forbidden areas have been occupied by them. The remaining demonic land is not enough for the Nether Pavilion, the Tianyang Empire, and the main pagoda. Not to mention, there are 10 false god-level beasts guarding this demonic land. Even among the 3 forces, other than a false god like me, the other disciples don't dare to go in. In short, having a strong fist is the way of the king. Willow Tree shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang agreed with this sentence. Only the fist was strong had the right to be domineering. After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang asked again, then, other than the various forces, is there anyone else here, such as a lone cultivator? Yes. Because there are too many restrictions if you join the major forces. Moreover, you have to participate in the disputes of the major forces. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. So, many people would rather be a lone cultivator. In fact, for those with average talent, the major forces can't wait for them to leave because it's a waste of resources to cultivate them. Moreover, after countless years of reproduction, more than half of the people here are lone cultivators. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, then, what's the full name of this small world? The Black Tortoise World. Willow Tree said. The Black Tortoise World, Qin Feiyang murmured. Willow Tree seemed to have thought of something, and his face became serious. There's also something I have to remind you of. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Willow Tree said, there's another rule in the Black Tortoise World. This rule is that no one can kill false god-level beasts. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. Willow Tree shook his head and said, I don't know. This is the order of the Vanga League in the Fengtian Palace. Everyone has to follow it. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Why did the Vanga League in the Fengtian Palace issue such an order? What did the divine beasts here have to do with them? Qin Feiyang said, what about the other beasts? That's up to you, as long as you have the ability. Willow Tree smiled. Got it. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. While they were talking, Willow Tree led Qin Feiyang for hundreds of thousands of miles. Willow Tree was quite familiar with the Devil's Land, so when he encountered the territory of the divine beasts, he bypassed it in advance. The other beasts did not pose a threat to him, so he was unimpeded along the way. Boom! Another half an hour passed. Sounds of battle gradually came from the front left. And he could sense the aura of humans. Willow Tree raised his eyebrows and murmured, although this is no longer the central area, it's still the deep area of the Devil's Land. Why would there be people here? He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, do you want to go and take a look? Qin Feiyang glanced around and asked, are there any false god-level beasts nearby? No. The 10 false god-level beasts are all in the central area. But if there's too much noise, they will be drawn out. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang heard this, thought for a while, and nodded, then let's go and take a look. Okay.